Welcome to the Blast Rivals, where the playoffs are set to begin, and we're doing things a little bit differently this time around. We're bringing you inside the cage, and we're letting our bias hang on out. We're getting exciting, we're getting spicy, we're doing a little bit of combat here on the desk as in the server. And it means that the action is going to get fierce today. The action is going to get intense because it's elimination from here on out. There are no more second chances, there are no more do-overs. It is do or die. And to bring you that action, to bring you the information, we've got here on the desk a 5-time major winner, 7-time HLTV Player of the Year, top 20.
Holy
Coming
damn.
on in, it's Dupree.
Is that my CV?
That's your CV, and the Alabama Slammer himself, Mr. Dustin Moret.
True. One-time major analyst.
One-time major analyst.
That's also something.
It's not bad.
No. Not bad.
How do you feel about it? Was it good?
It was good. Did you like that intro? Like, our first time working together, did you feel that was...
I did enjoy it.
Okay,
that's good.
I'm
I
glad.
felt a kinship. I felt a resonance here.
Yes.
It's a new desk. Jacob has shifted on over to the co-stream. We'll check in with him, but if you'd like to do that early, blast.tv to find that. If you want to find out what Jacob's been up to, that's Mr. Pimp Winicky himself. But for now, folks, we got to get into the matchups. We got to get into the games that we've got so far, because there have been many games to get us to this point. We now only have 6 teams remaining, but how did we actually get here, folks?
I think we saw a lot of interesting matchups, you know. I think overall we've seen like definitely some of the teams that maybe for the likes of Pain, you know, they've actually not maybe showed the best one. Obviously, we've seen Wildcard being, for me, I've been maybe chasing Wildcard a little bit in the reins of the fact that maybe they were not supposed to be here, but I think actually Wildcard's maybe the team that actually made like the best looking out of the teams that was like outside of the category of being of the best teams here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're in the playoffs now. We're done handing out participation trophies. That's more of an American thing. We're in Denmark right now. While relations are kind of tense between us as countries, we're great people on this desk, right? Are we not, Mike?
We are. You cannot take Greenland from Dupree.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Also his water.
I want to keep my sledge dogs.
25% best I can do.
Stay away.
Look, we'll leave Wildcard alone for now. We'll be getting to them a little later on. Don't worry, Vu and Maui, I'm sure, are raring to go on that one. But we're going to focus in on how they did achieve this with the victory over Pain. I know that one made my little North American heart beat very loudly.
I think like overall Pain, you know, they are still a team that needs a lot of practice. You know, overall they did not play great. There was a lot of blunders. They lost 13-0, like 0-13. 0-13, that is correct, yeah. They've lost definitely like a lot of like really awful rounds coming into this tournament. Obviously, Wildcard being the one that actually seems to be playing better, you know. Pain is still in a place where they feel like they need to improve, and I think that Wildcard is the, well, it has the name right. Wildcard is the team that maybe has been the most impressive out of the ones that has not been seen to go to the top here.
Yeah, you know, one of the things is about this tournament is that we invited the 4 top-ranked teams from VRS. Then we had the wild card slots, right? And I think at some point Blast was like in a wild card, and they had a little hitch in their brain. They're like, oh, we have to invite Wildcard. They didn't realize that they could have invited like one of the better teams actually from the Americas. But credit where credit is due.
The problem with you saying that is someone's going to believe that that's actually how that works. To be clear,
they went NA first and they went EU. You see what I mean? So it could have happened. But no, in all reality, I am happy to see Wildcard finally having some international success. We obviously saw them have actually kind of a good run at the Shanghai Major. And one thing I do respect about this team very much so is that they're always willing to try new things. They're always willing to tinker with the formula to see if they can get more out of what the roster that they have. And we have seen some strides, particularly in this tournament. With Pain, I think they're in a similar boat. Like they keep trying to bring up these up-and-coming players like Snow, like Davideus, now it's DGT. And so they're moving in the right direction. I think now they just need some stability to try to build a foundation from, which is something they haven't had in a while.
Definitely, I mean, like, that's a good point, you know. I think we saw GTC coming into the team, and he also, and we heard from the interviews that he's trying, you know, to fit in. We had this language barrier also coming in, that he's not speaks native Portuguese, that they're communicating, and it's something that puts up a little bit of a question mark in the sense, like, is that going to hinder them from the future, or do they feel like it's actually something that's going to benefit or at least go play into their cards way better?
Perhaps something we'll need a little bit more time for, but instead, we can look at a match that was a little bit of a rehash that we've gotten a few times so far this year. We had MOUZ versus Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
Often the matchup of finals happening here in the groups.
Yeah, you still have MOUZ chasing the Vitality. You know, there's been a couple of times now that they actually fumbled. Maybe they've actually looked quite good against them. You saw yesterday the fact that they got them to all 3 maps, and I was actually rooting for MOUZ, but, you know, I actually thought this was the case that they would actually go for. You know, my gut feeling got a little bit destroyed here, you know, so obviously I'm also a little bit sad, you know. But overall, seeing that MOUZ is still chasing, you know, they also say themselves that they are still trying to figure out how they want to approach, and we heard Spank say that there's actually just Woo happening, and the fact that they still seem to be struggling, I am a little bit curious and wondering if there's going to be like a small mental barrier starting to rise on this kind of matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually break it. But for MOUZ, you know, they're still a team that, you know, they need to figure out if not beating only MOUZ, Vitality. So I think overall, they're looking great. They're looking great.
At least we finally got another really good one-sided rivalry, almost as good as when you were ripping Liquid a new asshole for a whole year. So it's finally nice to kind of move on to a new victim.
I've got the trauma. Get a liege on here because I've got a little case of the PTSD. But moving on, look, Vitality, they look like Vitality, no?
Vitality is still, you know, the best team in the world. You know, they still got the streak going on. They have all the good players. You know, everyone is praising them. They're looking hella good.
Are you worried about maybe them surmounting Astralis as the greatest CS roster of all time?
I mean,
is the feelers there?
There's a slight concern. I've said it to Apex in backstage. You know, I said, you guys need to cool off a little bit. You know, don't start messing with my career, right? You know,
I think your 5 majors are still pretty protected.
That it is. You know, there's still a long way to go for them, but they are still obviously cementing themselves as one of the greatest Counter-Strike lineups of all time.
Look, if they get 2 majors down, we might just see you walking around, unplugging some monitors, kicking out some power codes, pulling an old Hiko coming on through. But let's move on over to the other group here, Group B. There were 2 of them, in fact. We do have many more teams to talk about. Spirit Falcons in that upper, but we'll start with FaZe FlyQuest. They survived, but that 2-0 does not tell the story of the matchup.
No, definitely not, man. I mean, FaZe put themselves in such superior winning positions in both of those maps. It looked like there should be no possible way that they could lose, but in true FaZe fashion, they found a way to almost snatch defeat from the jaws of victory and find a way to, in one case, even go into overtime. So very labored result. That's one of those wins that you don't feel very good about.
I think it was very close. I mean, I think it got even closer than it should have been. I watched FaZe in the first map, and then they started stumping, and then all of a sudden I turned back and it was 13-11 win. And then going into Nuke, it just kept on for overtimes. You know, Elise came onto the desk and said that they felt they played a good game, but they just shot hard back. You know, they were actually fighting and biting back. You know, so for FaZe Clan to get this victory obviously is very important. I think one of the important takes from yesterday is that also Brokey had a good game. You know, he's a guy that's been criticized a little bit from this lineup, not playing up to his standard. So obviously him having a good series maybe sparks something within him, and it's something I think FaZe Clan needs.
We've been waiting for that spark. We've been waiting for it to hit Tinder. There was FlyQuest as well. The Aussies acquitting themselves nicely here. We were talking about it on the desk last night. Yes, they didn't win, but it's about as quality of a loss in a 2-0 as you can get. Fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest is doing something that American teams have done really well for a while. That's import better players. So Regali coming over from Romania.
They just signed an Australian. Come on, man.
I mean, listen, look, I'm just keeping it real. You know, Regali has actually shown himself to be an opting prospect to keep an eye on. I think there was some doubts when people first saw him sign because he, you know, had played on OG, but not like any big European teams. But you know what? This team could have used freaking anything at that point. So it was definitely worth the shot. It has panned out. And what I will say is we have seen some strides. We have seen some. I mean, I think Enz is probably going to need a little bit more time to get used to being an IGL again. I think Netic, their new star rifler that they're trying to prop up, still just needs some more reps. Remember, his performance, he was only his 2nd really big international land. So I think, you know, they're building something, but you know how many times I felt like they were building something and I got let down? So I can't be confident yet.
Moving into that upper, we had a very exciting matchup. Falcons versus Spirit. This feels like it's going to be into that top contention type of situation. Could be a late game, could be a finals. Instead, we had it again in the groups, and this time it was Falcons who triumphed again, taking it the distance there on Dust 2.
It was definitely close. You know, it was a really great series. It was nice to see that Spirit, obviously, they are still up there. You know, they're definitely playing hard. You see Dunk going off as always, but also the likes that Falcons keeps up the momentum I think they've got going for them in Melbourne. You know, they are still showing that they can play really high CS despite having maybe a little bit of a jet lag. Also that they haven't had more practice since obviously coming from Melbourne. So they're still a team that looks extremely dangerous, and they've just risen for the occasion.
And you mentioned it with FaZe, right? Good game for Brokey, breaking through some of it. Your old teammate has begun some heat lately, and he popped off on D2.
He definitely, I mean, it must be so great for him. And obviously for matches, you know, he has been criticized a lot for his level the last couple of tournaments, you know, and it's been a rough time. And knowing him personally, I know that he's working his ass off to get things back to how he knows that he can help the team, but he's also a guy that is maybe not, he doesn't panic, you know, he has experience not to panic, even though that actually looks bad, you know, he gets criticized, but he still knows what he can bring to the team, and he knows what he's capable of. And he even mentioned it himself yesterday that, sure, it might not come today, might not come tomorrow, but, you know, he still have a little bit of leash left going for
it. Must be nice to have giant bags of money you can just throw at problems, right? But what I will say is this about Falcons is I actually take the opposite approach of a lot of people. While they were struggling, I was always wondering, when the heck are they going to get it together? Because I thought they actually did a very good job bringing over the heroic core, who actually played pretty well at the Copenhagen the last year. Remember that Rio top 4? They shocked Na'Vi at the major. I'm like, this core with Nico added, like they should really do something. It's taken a little bit longer than expected, but now they're finally here.
Look, a wise group once said, money can't buy me love, but results certainly do buy you love in the Counter-Strike world. And there are some more results that we're going to have to contend with. Trophies, they go a long way here. We've got the playoff bracket. The matchups are set. We begin with MOUZ FaZe, then Spirit Wildcard to come later today, and Falcons and Vitality waiting in the wings.
I think we got some interesting matchups coming. Obviously, everyone is expecting it to just be the top 4 going up against this event, you know, and I think there is also a case where, you know, like I honestly don't believe that FaZe can make it today. I think MOUZ Sports will humble them, and then I also think that Spirit will just make it easy for Wildcards. You know, we will get this top 4 going.
Here's the cool thing about this bracket I want to set up really quick is we don't actually know who number 2 is, right? We know Vitality's best team in the world. No one's ever even getting near that resume right now. But what happened at Melbourne when Falcons win their grand finals and pushing to the limits? What happened with MOUZ Sports losing to Falcons at Melbourne, but then doing so good at Lisbon to fight against Vitality? It's like I actually don't know who number 2 is right now. We're going to find out hopefully throughout these next couple of days.
It's very much in contention, but I know who are not number 2, but many number 1s here in studio, because it's not just us here at the Blast Rivals. Joining us in the cage, we've got our own co-stream loaded and ready to go. You can find that on BLAST.TV. We got KRL locking down the la langue française, and we've got P2 representing the Spanish contingent here, proudly repping the FaZe Clan jersey. We are all ready to go as the action heats up. We are full in the house and ready to roar. But first, a quick little break before we get into the action.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Where are my bullets going?
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up, we've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win.
Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Spills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a captain. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
FaZe versus MOUZ, a tale that has been told many a time, but might just have a different ending this time around. Their fortunes have shifted of late, and as they step into the cage here, only one can survive this knockout bout. The question is, fellas, who's it gonna be?
I've already said it. I don't think FaZe is going to make the cut. I am a strong MOUZ believer. You know, I like this team. You know, they are great. They have great players. They have great personalities. My old friend Zipex is coaching them. You know, what's not to like?
You know, it's not the healthiest relationship at this point, but I still have a fire for FaZe. You know what? They're featuring one of the only American players left in the tournament. My boy Elige, he ain't the problem, okay? So, you know what? I'm going to go ahead.
Feels weird that you have to say that right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll get into why later. But look, I just feel like FaZe just need one big win to kind of kick them into gear, and hopefully today can be that day.
Now, what do you have there? What do you have there, Dust?
You
What's
know,
it on that?
just FaZe up with the American flag. So just, you know, perfect match for me.
Can you do the? Can you
I
throw a
can't.
FaZe
I'm
up
not
for me?
even-
Hold
dude,
on, I don't know if
there's
you're
a
allowed to
chance-
touch that
yeah, yeah,
contractually.
I think-
I'll just hold that for him. We've got some contractual obligations, perhaps, but talk to me about this.
How much
Capri.
longer are you in that prison, by the way?
I cannot tell you that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is, you know, this is a MOUZ spot. This is the guys I'm rooting for. You know, we got the beautiful MOUZ logo. You know, I actually think I would look really good in it. Not that I'm supposed to play for MOUZ spots, but the fact that I have been in
Yeah, I've never
the
seen you wear
Astralis
that, but it would
jersey.
be cool to see it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. I've seen you wear red before. It did
has
look pretty
happened.
good.
It did
You
look
did
good.
rep it pretty well for quite
did.
a long time.
You did.
But is it going to be enough to float through? Carol, who are you repping? Apparently he's repping MOUZ. I don't think he can hear us. But he's got it on fleek. He's got it on fleek, coming on in. Looking tight.
I should have
looking
flashed
good.
some of my French now.
Yeah, what you got?
I don't know. I got the.
You were on Vitality.
I got. Je m'appelle Pierre. Je suis des traiteurs en. Something like that. And I guess. Voulez-vous avec moi? Not you, obviously, but.
You know, it'd be funny if someone just
You
tuned into
forgot
the
one thing.
broadcast.
You just said, would you like to with me?
Yes. What?
There's an extra word in there. Coucher.
Vous coucher. Ah, oui, oui.
Ah, oui.
Imagine if people tuned in just now and they were just like, what broadcast am I on?
This is it.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le team qui va gagner?
Le MOUZ.
Le MOUZ?
Le MOUZ.
Le MOUZ Suri. Le Suri.
We're going to stop this now. We're going to stop this. Poutine?
C'est quoi le FaZe up?
No.
No? All right, back into Counter-Strike talk. Let's dive in here. We're not going to give Dust a French lesson because that's the wrong state. That's Louisiana. We got to go one over for that one. We'll dive in. Dust, why are you repping FaZe?
Here's the thing. FaZe have a lot going for them, actually. I know it's hard to see that right now with all the poor results, and even when they win, it looks like they struggle to do so against lesser opposition, but they still have one of the most legendary IGLs that we've ever seen. Could be in contention to be the GOAT IGL. I think for me, just what he's been able to do with international rosters with pieces from all over the world. So Kerrigan, you know, this is a tougher puzzle for him to solve than maybe he was probably hoping for, but I think there's still a way to break through. You know, again, Elige, my boy from the US, representing as one of the better entry fraggers out there. I think for them, they also open rounds very well. They just got to figure out a way to close them.
And I was asked yesterday whether I thought that Kerrigan could turn the ship around. And I said that no, I don't think. Well, yes, he can, but not with this iteration of FaZe. I think there's maybe some changes that is needed or something that needs to drastically get mucked up. I think, though, that playing with Kerrigan, you know, I know him from my times back in TSM and also the early stages of Astralis. You know, he is obviously a guy that has a strong passion for the game, and he's also a very good leader and a little bit of resemblance to how Apex is working in Vitality. You know, he's the guy that motivates the team. He's the guy that stands in and also wants to, you know, he has a big saying in how the team wants to function. But he's also a kind of a captain that, you know, he thrives in chaos. And I think that FaZe has never really been the team that is like been built around having like so much structure and the most like set pieces that is like working out for them. They thrive in chaos. They've always had players that are able to create space for themselves and then be able to work with the space to give to each other. I think one of the reasons why FaZe is not working as of great right now is the case that Kerrigan maybe has lost a little bit of faith, and also the players maybe have lost a little bit of faith in his calling. They have also, like, you know, they don't have that confidence to go for those plays that will create the space for his teammates. So I think that is maybe where they should start looking, or at least need to try and do some adjustment.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring up the whole chaos element, because here's the thing. When I watch FaZe play, and again, I know people are going to be like, how are you seeing positives? I do, because when I watch them open up around, I can see the theory behind what they're trying to do. I can see how they're placing the pieces on the board. I think your key on this is that when they get in those like really tense 2-on-2, 3v3 moments, particularly on retakes on the CT side, something just breaks down. Like their T sides have actually been pretty good. I think people are kind of missing out on that. It's just defensively, for whatever reason, things are struggling overall. And again, I just feel like they're not able to just close rounds, just dot the I's and cross the T's. Something just breaks down in those tense moments.
From what I've seen, at least from the games that we watched this tournament, it just seems like they seem to get off to a good start. You know, they get off to a bad where they get entry kills, but it's just like everything just seems to be falling apart because they also made like super bad micro decisions. I think that's also, you know, you cannot necessarily blame that on Kerrigan alone. You know, he is also like everyone's on the team has their own saying. So obviously making micro decisions is also not Kerrigan's responsibility. It's also how the team needs to function. And we've heard that it's also about forgetting. Like Elise talked about forgetting and not putting too much effort into being too worried about the whole situation and just need to like move on and not, you know, be too panic about everything.
I think you're going to find some interesting things in this next interview because I caught up with Kerrigan ahead of this game. Let's start talking about last night's game. A little bit of a nail-biter, kind of a FaZe classic from the outside. Did it feel like that classic FaZe DNA from the inside the server?
I don't know what classic FaZe is at this moment. Classic FaZe has been few 1 on freeze throw, 5 on freeze throw, but I don't know, kind of strange in the end. I think we were in control on Inferno, suddenly we're not in control. Great T-side on Nuke, 9 rounds I think we got. And some small things goes the wrong way and we have problems right now recovering from the small things and adapting correctly. So yeah, way too close for comfort. And I think also they played good in the end. They made some good shots, but it should have been easier than it was for sure.
Now, it does feel like there's been a lot of moments of frustration. We've seen it come through for you sometimes in the server. What is it about this particular time, this particular problem with the roster that's seeming to be more stubborn to find solutions for?
Honestly, I think I had this analogy yesterday. I feel like we are a brand new car. We're driving, feels good for half an hour. Flat tire, unlucky, change the tire. You start the car next time, it goes fine for 10 minutes. This makes a strange sound. You go to the workshop, you fix that. You drive next day, something else is wrong. So at this moment, you are just kind of like looking at not overthinking the situation and kind of like looking at the positive things. I think, honestly, we are playing great at times. I think we're playing really good at times. Everything's connecting, but the disconnect and the fumbles and the collapses are the highest priority right now. We are in control and then suddenly not. That's the worst issue, and that is very hard to fix because it's not the same issue every time.
Now, so maybe a new car, but a familiar racetrack. You got MOUZ on the other side. Once upon a time, you wore that livery. What do you make of them as an opponent here?
I mean, MOUZ is playing really good this year as well, right? But in some way, I'd said some of the guys, like every time we run a slump in FaZe, we could always beat MOUZ. There was something with it. We also beat them in Cluj, where they had Spinks and they won a tournament. So maybe there's a play style, maybe there's some mental on their side that we can abuse. But right now, where we are, we're not supposed to be the favorite or even be close to beating them the way they played this year and we have played. But you never know, you know. If you swing a right hook and you hit it correctly, it's going to be fun to play. But we focus on ourselves and we're going to play the best we can to the best abilities. Like I said, I think we play really great in moments of the game. And maybe we can break that mental and not break ourselves.
You know, it's funny because whenever you look at situations like that, there's always the outsider perspective that we have. You know, we're not there. We don't hear what's going on. But it's interesting that from what Kerrigan's saying in the interview, it kind of matches up to what we're thinking, where we see them building a nice house, but whenever they get to the roof, it just blows off by a hurricane or something like that. I'm used to hurricanes down in the south, okay? So my point is this, is that, like, I feel if they can just somehow shift that in-round focus to somehow just get a little bit of confidence, you know, and the thing is that match against FlyQuest yesterday, they had a brilliant CT side on Inferno, caved on the T side. Nuke, they had a brilliant T side, caved on the defense. So it's like, it's always something, and it's just, can they finally find the right formula?
Well, of course, it's good to hear also that he recognized that they do have issues, you know, and we've also heard interviews that it's just not good enough. This is not what you expect of FaZe, you know, and I like the whole thing that he saw FaZe Clan as a car, and a funny small story to that is that back in the days in Astralis, he actually saw us as a ship, you know, we went on the big waves, you know, we couldn't find direction, we couldn't find port to actually put down our anchor, and, you know, what eventually happened is that, you know, he left the ship, or he didn't leave the ship, it was more like a mutiny thing, actually. So
yeah, you did kind of throw him off.
It was more like a mutiny thing.
You made him walk the plank.
That turned out pretty well for us, so maybe there is a case where Kerrigan could end up going somewhere else.
So you're saying maybe it's not the car, it's the driver?
Well, I mean, I have my trust in Kerrigan, I believe, so maybe it's more like the crew right now, or at least the mechanics behind the car.
I don't know enough about racing to get much deeper than this. Let's move us along, Mike.
Let's move us along. Let's move us along. Because, I mean, I know who you're repping here. You're talking about maybe the car needs a new driver. It feels like you're getting very dangerous to running another mutiny here, Dupree.
Well, I'm not the one to call mutiny here, right? Well, I mean,
I mean, look, you're maybe looking for a new home sometime.
Well, sure. On the other side of the table, we have MOUZ. You know, this is the team that I believe is going to go for this one. You know, they are a team that are chasing. They're chasing, as you mentioned, they're chasing to be the second best team in the world. You know, you have the pioneers of coming into the game. You know, like Falcons in the sense that they have actually shown some really good Counter-Strike. They're coming in here. They want to show that they are maybe the second best team in the world. They want to dethrone Vitality, but I bet the MOUZ also wants to do that. So right now, they need this win. Like, there's no other chance. If they end up losing this one, they will be looking at it and feeling that this is not the race.
I think there's also a sense of a need for revenge over at MOUZ, because when they had their first tournament as Brolin as the IGL and Spinkson as their new star trade fragger, they actually lost to FaZe, but these two teams are in much different positions than they were back then. And so I'm kind of curious, you know, if MOUZ feels like they just need to get one over on these guys while they're weak.
Definitely. I mean, I just don't believe that there is a case where MOUZ will fumble this one. I feel like they want to go and get another chance, hopefully in the grand final again against Vitality. You know, they are definitely looking sharp. You know, they know that they have their things to work on. But overall, I feel like MOUZ is a better team going into the series.
We will find out, but I know two guys who are very eager to get into this series, who are very eager to get into each other's faces. We actually got a chance to put them face to face and have a little bit of a chat with Frozen and with Xertion. I'm here with Frozen and Xertion ahead of their matchup to see how this one's going to go. Frozen, you still wear those colors. You used to be his teammate. Now you've moved on to different things. You going to take care of him today?
Well, looking at our past history against MOUZ, I think we're favorites, you know. But nah, jokes aside, you know, you cannot take the past results to. I mean, you cannot think about them, right? It's gonna be a different game, different story, and yeah, they're doing much better than we are at the moment.
You guys have had the strong results recently. This team has been a little bit of a challenge, as Frozen might have implied. How's it going to go this time?
Well, I think it's been a good amount of time since we played. Obviously, we played in Bucharest, but yeah, I mean, it's always exciting for me to play against them, especially to play against David. It's the first guy that kind of taught me how to play CS, I would say. So for me, it's always nice to play against him. He's also a bit of a bully. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to always play against him. And yeah, I mean, hopefully today it will be a really good game.
Are you going to do some bullying of your own?
I mean, it's hard to bully him. He always has good comebacks. I learned that the hard way. But I mean, I hope to bully him a bit on the server, yeah.
A little bit on the server. I do have to ask you, you know, it feels like the narrative has maybe shifted. You left the MOUZ team a bit over a year ago. At that time, it was pretty obviously a move on to bigger and better things. And then the trajectories have kind of changed, right? It's been a tougher spell for you guys. They've come on the up and up. Yeah. Do you ever think about what might have been if maybe you stayed and were part of that ascent?
No, I mean, no regrets, you know. I signed up for a reason, and yeah, there's no such thing as thinking back like, oh man, what if I didn't do this? What if I didn't do that, you know? No such thing.
2-0?
See about that.
2-0 for you guys?
Yeah, I hope so. At least 2-0 for someone because it's fucking hot here.
Well, it's going to get hot in the server. Hot in the studio, hot in the server. Hot rivalry going on there between Xertion and Frozen. Old teammates, now bitter foes.
It's always like this when you put one teammate or an ex-teammate together. You always think there's like this bad blood between them, but it's always like, oh, this guy, you know, we don't have to focus too much on each other, like blah, blah, blah. There's always like this narrative that there's like bad blood between them, but I don't think there is. Like,
actually, a little peek behind the scenes on that. We almost had to cancel that segment of having both of them on it at once just because of the way timing worked out. And they were both so sad about that they insisted on doing the interview.
That's nice. So they are looking good, you know, but overall, yeah, I feel like you can hear on Frozen that, you know, he also praised MOUZ for being a better team right now. So yeah, I think it's still going to be tough for them.
Well, we'll see if you're still singing that tune after we find out the vetoes, because it's time to find out what maps we're going to play as MOUZ meets FaZe. What are we getting here, Dust?
A nuke ban out of FaZe. This is a reposition for them. Normally a train banner, but I think Kerrigan knows MOUZ aren't going to pick into it. And I think he wants to make sure that he gets a weakness off the board. MOUZ obviously going with their permaban Anubis, and there's really no surprise there. I'm really intrigued, though, by how the picks will go, because we have seen FaZe try to attack Inferno in the past, but it looks like they're trying to attack a new weakness here in Dust too, Dupree.
Yeah, you know, like I think overall, like Kerrigan has always stood out to me as a guy that also feel like at least like half the battles won in the veto, so maybe he has ace up his sleeve. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how things going to pan out.
Yeah, Dust 2 has been a problem for MOUZ Sports, but usually only against the best teams in the world, like Vitality and whatnot. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. You know, we see the Mirage pick for MOUZ Sports. That's to be expected. Now FaZe are going to get rid of Train. They still don't want to play it, but they just didn't want to have to waste the ban early. And then we are going to see the Inferno ban come out for MOUZ Sports. That has been a real struggle for them, even losing to teams they shouldn't be, like Virtus Pro and Fury, obviously pain in this tournament. So no surprise to see Inferno taken off the board and
like
Ancient be a decider.
Yeah, I feel like they're happy about not getting Inferno inside it, and then getting to potentially go to a third onto Ancient.
I'm curious to hear, in your many vetoes over your career, what did you prefer? Did you prefer trying to go for your own comfort or trying to make them a little uneasy?
I've never been part of a veto before, never in my life.
Okay, but when you found out the maps,
Well, mostly it was like we would go to the tournament and we had Sonic and Glaive coming into us saying that we were going to play a decent East map, and we're like, okay, cool, that's what we predicted, and we hit it like 90% of the time. So most of the time we were prepared for pretty much everything. But overall, you know, the veto is just like it's such an important aspect.
You
of the
forget
game.
me Dupree, me entry frag. Like that's what he was doing.
That is
all right?
exactly what it is. You know, I didn't have to focus too much on it. I just worked in the preparation and then went go into the server and hopefully hit some headshots.
so what you're saying is it doesn't matter what map it is, a headshot kills all the same.
In theory, yes.
In practice too, I'd say, Dust.
Yeah, usually, yes.
Usually, typically. All right, we've seen the maps. We had our initial allegiance. Any wavering on it? Are we still feeling what we're feeling?
Well, I'm still gonna go with my boys from MOUZ Sports. You know, I said 2-0.
You know, here's the interesting thing about Dust too is, again, this goes back to kind of the theme we've been talking about this entire time, is that FaZe do so many things right. I think their T side looks brilliant on this map. I think that they found a correct balance of how to, you know, let Reliege be the guy that he wants to be as one of the most active agents on the T side, but also still let Rain, even though he has to take over that B lurk role, he still gets to be involved in a lot of their executes. I think my problem with FaZe, with this being their pick and therefore their most confidence in themselves to win a game, is how will they handle the CT side, because that has been the real big problem for them in the past. And in particular, it's dealing with retakes. You know, in those small number moments, they can sometimes blow, you know, an advantage, and sometimes in equal numbers, they just can't quite piece the puzzle together. So that's what we need to look out for throughout this match.
And Kerrigan, he loves to do mini fakes, you know, and then Dust 2 is especially a map that you can do it. Like keep doing the B split fakes, you know, doing B lurk smokes, actually hitting catwalk, going back to long, you know, all these kind of mimic plays, you know, that is what he thrives in, you know. So I believe that is also a map that he feels real confident in, and probably they've also seen that MOUZ Sport is, you know, whenever they get to play Dust 2, it's not always like a blower, you know. We've seen some difficult matchups against Vitality, but also the likes of Falcons, you know, that MOUZ maybe just seems to be a little bit weak on.
Yep.
So maybe, you know, Kerrigan has spotted something.
And look, we all know that Dust 2 is an Opera's playground, correct? And I think Torzy has proven himself to be right behind m0NESY and Zio as one of the best Operas in the world. Brokey, very hit or miss. When he's hitting, but when he's not, it's a big problem.
It could be a problem, but I know two guys who are never a problem, who solve all the problems with their beautiful voices. Legends of the game. We got Anders and DDK. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much to the desk. I am so excited that we get to cast this match together, Dan. I think it's going to be a really, really fun one. MOUZ versus FaZe. How are you feeling?
I'm excited because I'm a FaZe stan. I can't. I just have to admit that right now. And obviously, I'm a big fan of MOUZ as well. They had an incredible performance yesterday. I mean, if it wasn't for Vitality, you know, any other team they would have won. They really stepped up their performance to meet such a demonic presence on the server that is Vitality. So it should be an epic matchup. I hope that FaZe are able to do the same thing against a very strong MOUZ here today.
They had better show up. I mean, you know, as a FaZe stand, watching them yesterday against FlyQuest, it's got to make you a bit worried. It was a 2-0, but obviously it wasn't really a walk in the park, was it? The thing for me is that there's been so many times in the past, like, you know, 5 or 6 years maybe even, where I've seen FaZe play and I think, oh, it's not looking good. I think they're in trouble. They're probably going to get knocked out early in a tournament. And then somehow Kerrigan just always finds a way back. I really don't understand it. So I have this almost PTSD from picking against FaZe because somehow he finds a way. But the thing is, I walk into this match with the same feeling, though. It's like, FaZe look weak right now. I think they're going to get blown up by MOUZ Sports. But in saying those words, I'm worried that I'm actually setting myself up for like another slap over the fingers, you know?
Well, the story is about to unfold here. We'll kick things off with Dust 2 between FaZe and MOUZ. And I am so excited. FaZe on the T side to start things off. And it looks like they are headed on a journey to the B sites.
Okay, I like it. Spinks, though, is already in the middle, so some information about what's happening. Frozen is going to be throwing a bit of a grenade. I mean, in theory, if they went for B right now, that would be kind of sick, but the information game here for MOUZ is pretty good. And look at the 3 people in the middle, Dan. They can go wherever they want.
Yeah, they can, and this smoke certainly is going to aid their ability to get down here. Obviously, that catwalk angle has been blocked off. Frozen at the top of mid at the moment as well, and Torzy in a very forward position. We'll spot one player. Is he going to be able to scare them off? Looks like that's not the case, but Spinks is looking for something there in mid as well.
Yeah, Torchi's calling it out. Dupree said it, how some of these mini fakes that could come up from FaZe, and I mean, clearing out catwalk is laying the groundwork to be allowed to sell the idea that you maybe are going A, whereas in fact you might be going B. That smoke on Rain is an instant indication that it could be a B split. Maybe especially for the position that he's in. Now, normally you throw it from the other side of the box. I think he wants to push in the middle and throw it. And with Leash getting the first one, they're well on their way, but it doesn't matter. Spinks, 2 great headshots, taking down Rain and Elige, and now this long-range fight. By the way, that means also the smoke is dropped in the middle. They never got to throw it towards CT spawn the way that they wanted, I think. And it's going to be pushing out of that high ground position, getting close now and trying to take the fight to Exertion, who's inside of the bomb site. Headshots are ringing through. The USPs are doing their job right now. It's just Frozen left in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, too much here for Frozen to do. 3 players, not an easy task, and MOUZ will pick up the round. Very patient stuff from both sides. I mean, FaZe gave themselves a lot of opportunities with that one Xbox smoke, able to sort of see if they could maybe push a player off cats, start to manipulate those rotations, maybe create a spot where MOUZ would decide to try to find out information. And if you can force the CTs to ask that question, that could present an opening as well. So all these potential spots there for FaZe to maybe get some value, but it's a pistol. It always comes down to the headshots at the end of the day. And now MOUZ with a good economy on the CT side of Dust 2.
The only thing that I'm sad about in that last round is the fact that MOUZ had, I think, 2 smokes on the CT side, and I'm really curious what they would have done with them if FaZe had more success in you know, getting onto the sites. If they had some sort of sick plan for that utility, because that's a rare thing to buy. This round, no surprise, they're going to get chewed up here. No casualties on the CT side, so you know, pretty smooth start here. No bomb plants yet, obviously, so could be the first buy round coming out of FaZe. Not going to be with the AWP either, so all AKs makes them pretty dynamic.
Yeah, and I wonder to some extent whether MOUZ were expecting a force buy there. Obviously, the bomb did not go down for FaZe, but we had those MP9s, a couple MP9s on board. And MP9, it's a great weapon, but on Dust 2, if the AKs are coming out in the very next round, you're certainly going to gain some edges if you're FaZe, if you can abuse those ranges. It does limit where the MP9s can play, but a huge focus here on Long. That is fully under MOUZ's control, perhaps expecting a big push there, and FaZe will have to give it up.
Yeah, Elige kind of got the spawn for it. He does not have a helmet. It's not really the end of the world, but I was watching him run long thinking it would be funny if he ran straight into, well, it doesn't really matter what it is almost, but certainly the M4 or the FAMAS would probably wreck him immediately. Brolan's going to be holding it. They're trusting in JimFat to play alone over at the B bomb site with the MP9, so significantly weaker position to be in at the moment. Some counter grenades coming out into the middle of Spinks's, trying to make his presence known. But they are, early on, concerned that there could be more of a long fight happening, or maybe at least an 8 tilt. It looks like that's not going to be happening. The lurk smoke set up here, which does create a bit of an on-ramp onto the B-bomb site.
And Carrigan will make his way through the mid doors as well. So definitely looking for that B split, but all this util is delaying the action here for FaZe. However, just 3 players to deal with. We'll see if they can get through the choke point. The spray through the smoke is devastating there from Spinks. This is absolutely not what FaZe was looking to be up against, and it is just a complete anticlimactic finish for them. Oh, that spray timing from Spinks was absolutely perfect. And MOUZ, I mean, they had information. They had players all over the map. Yeah. And so perhaps what FaZe were doing was a little too telegraphed at that stage.
I think you're absolutely right, because the one thing they didn't have here was any kind of a cell that there was some kind of catwalk involvement here. It was really, like you said, double smoke in middle with Carrigan already pushed out, which, if you want to watch a couple of teams that are really, or one team that does extremely well, Spirits, they will throw this, you know, smoke towards CT spawn and also towards the B-bomb side of middle, and then they will lurk Chopper in there. It's super fun to watch. I think they are probably the team, that, for my money, that does it the best in the world right now. And Carrigan trying to do something similar, but unfortunately, I think you have it a little bit too telegraphed with nobody doing anything else on the map.
And also, you know, I can understand why you'd be afraid of the MP9s close around Long and so on, but either way, you know, we've got FaZe with a lot of rounds left to play, and looking for some damage in this one. Is MOUZ going to give them anything? Obviously, FaZe, I mean, historically, if you want to go back a long time, always extremely dangerous with a pistol in these types of rounds, extracting as much value as possible, and they really do need to do something here to get these weapons out of MOUZ's hands. And Alicia's getting a little bit closer with that Tech 9, but no assistance for any kind of trade, and he will find that frag onto Spinks. A nice early start for FaZe.
Super nice. I mean, you already said it. They do have a bit of a knack for picking up rounds like these for no reason. Porsche's pushing into it here. It's a bit of a chaotic fight, but he's got teammates with him. Jimfat taking the fight towards Brokey here. Exertion really, I think, saving or at least controlling the situation in the middle. You could see there was an awkward spray coming through on the AK on Torshi there, so just a moment where it could have gone wrong, but still 4 in a row for MOUZ. FaZe, they're going to be picking up the AWP on Brokey. Brokey conversation is kind of fascinating at the moment, where I feel like the level of criticism from the community, maybe from some of the, some of the pundits too, is slowly increasing over time.
Understandable, absolutely understandable. I'm curious how he'll be activated in this round. The AWP is also coming out in the hands of Torsi on the other side, having amazing performances with it this tournament so far, as you would expect. And once again, it's an opening with long control for MOUZ. So if FaZe want to push MOUZ out of that position to start threatening the A site more, that's going to take some effort. And it's obviously dangerous. Catwalk could also be a nice pickup, but in this particular case, MOUZ hold on to both. And we need to see FaZe with some form of control with the util to take these positions away and then force MOUZ to a spot where they're playing further back and have less information.
What an off angle from Brolan. I think Frozen on the other side, I think he heard that flash was going in there. So he might be thinking it's a long corner. Like the flash itself might kind of make it hard to peek. Okay, he's going to throw a bit of a Molotov. So the fight is slowly brewing here. And he will decide to disengage.
Yes, and I wonder if the Molotov is like, hey, we're gonna, we're threatening this position, but as you're, I think, suggesting here, Anders, Brolan sees everything, so we'll see what FaZe decides to do with this. 4 players up on the catwalk position. Frozen's gonna have probably a difficult situation if he tries to come out along later, but we'll see what the entries could look like here. If FaZe are to make them, they can still drop mid and go for a fast B, and they do have a couple of smokes to cover the cross.
That's the second incendiary. Oh, the utility is crazy for MOUZ right now. They're running out. This round might already be over. FaZe, they're in a lot of trouble here. It's Torshi picking up that first flick, taking down Rain, 20 seconds. And the fight on long still hasn't really begun yet. Exertion very nearly with the double spray down. FaZe demolished before they even get up out of the catwalk. I've rarely seen anything like it. That is so much utility to have left in the last 30 seconds of a round. Normally, that's already been spent. You certainly, if you have something left, maybe you've got one more smoke. You don't have double incendiary and an HE grenade. Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually thought that FaZe probably would go back because they had the ability to do so. They created so much threat. I mean, this is the cool thing about Dust too, is that you threaten catwalk and you actually have a faster timing to get into mid than the CTs would. So you can push them all into the A site and then quick snap back into B. However, so far what we've seen is FaZe are trying to just group one spot, and that's the trend so far.
I hate to say it, but they have 5 kills in total on the FaZe side, which means Exertion is almost doubling all of the kills that...
Why are you saying this, Anders?
I don't know.
I wish you didn't say that.
Yeah. If I hated it, would I really be saying it? Maybe I'm lying. Lying on broadcast.
Okay, well, we might have another B assault here coming in from FaZe. We're going to be rushing in with the pistols, see if they'll be able to find any value. Jimfat and Torsi with just an excellent start here. At least able to get an entry finally, but so much damage has already been done. Weapons will be collected, so maybe FaZe could be on for something here with the bomb down.
Honestly, one of the more successful rounds. Tech9's onto the B bomb side. It is a classic. They picked up the AK as well on Elige, but he's very much alone back here. And the 1 versus 4. I mean, I can't even construct a way that he could have won that one. He's just so lost back there. Not really Elige's fault, to be honest. But, at least a kill and a bomb plant. It's a bit of a start. But the problem is just the money. There's so much of it on the MOUZ side, right? I think we've had this discussion in some of the other games where we sort of say, well, if you're losing, 5-0, 6-0 at the start, but it's really close, you have such an easy story to explain that, yeah, listen, we're going to get back into the game, but that's not the story that FaZe can cling on to right now.
No, there's no way around it. It's going to be a slog. And I'm curious if this would be normally a spot in a match where you could see a complete pace change, a huge strategy change, but we might be seeing it from MOUZ. They're looking to go for the mid push into a lower dark instantly, and this was not spotted, so this is something that is unknown by FaZe. As they progress into mid, this could be a horrible trap.
Yeah, that AWP taking away all the attention. You're absolutely right, Dan. They had no idea. Oh, that's devastating. A second kill for Exertion. Elige going down. And you know what? The thought about FaZe trying to change the pace, maybe MOUZ was thinking the exact same thing, because they're so suspicious that that's the point in the game when they say, okay, listen, if you're trying something, we're going to take it away. What a call coming out from MOUZ.
Yeah, they have such a good read. And look at this position. I love how they all fall out of those forward positions. I mean, you've got a 5v3. You don't need to really do anything extra at this point. Just hold your spots. You have everything covered. And there's a nice setup as well, a potential crossfire situation. If Torshi just drops off the cat, if there is to be a B push, it's going to be devastatingly hard for FaZe to make their way through B. And they're going to make their way into that B site through the tunnels. And I mean, it doesn't really get good anywhere you look here for FaZe.
It really doesn't. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing now, we said some of it looks a bit telegraphed. There's not a lot of complexity in the actual tactics here. It does seem to be almost a bit one-dimensional. Might be suffering from a rare kind of tactical aphasia, if you will allow it, Dan.
I allow it.
Oh God, getting slaughtered in the upper duck position. Spinks, actually, that is an insane spray down. I don't know how he gets every one of them, but he's laughing his way through the early game. He's 9-3, Exertion's 12-1. Brolan is 1-0. But that's, doesn't matter. He's like, the general at the back of the battlefield.
Yeah, it's definitely no sweat for Brolan. And FaZe, there's a moment here for them to consider their options.
We've got 2 double agents, Rain and Carrigan. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the approach change could be for them. The unfortunate thing, and as we talked about it, the last round you expect the strategy switch up, and you said I think quite rightly, when you're winning your MOUZ, you're thinking, how can we disrupt our opponent? And you get such a good read on the other in-game leader as to when they might feel like they are going to switch things up.
Right.
And so if you find that perfect disruptive play, that's great. Because we didn't even get to see what FaZe were trying to do with that opening in mid. And so FaZe don't even know if what they were going to do was going to work or not. So
yes,
it's a very tough spot to be in.
I think what you're highlighting is such a rare moment in Counter-Strike when, as an IGL, you get to call what the other team is doing, in so many rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Because you're absolutely right. For Carrigan, it might just feel like, man, how they know everything. How are they so far ahead? And you've got so little success on the T side, like you said, that there's nothing you can look back to and say, well, at least that worked. We'll try that again. It's like, what's worked so far? They've got onto Catwalk and the B-bomb side. That's pretty much it.
And interestingly here, we'll get some long control from FaZe, but they have no grenades, so they can't really work off of that. Because if you're going to make a full-out assault from the long position, if you're going to get to the site, you do need some util. It is an open position. They're going to try to see what they can make of it. And you have Brolan on the car position, so maybe able to improve his stat line, but a great shot from Frozen is going to take him down.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's not going to be easy. Rain is lurking in the middle, so if they can get up long and Rain can catch a kill here, it's sort of a winnable round. They've thrown the bomb across. Always a good idea. Incendiary, HE on top to try and slow down Carrigan. I don't know how the grenade didn't do more damage there. I feel like the HE hardly touched him at all. They've taken a lot of damage on the FaZe side, but somehow with no grenades, worse weapons, and almost everyone bleeding to death on the FaZe side, they're still finding a way into this one. 1 versus 4 here. So Jimmy got the first one. Rain will take him straight down. What an unlikely round. I think you pretty much shaped the narrative. How do you take long with no crossing smokes or anything?
Yeah.
Like, it should never happen.
It seems kind of wild. Very unusual, but they made it work. And again, it's like this interesting spot where it makes sense that MOUZ don't necessarily have to have a presence there for that very fact. And so, yeah, it's just one of those head scratches, I think, if you're MOUZ, that FaZe were able to manage to just find those fights and engineer around. But that's what they've done. 1-7, so there is absolutely a comeback potential now off of that. And it's an opening start from MOUZ, making sure they lock down this long control. FaZe have never been able to really have that at the early stages of the round or in a gun round.
The other classic FaZe thing is slow starts and then big comebacks. If you're a FaZe fan, you know that, and that's what you're hoping for right now. You want to see Carrigan pull another crazy comeback out of the hat. Down 7-0, but now look at the opening, pushing through their own smoke. So he pushes through the CT spawn smoke to set up that kill, and it's going to be Rain following it up. No longer the 00 agent. Spinks and Jimmy are left alive here, but just Spinks at the bomb side, he can't really do anything about it either. They're all coming for an absolute sick round here for FaZe, and much faster in terms of taking Catwalk and in terms of pushing through that smoke at CT spawn.
And maybe Jimfat can find a kill here. Frozen obviously is looking for this, and also might have the sense that if there's no push, that he might also, his exit might be getting held.
Right.
So we'll see what exactly happens from this engagement, but very interesting that the victory is coming from the catwalk position, the options, and I wonder now if MOUZ obviously are so prepared for that, and that's why we're seeing such an emphasis on the util dumping there, knowing that that's such a win condition for FaZe's T rounds.
Well, and just to say, this, just because you bring that up, the idea that now maybe MOUZ will try and worry more about catwalk, this is obviously where Carrigan is a demon to be up against, because he is going to be aware that maybe MOUZ will try and do that, and now the question becomes, does it open an avenue for some of these B splits? Like, can they now find a way? This is where the sort of the weird game that goes on in the background between IGLs is obviously very hard to catch for those of us who are just watching the game. Like, we'd need to be able to hear the comms, which for obvious reasons we cannot, even though it pains me. But yeah, it's so curious to see. And even though Broland's IGLing career has been just infinitely better than anybody thought. Like, the level of negativity when he got into this role was insane. It's obviously been really impressive. Still, it takes a long time to catch up to Carrigan.
Very true. And I can even see a world where also, if the CTs towards A are going for a faster timing to cat, that opens up long as well. So you're absolutely right. You know, you do get these potential openings. However, we'll see FaZe moving towards the long house at the moment. Obviously, there's an incendiary coming on down. Obviously, we get the smoke on the corner there. That does indicate that FaZe want to try to fight for this, but they're going to be aware that the A player is close to this, and there is a confirmation exertion with a free kill onto Carrigan, and that's not a way you want to start the round. In the meantime, FaZe are trying to see if they can find something cheeky towards that B site.
Not necessarily a terrible idea, but actually, MOUZ are super ready for a potential B split, and they were even at the start of the round. They had double middle, 1B, so they would have been ready in case they would have tried it. Frozen, can't really see where that smoke came from either. Maybe setting up a couple of grenades in the middle here. Spinks goes down, and Torshi, you gotta be careful, but so does Elige. That is a tricky kill to find. Catching it as he jumps up on the box. It's such a long spray, all 20 bullets. And Jimmy very nearly taking down Rain. But up at the A site, it really is just Broland, and he might get pushed from Catwalk as well. This could be a bit awkward.
Yeah, Broland is in. Oh, yes. Okay, that is, I was going to say, that's the frag. That is the frag that opens the round up completely. But the bomb has to make the very long trek away from the B tons all the way across. But still, we'll get an opening there for Rain as Torsi is trying to beat them to the punch.
How does Rain know? Look, he's still, like, one, he knew that Torshi was going to peek, and now he's crouched in with his head down, which does lower the view model just enough that he couldn't be seen by Jimfat. And he comes, it's actually a nightmare round for Rain. He's just outplayed him on a mental level in this round. That both those kills, obviously in terms of mechanics, don't really mean much, but somehow he saw it coming, maybe even before MOUZ made the decision.
And we're really seeing the resiliency, I think, that you would expect from a FaZe roster. The levels of experience, the levels of leadership, it's a team that's going to be extremely hard to throw off with a bad start. And so we're seeing somewhat of a recovery, but can it continue? Less emphasis on long from MOUZ, and we can see that opening will be taken here, and a kill as well from Brokey.
Yeah, there is a double open play, which is kind of interesting. One of them is really far away at the B bomb site. Counter smoke coming up to the middle of the lane. Oh, it's a nice idea for Jimfat. I do like that. But Carrigan, again, a step ahead. And sort of a tough position. MOUZ are actually out of money. There's a very good shot here that saving the double over the M4 is the better choice. 7 rounds already, I think 7 is more than enough on the CT side of Dust 2. So for my money, try and fight, see if you can get 8 in the next one. They are going to push their way in. Exertion goes down, and now the AWP is at massive risk. Missed opportunity, and I think Torshi knows better to back on out now. FaZe gonna be up to 4 here, which honestly is a really nice recovery.
Yeah, and I have a point about that Jimfat push through the smoke as well. There's another reason why it makes sense, and it's because FaZe were, for the first many rounds, they were showing to MOUZ, we're 4-1-ing, we're 4-1-ing, we're 4-1-ing. And so there, if you're seeing all the presence, the 4 on A long, you would, at most, you probably would expect the 1 to be towards mid.
Yes.
So I think the run through the smoke there makes a lot of sense. For Jimfat, it's a great gamble, but that wasn't the formation. FaZe changed the formation. Now they're hunting the remaining AWPs. They're going to get both. That's massive going into the final round here, Anders.
Obviously, there's so much going on that it almost feels like FaZe played the first 7 rounds of the game with blanks, and now it's MOUZ's turn. Like they're just none of those AWP shots hitting, not really very much connecting at all. It's a bizarre scenario.
And the util game is, as soon as the money ran out for MOUZ, it's been much more of a struggle because they don't have all that util dumping potential.
I do like this. They tried it once before, and again, now it's also a question of, again, like you said, the utility, the weapons here. So you want to throw in a surprise, you want to try and see if you can trick them into something. Actually get the kill on the Liege, and Carrigan goes down. Oh, FaZe. They shouldn't be losing this round, but they might be forced to. Jimfat, this time, the push in from the B-bomb side is going to be paying off, and the bomb is out there. I don't think they've quite found it yet, but Rain, no matter how smart he is, a 1 versus 4 here at the center of the map. The thing that he does have is the time on the clock to maybe get the job done, but...
And they're also spread out. They're all split up, so he could isolate 1v1s. That is the way that you win a clutch like this. So Rain just has to have a little bit of lady luck on his side on the timings, and there might be a world.
Can Spinks... Okay, he can. I was going to say if Rain could crouch under that, but he definitely can't. So nicely done. 8-4 at the end of it. Still a strong start for MOUZ. Welcome back, everybody. Second half is here. MOUZ now on the T side, FaZe on the CT side. And honestly, I think at 8 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2, you are in a really strong position. Slow start for FaZe, maybe, but the recovery here is not going to be easy at all. Now, I'm immediately watching the double smoke there on the MOUZ side. I always, when I look at this, I always think, oh, there could be like one of those double pumps on long where you throw the cross smoke, but actually, they're going to be forced into a fight in the middle. Doesn't matter what they have planned because FaZe is here to try and take it away. Liege, he gets the opening, but not more than that. Somehow, MOUZ they turned it around. They really looked like they were not ready for that battle.
Yes, FaZe definitely not getting what they were hoping out of that one, and now a man deficit. Now, it's obviously still very doable in the pistol, but I love this from MOUZ, just pausing their pace, looking to see if FaZe are going to make any additional maneuvers, especially there could have been an extra player in mid, for example, that they could have caught a timing on, but there's, you can only wait for so long. As we see MOUZ now just finally looking to progress towards long, and FaZe are making the right moves here. Rain is finally starting to look for that flank, and in FaZe's cap, they've also got someone on the cross. Brokey's ready.
Yeah, he didn't get to do very much with the AWP at all in the first half, but if they can win a pistol here, it might bring them right back. Jim Fat, that's the P250 at range, and Carrigan tagged up and taken down. Rain, a 1 versus 3. He does throw out a bit of a smoke because the bomb is on his side right now, so he knows they have to come and challenge him, but he's already been gushed up. Oh my God! He just deleted Brolan like it was nothing, slapped him from on top of that car, and he takes down Torshi. An absolute clinic here from the Norwegian.
That's absurd from Rain. What a beautiful clutch, and such an unlikely clutch. The flick headshot. Unbelievable performance, and they needed it desperately. If you start, I mean, already so many rounds as a deficit going into this half. If you start this half without the CT economy, I don't think FaZe will come back from that.
I think Scrawny yesterday said that between the P250 and the 5.7, the P250 is sort of a gentleman's weapon, and I agree with Connor on that.
Yeah.
I think he's onto something, but the USP. That's for the distinguished gentleman. That's when you wear full suit and ties, when you've got some experience behind you. You don't need to impress anyone. You're just here to show the kids how it's done. Rain. I don't know if he fits in a suit because he is pretty muscular, but my God, that's crazy.
That just is an incredible clutch, and we have a scout on Torsi. We saw some stuff against Vitality yesterday on Mirage. So Torsi very dangerous with that one. But there is a grouping here from MOUZ towards this catwalk position. Will be spotted out by Elige. Can use util to slow it down. Not interested in a fight. Just wants to make sure he keeps tabs. Holds the position. And repositions there again after showing that he left that spot. We'll have to see if that's going to pay off. But MOUZ is starting to fall back out of the cap position.
You sometimes see people also just jump in position there to pretend like they drop down. So there's some weird mind games that can be played, no question. Okay, Brokey flashing in his teammate. Simple trick, anyone can do it. Just have a teammate throw the flash for you, but it works really well.
Good nade, actually, but Carrigan getting some damage from that scout. And in this position, really needs some help here in this position, but it seems like he'll take the first one down. Really nice cleanup coming in now from the remainder of the FaZe players. And that is a very, very good round. They kept everybody alive.
Yeah. Which, to build a comeback is going to be important. I mean, we saw the luxury for MOUZ of having as much money as they did in the first half, even though weirdly, it sort of didn't help them because they went on a loss streak themselves. But normally, obviously, on the CT side, if you can build up a big bank, then you're a lot more resilient to losing a couple of rounds. Somehow this is a 6-8 game. I really don't understand it because MOUZ were crushing FaZe at the start, but we did also warn you guys at home, FaZe notoriously very hard to put away. They do have this weird dynamic where they're able to come back into the games.
Going super aggressive towards top mid here. Also look, presence lower dark, and they are taking the fight straight to the AKs here of MOUZ. And is it going to pay off there for FaZe? Oh, wow, what a performance there out of Elige and Carrigan. And now 3 players are remaining here for MOUZ. Exertion able to take down Frozen. Nice nade follow-up from FaZe as well. And as things reset here, MOUZ are in trouble.
That is a crazy, scrappy start to the round. How did they not die, Dan? There's a tiny corner that they can stand, and they're getting really sort of shot at from both sides. Just a weird crossfire there for MOUZ that I honestly think should have worked. And
Carrigan has
somehow,
1 HP, Anders.
Yeah. Maybe he calculated it. He was like, you know what? I know exactly how much of a fight I can take.
The interesting question here now is, with 50 seconds left, what is the play for MOUZ? Absolutely not out of the round. They've got a lot of util, 3 smokes. So are they considering a playthrough long? Anything at this point feels like a gamble, because one thing they have going for them is the element of surprise. They reset. They could be going B. They could be going A. So you kind of don't want to announce your presence by using util just yet. So you have to take some gambles and pray. No one is on these close positions long. They're taking the gamble, and they're being rewarded.
Honestly, if they can go long and let Spinks try and plant the bomb, then Exertion and Torshi could just play at range and try to get something done there. But the rest of them, I think if they try to cross, they're so low on health already, it's insanely risky. You can see the Incendiary going down here, and they have to stop. Exertion already almost dead from walking into that Incendiary. And the spray here, Brokey finding a couple. It couldn't have been any better. It was a lot for Spinks to try and do on his own, and the rotation coming from FaZe. Right in the beginning, they only had Elige here, but pretty quickly, Brokey started to get chimed in as well. Nice couple of kills for Spinks, staying alive and causing some economic loss for FaZe. It's not bad at all. And now we're up to 8-7, but the lead for MOUZ is just shrinking.
It is, and the momentum is fully with FaZe now, and that is a hard thing to imagine seeing based on the opening 8 rounds of this game. And we credited the call from Brolan to take on the CT side to get that nice disruptive push on round 7 against FaZe, and now we just saw that coming in from Carrigan here as we go for that long challenge. The fight between the two sides, smoke is going to deter FaZe from taking a full play deeper towards the longhouse, and now it's down to Elige to try to stop or slow this pressure from Cat.
Brolan's down on long, and you're right, he wants to slow it down, being pushed even through the Incendiary. And this is the problem with the Incendiary. I've been raving about it for a while. Exertion ran through then, and he's only at 71. So if he could have got the kill on Elige, it would have been so worth it. By the way, now I was coping earlier on behalf of Brolan, but he's at 1 and 8. That's no longer good enough. He just has to get a couple of kills. Maybe this one out long would have made a big difference. Pushing out the middle with 4 people, and Frozen getting the first one.
Yeah, and there's a small timing window here where they have 2 players on the B side that they can try to deal with here. They need to get there quickly, but now that smoke will delay them. Players now coming in from the CT spawn position for FaZe are going to be able to combine the full force of FaZe to sandwich the MOUZ players, and that's 8-8 scoreline. This is quite the recovery, all off of that pistol from Rain that made it all possible.
It's a community meme, isn't it, with FaZe? Paid by the round. Even against FlyQuest, they just kept on going. Yeah, our co-streamers can't believe it. I don't care. I was thinking, what? Why? What did they say? They just wanted a quick game, with 2-0 Exertion saying, it's pretty hot in here. Let's get it out of the way. There are no quick games against FaZe. It's not a thing that happens. For some reason, I don't know how it works, but the stupidest thing, maybe it says something about me. I'm equally surprised every time. Every time I think, that's it, they've lost. It's over. They might still lose, but in theory, they should have lost 10 minutes ago.
But are you not entertained, Anders?
No, it's fantastic.
Well, MOUZ maybe not putting quite as much pressure up Cat, but might try to feign that. As Brolan will make his way up there to try to force the players back. That could be defending here from MOUZ. We've had Elige in that spot many times, but more defensive, and with Brokey on that off angle there with that AWP, now starting to creep ever forward. Now knowing that MOUZ does have that Cat control, FaZe don't have to make him move at this point. It's on MOUZ to show their hand now.
What a weird off angle here for Brokey. I can actually understand, they're going to smoke it up, and he pushes right into it. Exertion goes down. He spots more players behind. I think getting the kill is great, but the additional information is such a huge thing. They know it's not a B-split. As soon as he sees that many players there, he has a good idea. Grenade thrown out. Brokey is ready. He's up to 9. Starting to get a bit more warmed up, and a nice headshot. Torshi's dead and gone immediately because Frozen had the AK. That actually is one of those things where if it had been the M4A1 on the other side, there's a chance he could have shot back with the AWP, but the window just wasn't there for it. 3 kills in the round for Brokey, and FaZe are now in the lead. This is a 7-0 start in favor of MOUZ. Just as a by the way.
Yeah, just to remind you guys. A tale of 2 halves. Now, the interesting thing here is, okay, well, what is MOUZ going to do? Because they've been defaulting kind of around Cat a lot, and it's being repeatedly shut down by FaZe, and FaZe haven't done anything except that one very well-timed round where they did rush up mid, where honestly their economy wasn't even settled yet, so it's a high-risk play call from Carrigan. It paid off, but that's been the main disruptive play that FaZe have made. Now, obviously, we won't get like a full buy round, all the AKs and util here for MOUZ, so this might not be the round for FaZe to try to play like that again. You want to just play your weapon advantages, your util advantages. But I have to wonder, is FaZe going to try to do something crazy again on the next buy round for MOUZ? And for MOUZ, what do they have a switch up in store?
Yeah, this is where it comes down to, can you outsmart Carrigan? who's going to raise their hand to that proposition. By the way, FaZe has 51 kills, and it's Rain with 11. Or otherwise, they're all like at 10. They're just all across the... Like, what a team effort this is right now. That's that early smoke that I was talking about yesterday, that Roland throws in case there's an incendiary. He wants to be able to push through it. So this time there was none, but it's something to really watch for at home because it is such a strong way to stop the CTs from slowing you down if they are trying to do that with the incendiary. Brokey does get a kill on the Torch. With a pistol. A little bit of pressure here as Carrigan ends up going down. Just the speed and the relentless aggression coming out from the T side actually has delivered them one of the better positions maybe so far in the second half. Unfortunately, though, the bomb is back on Catwalk, so Exertion, very tough 1v3. Yeah. No, oh, no.
You hate to see it. It's a classic. It just falls off the cat. Man. It looks like you said, with the pace, it looks so good here. Exertion does have an AK-47, 3 players, breaking on 1 HP. You wouldn't say it should be possible, and it absolutely won't be. Brokey with the kill, and that's a 10-8 scoreline now for FaZe.
I actually think if I was coaching a team, I would institute some sort of penalty if you have the bomb and you run close to the ledge, because it really does happen. You see it every once in a while. Who's it? Was it Torshi? Oh, they actually jumped down. Never mind. They didn't run close to the ledge.
Right, I also thought that because that's just what would happen, isn't it? That's just what.
He actually made the drop. Fair enough, though. It's now a 10-8 scoreline. FaZe winning 5 in a row. I am still very shocked here, but MOUZ does not count them out yet.
Everything normal for FaZe as well in terms of their setup, so they're not trying anything disruptive. Elige is, with that said, Elige is actually playing into the mid position, so it's a 2-1-2 setup, so less emphasis towards the A site. So FaZe right now gambling the early play for MOUZ is going to lean B.
Yeah, this is again where you just don't want to be up against a leader like Carrigan, because he just has this weird insight into the game. Let's see if he's going to end up being right about this. But if they've already called the B split out of spawn and MOUZ play into it, you're going to feel like, if you're MOUZ, that you're just living in Carrigan's world. Like, you just happen to have, there's no choice. You don't even control any of the rules,
Carrigan can't die, though, because if they see that Carrigan's playing that spot, they have to ask the questions.
Yes.
They know the setup's different at that point, so Carrigan falling off after the initial util.
But they are going to B split. They've thrown the one smoke, and then they're going to do it again. They might set up like a couple of flashes on Catwalk, but they're definitely going to do it. So,
has Carrigan really masterminded this? So with that said, the setup still has to work. Elige dug in here.
Sure.
Do you expect 2 players to be in there? We're going to see Frozen. He's going to show himself here. And so if a player dies car, you're not going to expect Elige.
Yeah, this is such an insanely engineered round out of FaZe. If it doesn't work, it'll be so sad. They even set it up with a flash just to show, hey, we know 20 seconds left. They're trying to push through. Incendiary down to slow it as well. This whole round, it was over as soon as the countdown was done and the freeze time. Carrigan had just read into the future and saw what was out there, and MOUZ, they're now playing into it. They are fighting their way back, but like you said 10 seconds ago, you're never expecting a second player. 3 seconds left. Exertion, he has to get the kill, but he's stuck down. He just won't give him the fight. It's so deliciously petty for Elige.
Yeah, all you have to do to win the round is just hold the crouch button. Just keep it held, and it's the round is won. It's the easiest round win ever. But it is just so poetic how it's Elige coming up right at the end to get that kill. Beautifully done. FaZe 11-8 now, and Carrigan, you've been talking about it. He really is doing a great job with these calls. It's hard to say how he was able to just figure it out both times, but he has, and that's an 11-8 scoreline. MOUZ do have an AWP on Torsi, but the issue is I feel like they haven't really been able to activate Torsi. It's always a question when you have an AWPer is, can you get them into a position to perform? And FaZe have really been denying it so far.
Yeah, they're doing so many things right at the moment. I mean, you could definitely criticize FaZe also in this round, because obviously with the setup here, it's not supposed to be down to the 1v1. By the way, if I lose a round like this, a 1v1, because some guy is crouching in the dynamic fight, I am so mad. That's where I'm punching the monitor and throwing the mouse and keyboard. That would trigger the hell out of me. But it's really funny to watch. Here we go. Smoke throwing down from the CT side, from spawn essentially. So just waiting for that to land. Torshi doesn't even want to pull the trigger. He's saying, all right, never mind.
And Elige has now moved his way towards a long setup at the beginning of the round, as opposed to starting off towards Cat for the 2-1-2. So, and Brokey's playing that mid position here with the AWP. So mixing the setups up slightly, giving up Cat completely, putting more of that emphasis towards long early on. But will there be some value here for Brokey with the AWP?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely one of those positions where if he misses a shot, they can try to run him down. So that's maybe one disadvantage. But then again, Brokey is one of the harder players in the game to run down because he seems to thrive in the chaos. So.
Yes. And one extra interesting note about this is that as MOUZ, they want to try to use the pistoling players to create an opening for Torzi. Otherwise, one of the reasons for this setup from FaZe is because if you have pistols, what is the best round for the T side? Rushing up Cat. So you would just avoid that completely and gun them down from range.
They've picked a nice round to do this in, to be honest. Brokey's really far away, so it's kind of up to Rain and Frozen inside. They're going to be putting up a bit of a smoke there to try and slow it down, but all the bullets already spent. Rain, nothing left to fight with. Brokey gets one for the smoke. How? It must have been on top of it, but still, super successful for MOUZ. They trade their way into the bomb site, 3v3. One of these is a scout, though, which is a bit of a concern, and there is a flank coming in from Carrigan, so if MOUZ can't hold this, they might just lose on Dust 2 in spite of an insane first half. I'm shocked.
Yeah, this is really scary. Okay, that smokes is interesting. That might set up that is going to set up Carrigan here. But they need to time this perfectly. Carrigan coming through. Is he going to find the supply right behind him? Carrigan didn't realize in time. And it's all that they can do now to potentially save this AWP. MOUZ with a very, very unusual round here. Perhaps too much respect given from FaZe's positions. And Brokey, he will hold on to that AWP. But this is MOUZ finding a way back in off of the saved AWP. And I think, and as part of the reason why respect was given is because of that they know it's pistols and they know it's the saved AWP.
Yes.
So there's like the double threat there that they have to worry about.
No question about it. And FaZe too, I mean, they've already won so many rounds in a row. It probably doesn't feel too bad to have to give up just the one if you can still buy, if you can still make an effort in some of the next rounds here, but MOUZ winning finally something like this, the first round that they're picking up in the second half. Otherwise, it's just been Carrigan in complete control of the simulation.
And this is one of the cool things about Counter-Strike too, is that we have a scenario now where MOUZ have done enough damage that if they were to win this round, we essentially get a tied game at 11-11. So
right.
it's a thriller. So that's going to be a very interesting prospect. But it goes the other way as well, that if FaZe are able to pick this one up, they are should likely be a lock-in. So this might be the most important round.
Let's return to a topic of conversation as well for somebody like Broline, who's now 2-12. Now, I'm going to start looking for, can he just have that one round? He's not going to have a great scoreline at the end of this one, but just one round where he can make a difference, because then all is forgiven. And they do need him. They need just, you know, a round where he has a good double kill, want some kind of clutch here. He's been contributing an enormous amount on the tactical side. We saw that because of how the first half went, but right now, it's going to be down to kills for him to try and see if he can do something more for his team. Also, doing a lot of the entry work here, so he's taking a lot of damage at the start, all the way down to 27.
And Brokey is so important in this round. We're considering the long control that's currently had by MOUZ, and look at the hold from both teams at the moment. No one wanting to sort of make a move. FaZe detecting the pause. Are they resetting? It's Torzi to take down Brokey. That AWP 1v1, that is going to be a painful reality here for FaZe. How do they read this? They're starting to rotate towards the A site. They're going to leave openings towards mid and B as MOUZ make their way up Cat.
Carrigan, what is this position? Okay, Torshi did actually kind of spot him out, and he will take him down as well. Frozen, it's time to leave. Well, might not be allowed to leave. Spinks was trying to catch him as he was rotating out of there. Rain already very low on health for a MOUZ. Finding a way back, and it's not more than a round ago that you said that Torshi really hadn't had the impact, and it could be hard to find. This is one of the rounds where he actually does, and it's one of the rare sort of straight AWP versus AWP battles that we end up having. Torshi coming out with 3 in this one.
Can Rain save the M4? It would be really nice here. Anything for FaZe to take into the next round would be really important. Everything counts. Able to take down Jimfat, but with that, gives his position away. Might be another opportunity here for MOUZ to get this gun out of his hands. Brilliant read there from Rain. Knows he has to actively find some of these fights so that he can be the initiator.
If they can find him, it's still worth it, though. I mean, if Torshi doesn't really want to go for it here, fair enough. But in theory, if they could have found him there, he'd be losing 3 or 4 players. Yeah. It's not a bad idea, because the truth is, FaZe don't have any more money.
And one of the things now, I mean, one of the reasons why the success happened here is because MOUZ, I don't think they've managed to get a long take like that cleanly typically they get kind of stopped at the doors there by the util or by the frags, whatever it might be. But that was part of the reason why Torsi was able to get into one of the best spots to play an op with. So that's got to be in FaZe's mind for the next gun round, that they have to take care of long, and then the mind games begin. If they overcommit there, they open up cat.
Torsi, I think he sees that that's just a pistol, but I respect the fact that he doesn't go for any repeats. The potential for maybe killing a USP, or even if it was a deagle, I mean, sure, that's fun, but the threat, if you end up going down, could also absolutely be there. Carrigan.
That's sick, Anders. He's crossed, and they have no idea. What a timing.
How you wish he had anything but a USP right now. It's close. It's so close. Jimmy almost turned around, but again, how much could you do in this position? He's missed a couple there, does get the kill, and now the rest are going. I do like this from FaZe. The communication for Brokey to also take a fight in the middle at the same time, just to try and cause maximum chaos here. Elige spotted out, and Brokey gonna steal an AK and throw it back to his teammate. It almost is good enough here, but still, man down. They've got the AK on Frozen. I don't want to count them out yet. Elige, just one P250 at the site.
Can that AK make the difference? It's in a good spot here. MOUZ can still make their way across. There's the AK coming into play. Frozen's been spotted. Gets taken down, though. Only one, and it had so much potential thanks to that timing from Carrigan. But MOUZ are able to steer the ship clear of disaster for the tie game, 11-11. And now FaZe pick up the bye. And the question is, how do they deal with long?
Oh, it's just so close, isn't it?
So close.
If they could have found a way to get an AK over onto Elige there, I think I said P250, but P2000, that would have been more fun. Jimfat just confidently taking this position. He's not afraid of anything. Elige blown up at the start, and Jimfat doesn't take any damage. Look at the middle, Exertion. He's walked straight in here. This is actually one of the things that does make MOUZ such a tough team. He heard the jump down, he knew. That is the power of being in that forward position. Brokey's not thinking, oh, I might give away some of the audio here. He's not thinking about that fact yet. And he just gets executed.
And this rotate from MOUZ was actually really, really fast. They've slowed it down now, but we'll see what they decide to do with that. Obviously, getting that extra pick does give them more options to play. 5 versus 3. Typically, the A site is going to be easier to take when you have the man advantage on the T side of Dust 2. So they're just playing this by the book. And it's just Carrigan in position. And M4, no utility at all.
I mean, he should never really be even in position to get close to winning this one. It should be just a question of raw power and trading their way through. Does get the first one. Dink onto Brawler. It's not bad for Carrigan. Again, that's pretty good. He's always going to be at such a huge disadvantage playing on that ramp. What would make this the ultimate sort of FaZe classic game would be losing this round, which obviously they are going to do, and then somehow winning the next round in the most absurd way possible.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I'm just curious if they're going to be able to hold onto these guns. It would be good to see if them with a real chance here. Once again, Rain playing the save simulator. Oh, okay, the nade's actually helpful, but the flash is too good there. Spinks peeking with that one, and Frozen might just be the only player to survive here for FaZe. Looks like he should be good to live, but just one M4. I mean, is it going to be enough to aid the buy? To create that absurdity that could be lying in wait for us.
The issue is, as much as you would want to see them repeat some of those top mid pushes, you're playing into expectation when you do that. I'm sure MOUZ are going to be talking and saying, listen, just be aware of anything. I would be shocked if MOUZ don't try it again. Throwing away the face shots.
Oh my goodness.
They're out of it. He's given up already. Never give up on FaZe is a classic mistake. Like I said it myself, I do it all the time, so I can't really judge too much. But whenever you say, FaZe have lost, that's the moment before they somehow make it back in overtime. It just always is.
Okay, well, we get the timeout, so they can do all the thinking here and really try to come out with the best possible opening. The problem is on the CT side, you just have less options, obviously, to get aggressive, especially on a map like Dust 2. It carries so much risk. We saw even there where Elijah's just trying to take the long position. You can just get picked if the other team decides to take a good spawn with it and just play for the timing. So
I'm calling it. I'm trying to be Carrigan, but from a casting point of view, I'm calling it Brokey 3 headshots with the scout. That's my prediction for the round, Dan. Let's see who really is in control of this simulation.
Well, there is an aggressive play lower tons. Elish is also a bit aggressive on Cat as well. Carrigan's going to detect a surge of players towards that long position. So FaZe have a sense as to what MOUZ is opening with, and there we go. There's an opening kill for FaZe, and this might just fully commit MOUZ into the A site.
Yeah, I think it will. That's actually not a bad smoke at all. Flash around the corner. They can't see a thing. That was expertly timed. Elish set up Carrigan. The smoke helped out, obviously, but they just can't see a thing. Grenades being traded around the corner here. A 3 versus 5, and FaZe looking to get a couple of more kills. Push this one into OT if they're being allowed to. Carrigan maybe pushing through a bit early. It's Rain and the double spray down. He's up to 20 kills. Now just Exertion, who's been doing so much lifting for MOUZ. 1 versus 4, and look at how they draw back. The bomb is all the way back here on long. How could you ever win this one, Dan?
Oh, wow, it's very, very tough. Exertion, at least with some health on his name. Elish is very weak, and Brokey's very weak. They're basically both 1 shot each, so there is a world where this is doable. The fake comes out, and the reset here from Exertion as he looks for the Cat player. But unfortunately, there is nobody Cat. He's losing time, and the reposition here, because of this from FaZe, is going to be very helpful. Spots both players, I think. Frozen going down, 1 more on the ramp as well. And another reset here. The run from Exertion to B.
Brokey's in the middle, though. He's hearing him, but because it's the scout, he can't get the kill. He puts him down to just 4 points of health. Exertion looking to see if he can clutch his way out of this one. 12 seconds. 1 versus 4, and now down into a 1 versus 1 of Elish covering the cross, not getting the kill there. The bomb will be planted. Elish running up close, but he doesn't have the grenade to get rid of him. Just a bit of a decoy. That's not getting the job done. He's got the right view, and there we go. Exertion clutches his way through. 26 kills at the end, and a 1 versus 4 to seal the deal in favor of MOUZ.
It took absolute brilliance from Xertion to close that in regulation, but brilliance he had in spades. FaZe looking like their old selves, finding that spark, but it still was not enough. That map started 7-0. We thought we were getting a blowout. We were all ready to sing the sad song, to sound the funeral horns, but they are not dead yet, unless Xertion buries them.
Never nervous. I was never nervous for MOUZ Boys. You know, it looked great. Then it started to look a little bit dire, but then they came back, and Dustin, you were all in that this round wasn't gonna go to FaZe. We're gonna go to overtime. But then Exertion stepped it up. He won an incredible clutch, and here we are going into second map with a 1-0 MOUZ Boys.
That is the most fucking FaZe way to lose a game I've ever seen. That should have been overtime all day long. They had this guy pinned down. Look at this. Like,
this is unbelievable.
It's a 1v3. Yes, 2 of them are low HP. I understand. But Dupree, how does this happen?
This is more about the understanding of the round. Like, he knows he needs to try and find some kind of equalization before he gets the bomb down. You know, the fact that he gets the timing going to catwalk, gets to spot the guy that is already in the ramp. He knows there's most likely a guy backing him up, but there's probably a case that he's also heard the scope from spawn. But, you know, the whole idea, and then running to B, making it there, and then, you know, just obviously playing his position. Because right now he's unknown. Alicia has no idea where he went to. And, you know, I think Exertion, when he got the bomb down with that time, he was pretty sure he's going to win it.
But on the door cross, he knows he's been tagged with the op.
It was a scout, though. It was a scout, though.
It was 4 HP.
That's true, though. Elise could have gone closer, but, you know, that's just the case. You know, he didn't do so.
It's so tough because, I mean, obviously it starts immediately not in FaZe's favor, right? I mean, I think they only had 6 kills throughout the first 7 rounds, like such a massive lead from MOUZ Sports and Xertion. Obviously, really the catalyst for all that success they were having, you know, on this side. And you see FaZe find a way to grind back, though they start piecing together some magic. They start getting some good, you know, solid fundamentals rolling, and they put themselves in a position where I really thought truly at one point when it was like 8-8 and they won one of those really key gun rounds, I'm like, I think FaZe is actually going to take this map somehow. It's their pick. It looks like they're finally figuring things out. But as it always seems to happen for FaZe, it's just like the dotting of the I's, the crossing of the T's, those final little pin strokes that you have to make to write history. They are just unable to get to that point on the page.
And it's a little bit like what we've seen already, you know, the fact that FaZe Clan has looked a little bit dire. You know, they can play good. They've said that themselves. They can play good. They can play bad. This is the same case that we've seen a couple of times now with FaZe Clan. They seem to be going off the bat. They seem to be playing really good. Then all of a sudden something happens. Carrigan even mentioned that when small things, small details happen, then they start being, you know, maybe dire towards each other. They might start thinking about things, and it just seems to pan out of control for them. And that is also what happens to you. Like, in theory, they should never be able to lose this last round. And overall, they shouldn't have let this lead they have built up, and also the comeback they have mounted, slip away from them.
No, certainly not. Dire straits here, but...
They lived and died by the sword, I feel like. Like, there were moments where they were getting a little bit more forward on positions. You know, Brokey was taking key op shots defensively. Kerrigan was actually anchoring long A like a maniac a couple of times, man. Like, the fact that he was out-fragging Brolin, who's supposed to be defragging IGL on the server in this particular matchup, I thought Kerrigan actually showed a hot hand a few times. And then all of a sudden, Rain, incredibly slow start. Defensively, he gets rolling as well with the M4, and the anchors are doing their jobs, and everyone's performing exactly how you want to, but then all of a sudden, things start to crumble. Those same things that were working for them in the middle of the half all of a sudden weren't. Brokey misses a key op duel against Torzy at long A all of a sudden. All of a sudden, Kerrigan gets bulldozed at long. All of a sudden, these mid-B splits start having more impact. They start finding the picks in CT spawn that they were unable to find against FaZe earlier in the half. And it's really just a dichotomy of MOUZ showing us why they're so damn good and why they're one of the best teams in the world, and FaZe showing us while, even though they have so many things right, we've talked about this time and time again, Peter, they do so many things well, but it's just for whatever reason, that last little hurdle they need to leap over to cross the finish line, they just can't seem to figure out how to get over it.
We'll leave FaZe alone for the moment because I do want to continue praising MOUZ. Now, Dupree, you had a round here you wanted to talk about?
I do. It's round 5, and obviously it's a situation where you need to dive a little bit into the details. You know, they are aware that the terrorists are coming from the catwalk position. You know, they dump utility. Everyone can do that, you know, but overall we need to look a little bit more of the broader picture and into the details, what MOUZ do so well. And this is a great example, and they've done this multiple times. This is just a small sample size, but once you get the first kill with the AWP Torzy, you switch this over to Exertion sitting on bottom side. You know, he is aware that they are scaling up. He goes for this kill. Instead of just continuing fighting, he tucks in behind the box once more, waiting for his AWP to go for another peek before he repeaks. And it's in the details that when you go up against the best teams in the world and some players that you need to beat, you also need to be aware that the more stress you can provide to them and the more that you can stay alive and the more you can play situations together, this is exactly what MOUZ are doing. And I can guarantee that on the FaZe team speak, when they get the kill, when Torzy gets the first kill on the cross, they're like up on long. When the Exertion steps out, they get stressed by him sitting aside, by him staying alive on the bomb side. That is exactly why they actually get this easy round.
I feel like we should talk about Brolin here, both because we can praise them for what they're doing in terms of how they're playing off of each other, how they're calling things, but also we saw that lingering shot on the player cams after the victory. Yep. He had a rough individual map. It's the quintessential IGL experience. And you could see Cyclone giving him a slow talking to. You just want a map. Why are we in our feelings?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You know, I think it's a situation where, you know, when this guy took over the in-game leadership, the biggest concern, I think, was how is he going to handle the pressure of a tense mid-round moment? How is he going to handle, you know, where he needs to be resilient in a moment when his team is behind? And I think that was always the worries, because sure, some of your initial systems from your previous IGL and the fact that the coaching staff is the same, that's going to remain in place. You're not just going to memory hole everything that you've been doing when this team was a consistent top 5 team in 2024. But how does your new IGL handle tense moments? And there was a lot of this game. Like you said, he wasn't fragging. They were behind in the second half after having such a brilliant start. But the fact that he found a way to still help his team cross the finish line, even if he wasn't fragging particularly well, is actually really awesome to see from him.
And I mean, it's what we talk about, right? In terms of when you're the IGL, your stats are going to suffer. And when you're up against a brain like Kerrigan, where you know he's pulling out a lot of different tricks, where he's showing different looks, where he's adapting on the fly to what you're showing him, that is a tough mind to counter, even if his team is having some struggles. You see it reflected in the individual performance. It's hard to think and shoot at the same time.
And it is also where you need to like leave and put things a little bit on each individual side. Like, yeah, if you have a bad series in England, you cannot, or at least you need to try and not let that affect your calling. Because if you start getting tilted or frustrated about your own individual performance, and then you need to let that out somehow, it's very much, like, it's very easy to come to a point where you just like start getting tilted and it might frustrate you around. Like, why didn't I call that? Yada, yada, yada. And then you start playing worse. You simply can't that. You need to try and leave that out. And I also believe that is what Cyclone probably common team like want to tell Brolin, that we won the map. We did good. You know, we came to the conclusion that this is exactly what we wanted. But you cannot, you know, like be a little bit more like great to yourself.
I do want to talk more about FaZe, and I want to look at the positives here for FaZe, Dust. You'll like this because it was looking like a blowout for a time. And this was more quintessential FaZe. They find the spark, they find those couple of rounds, and then things get exciting. And this round in particular you wanted to touch on, it's round 9.
Yeah, this is the round where I really thought there was an opportunity for FaZe to get something going here. And it was really just them after being so far behind, actually finding a little bit of something. They put the cat pressure. It allows Kerrigan to slip out door, catch the Opera who dropped off his spawn. They flashed off very well. Rain steps out and shows you, hey, I still got the entry dog in me, even if that's not the role I'm playing on this team right now. And then they're able to get out into open space. That's where FaZe is really at their best. Like, if they can just get that little spark that you're talking about, they have the gasoline necessary to turn that into flames. But unfortunately, they just couldn't carry that over all the way to the end of the game.
Entry dog, is that related to Updog? Sure. Oh, no one's going to give me that. Anyways, on to you, Peter.
Well, I just wanted to showcase this round as well. Just the fact that we talked about Kerrigan likes to make this mini phase. He likes to thrive inside chaos. The small flashing the orb of Cat, putting some pressure on actually allows him to sneak into CT and gets the first opening. And we talked about that. Why would Rain actually not, why wouldn't he swing like maybe that back in 2019 or 20, Rain would have swung that, getting multiple kills. But I actually think it is actually for the broader picture that he didn't do that. Because he knows that Kerrigan is actually on his way into flying the guy that he just dropped into CT spawn. So actually, I think this round was really well played for them. And the fact that they also killed Torsi in spawn, they know that the op has been limited on the A-bomb side. At this point, you just need to scale. You have the AKs, you have the numbers, and you just got to get the job done.
Now, we do still have that series, right? Have we seen enough from FaZe with that FlyQuest series yesterday? With this map now, it's encouraging signs. Yeah, maybe the car's still having some trouble, but this time it's just that they ran out of gas, not that the engine exploded.
I think we're at a point now where, promising signs in the early portions of a game or the early portions of a round just aren't good enough anymore, Mike. I mean, look, we have seen this time and time again. Every single time FaZe has stepped into a tournament, we see the positive signs. We see, hey, they know how to open things up in a round. They know, how to put their star players in good positions. They know how to get to mid-round winning positions, even with an advantage or at least equal numbers, but they just cannot finish. And if they are unable to do that, this team is washed.
Well, they may be washed, or they may be dry. We'll find out on the other side of this break. One more chance at redemption for FaZe, but MOUZ are not going to let them out of their trap. It took everything they had there on Dust 2. That nearly got away from them, but there's nothing better than the release of a hard-fought win. We head to Mirage. What are we thinking, boys? What do we got here, Dust?
It's going to be an uphill climb from FaZe, as it always seems to be these days. I mean, the identity of MOUZ has always reigned supreme on Mirage. This squad was so good last year, and they've carried it over. Spinks, no slouch on Mirage himself, coming over from Vitality, and together they've combined to win 6 out of their last 8 games. Like, they have been on a really good stretch here. Yes, FaZe did get the better of them on this map on Cluj, but these two teams are in way different positions now than they were back then. That was MOUZ's first tournament with Spinks and Brolin IGLing, and since then they've gone on to prove themselves very worthy on this map.
And there's no doubt that MOUZ Sports is chasing cheese on Mirage. They can smell it. They can smell the cheddar somewhere around. They want to go grab it. And I also believe that, you know, coming in from the series against Vitality, this is the map that they beat Vitality on, you know.
Yep.
They must feel confident, you know. We're entering like MOUZ Sports' confident area, if you could say so. You know, they know that they are the greater team on this map. You know, FaZe Clan is also, you know, they're looking at their issues, and I believe that if FaZe Clan even needs to stand a chance on this map, they need to find that edge they also found at Dust 2, where they dare to go for their plays. But Mirage is a map where you're allowed to do this. You need to do it to create space for each other. So there's definitely a case that FaZe can make it competitive, but I'm also confident the MOUZ is going to close it out to a 0 here.
Confident indeed. What about our boys in the casting booth, DDK and Anders? Are you confident?
Feel fantastic. I'm very excited for this one. It's going to be a second map. We almost had overtime. That's the only thing that, you know, worries me, is that we got robbed out of overtime. I feel sad about that, Dan, but otherwise, what a game to start with.
It was an incredible game to start with, and I mean, we saw an amazing performance from MOUZ yesterday against Vitality on Mirage, so we know that MOUZ are not messing about on this map. And FaZe, they have all of the tools, they have all of the pieces to, on paper, be an incredibly good Mirage team. We know that to be true as well. Obviously, though, they are much more of a question mark. But based on the comeback we saw in Dust 2, I'm really confident that we could see a great performance here from FaZe.
I hope so. I mean, just a slightly better start. Maybe don't go down 0-7 to begin with. Then we could have a better conversation, you know?
Yes. That would be a good start.
I really want to see it. We are going to head into the game now, ladies and gentlemen. Second map here is the quarterfinals. MOUZ already up 1 map, and now Mirage is up for grabs. MOUZ will be starting on the T side, FaZe on the CT side. It's no kit, no utility at all on FaZe. It's just down to the clicks. Kind of a, you know, simple approach. You don't have to think about anything. Just shoot the headshots.
Wow, okay, so this looks like a knife round where the teams kind of didn't know which would place the knife here. All of MOUZ making their way through B apartments, FaZe with the mid-aggression. They have a fast rotation time all the way through Cat. Carrigan up there in the shop as well, trying to see what he can find, but they understand this is going to be a retake scenario here. The bomb about to go down.
With no kit, it kind of has to be somewhat of a fast retake, which has already been slowed down as Exertion does get the kill on Carrigan. Oh, it's a drive-by. Torshi in his Ferrari, taking down Brokey and Rain both, and Frozen up against his former teammates gets completely demolished there. Torshi, he's not just focused on whether or not he got the kills. He wants the rest of the team to see too. It's like, did you see what I'm doing here?
I get it, Anders. Did you see? I mean, come on, look at that. He's just running. He's just pressing D.
Holy shit, bro! Did you see it?
I can't.
How could you not love him, though? How could you not love him? Again, I would be so triggered if I was up against that, but as just a spectator, fantastic.
Well, we get a stack here from FaZe on the A site, and of course, we get the force buy as well, breaking on the scouts, so could get some good damage here. Headshot would be lovely, we'll see, though. Carrigan spotting the B apartment, seeing nothing right now. So FaZe have the players in the right position here because MOUZ are looking towards this A site, but that connector smoke will certainly slow things down.
Somehow there's something more frightening about being up against an opponent with a slightly, you know, manic laugh. It just sounds like he's a bit unhinged. That's a flick. Elige. No one's ever going to question his mechanics, right? We know what he could do. Maybe if there's another one like that found, Frozen, definitely in position to maybe get the kill against Jim Fat here. He's already dropped low. Oh, this would be sick for FaZe. If they can bring it back here, that's obviously going to swing the entire conversation. Brokey does get found, so the scout not going to be put into play just yet. Elige, he's so close with the deagle, it's very uncomfortable, but he's still found another one somehow. Torshi bringing it back, and just one player left, unfortunately. So, honestly, that round is very close to getting completely derailed.
Yeah, great effort there from FaZe. All starting off with that awesome 1D flip from Elige. Very scary stuff for MOUZ. But they actually managed to, I think, only lose 2 players. So that ends up being actually a fairly good result, all things considered. This spray down through the smoke, that was huge, because if that extra kill doesn't happen, it really does feel like FaZe have a much greater capacity to defend any further pushes, subsequent pushes, because the smoke was already down, blocking the access from Tetris. So huge kill.
Yeah, and they would have been swinging out of connector to fight Elige, and then they would have still had to deal with the scout on Brokey.
Yes.
So it would have been, I agree, it would have been kind of a weird crossfire. Okay, not hitting the headshots yet, but Carrigan most certainly is. I actually think in terms of kills, Carrigan was doing a really good job. Like, he was 0-7 at one point on Dust 2, but he brought it back and ended up having, I think, individually a good performance, which also has been a topic of conversation at some point last year. Was Carrigan's, I think, middle of last year, and he made such a big effort to make up for it. I really think he improved quite a bit.
There's more Deeks on deck here for FaZe as well, so always that potential. But never mind. Torzi's definitely on one. Torzi's on one. And it's going to completely deny any extra deagle headshots for now.
Ready for rain. There was a flank, but Brokey maybe a little bit late to the party here. Should be traded out really one way or another, and see they're just running him down, no problems. So the first round.
Patience. Patience.
All right.
Patience is a virtue, Anders.
It is. I'm surprised to hear Torshi being one to try and sell that to other people. I feel like you know, he is one of the more colorful players on the team, but he's not wrong.
Well, the AWP's come out from Torsi. I mean, he was farming pretty hard. He's got plenty of cash, so that AWP is in hand. And we actually saw him having a hard time getting it going against Vitality yesterday on this map, so see if he has a better time here today. Obviously, it's down to FaZe, who are on their full buy. Org in the hands of Carrigan, and Org Enjoyer. Brought them through the underpass as MOUZ begin to try to work on this mid control, but these smokes are really slowing them down.
Roland is very, very close. He finds the opening to take down Elige. How many kills did he have on Dust 2? It was like 3 or 4 or something in total.
Yeah.
They still won. He's going to get taken down, but Spinks comes blasting out of the palace. Takes down Rain to begin with, and the bomb is in... How's the bomb in top mid? Why is it in top mid? They actually have the A bomb site. If they end up losing now, part of it could just be the delay in getting to the sites, but Brokey not quite ready. He wanted to throw out a grenade, and the bomb is slowly but surely going to get there. Carrigan, he's picked up the AUG, and he maybe had an opportunity to get the job done. Frozen. He knows walking through this hole is never a good idea.
Yeah, Frozen. This is just not a good spot. If you keep the M4, that would be nice. But also, you know, there's still this opportunity. If there's a frag to find, that could convince a play. And I mean, these players from MOUZ are fairly separated. So see if Frozen can get on it quickly. Obviously, as you say, no defuse kit, so it just makes it impossible. Can he get away even with the AK? No. And I think, Anders, we had the bomb in that position. I would say, I think because Spinks saw a timing after that pick happened on Elige, and there's, I think, a second kill there as well. He's like, no one's going to be holding me. I can just get out onto the site. So he's taking initiative of what's happening in the macro, and you know, they weren't as a team ready to go for it, but he found an opportunity. So,
and I think that does. Some teams will allow their individuals to do that, and some won't. I do feel like MOUZ is the sort of team, we've seen it before. I think Exertion had a round on Dust 2 where he pushed through the middle all of a sudden, like on his own, just no backup there. So really sick if you can get that much space. And it all worked out in the end, right? It's just there was a slight liability with the bombing that far away, but 4-0, we've seen this before, and we already know. We learned from history. We know we can't really count FaZe out, even if this is another good start for MOUZ.
Definitely, and I think it's a great point. Balancing structure and the ability to have the freedom within your framework as a team, that is a balance that is hard to strike, but MOUZ certainly do it well. And speaking of which, you know, JimFat is the owner of the Palace position, able to deter the push there, and that actually tells MOUZ quite a lot as to what's going on. And
yeah,
They make their way towards the A site.
Yeah, ooh, okay. He's going to find a late kill. He already had the battle with the Liege, and then the Molotov to burn him out. That's uncomfortable. 3 people on the site. Yeah, it's kind of... It's both, you're right, it's both good information. It can also be kind of hard to read if you find JimFat alone, because he's very often also the sort of solo player. We saw it on Inferno, we were watching MOUZ, like how he's playing the A apartments while everyone else is on Banana on the T side. So you find him, you know, you almost need one more piece of the puzzle before you're really sure, which I guess they kind of did have because there was a lot of mid stuff happening too in the round. Ooh.
And I mean, this is starting to look like Dust 2, Anders. We're almost at that 0-7 mark for FaZe. A slow start for them, obviously hard on the CT side, and Broky's going to pick up the AWP.
There are no kills on FaZe once again, and also Torshi is 7-0, Jimmy is 9-0. So a couple of people that haven't died at all. MOUZ loving life right now. Exertion. Does he want to push through? Okay, there's going to be some utility on the other side. Insane trade coming through. JimFat with a double opening. He's might almost won the round just by doing that alone. That is so much production. Another headshot cuts down Elige across the bomb site. What is he doing? Frozen and Carrigan, they have to run away. This is like some sick version of Simon Says, but it's Jimmy Says, and with your life on the line, Dan, as well.
Yeah, it's just so sad that, you know, Rain's stuck in that position where he's... I mean, you can see it on the minimap where it's like, there's 5 players actually on top of Rain. There's just no world where he's going to survive there. And it's one of those things where, you know, setup's a little bit lighter there. You have the AWP on that site. So oftentimes, you know, teams, when they're playing more passive on Mirage, they're going to not necessarily reinforce the site heavily that has the AWP. So just not the best timing for Rain for them to actually go that aggressive. And I think that's part of this one. I think FaZe just didn't read the pace that was coming out of MOUZ in this round. And those subtle differences in how you can read how fast your opponent's going can just win or lose you around just immediately. So MOUZ right now making the best calls, and FaZe still struggling to get their heads into the game. And we get the timeout, and perhaps that could be something they can figure out how they can adjust here. And this is a good map, Anders, for the CTs to take initiative compared to Dust 2, but
right.
But it feels like nothing's working so far, for sure.
And it's so hard to do when you know, when you're lacking some of the confidence early on here. It did kind of work for them on Dust 2. I mean, they did get back by doing some of that, rushing top mid and all the rest of it. So maybe there is an opportunity. JimFat feels like he's almost negating the need for strategy on that A bomb site.
Oh, his entries have been wild. Yeah, it's so lethal.
He's so quick. 1, quick into the 2. Like, he's half running. I don't understand it, but I do love it. Okay. It's a very polite nod.
Just approving. It's
a real recognized real moment.
Okay, well, we'll see if there's any difference here in FaZe's setup. MOUZ a little bit slower this round. Slower default. Make their underpass shortly.
Hard to read on Exertion's face if that was approval or if he's a little bit scared of Jimmy too. Like,
could be. I mean, I would be.
Damn.
Bomb right now actually in mid. MOUZ are certainly holding for an aggression. You can see that they're waiting for some sort of timing in the early round from FaZe. FaZe not giving it though. Ooh, that's a huge find onto Elige once again. Window player dead.
Yeah. Rain, he did so much work to bring them into Dust 2. He had so many sick rounds. He's got a FAMAS this time in Connector. Frozen and Brokey behind him in the bomb site, but Spinks has managed to snake his way in here and will take down Rain to begin with. And now they're setting up for more kills. They have at least a couple of Molotovs for Frozen's position. They won't even need them, as JimFat can't stop hitting the headshots. Brokey down here is going to get taken. He still hasn't died. He's 14-0. For the love of God, somebody stop JimFat.
It doesn't seem reasonable. It really doesn't. Carrigan is going to have to survive a gauntlet because there's just no world where they're not... I mean, okay, never mind that. It's just an afterthought.
This is... Obviously, you're playing to win. It's a quarterfinals here. So much on the line for both teams. But there's a part of me that wishes that JimFat would play for the record here. I don't know exactly what it is from memory, but, you know, just don't die. You know, just one. I think if he keeps going like this, he just has to, you know, one death at the end of the half. He's probably there. He's probably already there.
And it's not like he's holding back or anything. He's actually just the first man in. It's just outrageous.
Right, because he isn't playing for the record, right? He's just not thinking about that. It's just as a spectator, again, it's interesting to watch. Now, this is where FaZe made a comeback on the opening map. It was 7-0 on Dust 2 to begin with, and then somehow they managed to turn it around in an unlikely fashion and actually ended up with an 8-4 scoreline at the end of the first half of Dust 2, which was almost enough to get into overtime. Can they do it one more time?
Once again, MOUZ holding with in the same sort of timing as we saw in the previous round.
Oof.
Chelsea with the AWP and the bomb in mid.
Roland watching his team fail the window smoke and just doing it himself. Almost like, oh, if you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself, I suppose.
Totally. MOUZ not getting an opening pick in mid. So they have managed to find that in quite a lot of rounds. Obviously, FaZe not with a full buy here, of course. MP9s, Deagle's in play. Not much util left, and that's kind of an issue because there's actually MOUZ can just run through these chokes for free.
If Rain can win the fight on ramp and Elige can stay alive, which this never mind. But I'm just saying he could pick up the AK from Jimmy and then turn around to help Elige. I was trying to construct the most positive thing that I could think of. One other issue is obviously the fact that Jimmy is immortal. That's seems like a cheat in many ways. Don't know why more people haven't thought about this.
Yeah, 16-0. Carrigan's coming though. Jimfat is low, so there might be an opportunity here for Carrigan to play spoiler. Nice angle though, such a deep angle from Jimfat. That's very hard to prepare yourself for as Carrigan. You're looking to the other spot first. And now it is just Brokey looking for a frag. And at this point, it feels like a frag is an achievement against this MOUZ squad. 8-0. It is looking so indomitable. This run here from them, 8 in a row in just such convincing fashion. Every player approaching 16K money. You don't often see that.
Yeah, that is... This is an anomalous game, to say the least.
With that said, Anders, again, I just remind people that FaZe, I mean, whilst this sucks, they are a resilient team. It's just whether or not the ideas are good.
Yes. Right now, they haven't found that one round that can, you know, get everything back online. And you can see the frustration. There's no question about it. They have so few kills, and so I think they have 9 kills in total on the FaZe side right now, going into round number 9. Obviously an issue. Elige might get pushed here. There is a bit of backup. Oh, the jump up exertion. It gets away with a double. The smoke in the window preventing the AWP that was on Brokey from helping out. They will get rid of one. Oh, you could see he's playing a dangerous game. Torshi not biting yet, and he does realize he was being occupied. His attention was being taken away. Spinks, he should be dead, and he will be.
But it is the boss.
To Jimmy, yes, and they have no idea. They really can't know that he's walked up here. He's already got 1 kill. Smoke is up and a little bit of noise. So now they have a read, and Frozen finally takes him down. A triple for him, and FaZe with the first round on the board.
Beautiful, and it's almost a predictable round coming in from FaZe, and as you were highlighting the frustration across the entire FaZe team, it was visible on their faces, and the fact that they aren't getting kills and everyone's getting iced out. Oftentimes the best thing you can do in a spot like that is just get everyone and fight, and that is exactly what they did. It yielded the result they were looking for, although it was very close. FaZe at least 1 on the board here. We'll see if they can continue. They can't rush mid like that every round though, so they will have to find some consistency with these openings, and Pawsey, of course, takes down Brokey. A 5v4, 1:40 on the clock is a caller's dream on the T side.
You're right. It gives you so much to work with. There's so many things you can find out. You don't need a lot more information to discover what kind of a setup might it be. And the fact that it's the AWP also means you can swing into more fights and worry less about whether or not you're going to be instantly dead. They're going to head towards Frozen. It's a part of the map that they haven't visited so much, apart from the start of the game. So it could also be a bit of a cold position for Frozen. Now, as a matter of fact, he does have an AK. So not a bad weapon if he was going to stop a real push here. But I think there will be a mid component in this. By the way, MOUZ do love these B splits in general. If you look at the statistics, it's something they do a lot. So maybe not too surprising
And Karrigan has info for the team. He's in T-spawn, so right now they have a very good read on where FaZe are for the most part. Elige has to sort of stay around A, he can't give up connector. And Rain also knows he has to hold for the window push.
That's a nice shot. Jimfat taken out of the round. What a relief to begin with. And you already mentioned it. The long flank that's coming in from Karrigan, that MP9. He has to get there in time, though. Rain takes down Brolan to slow things up. Frozen back with another one. Exertion trying to see if he can spray his way back into the round for his team. He does have 9 bullets left, Karrigan. That flank is going to be put into effect, and he'll find both the kills just like that. He walked the entire distance, and actually, it's worth it towards the end. They saved the AK, they saved the AWP as well on FaZe, so a little bit of money to going forward here. We're going to round number 11, but FaZe, if they can get 8-4 again, I mean, who's to say they can't make it back one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. And they played that round so perfectly. And it's such a stressful thing for Karrigan because he's just praying that his team can delay just long enough to get himself into a position where he can activate. And it timed out perfectly. It really did. And with that, obviously, we were talking about the bank of MOUZ. I mean, Jimfat still has $13,000 at the start of this round, despite the fact that they just lost the last 2. So it's certainly a lot of money that they'll never run out of, essentially. It's just hard mode all the way here for FaZe now.
Yeah, it's a luxury to not have to worry about. Just saying, well, at least we're going to keep buying. We're not going to auto-lose the last couple of rounds here. They have the cash to keep it going. Round number 11. Another attempted FaZe comeback. They got into all the rounds, all 24 rounds on the opening map. Denied overtime by a 1 versus 4 from Exertion, by the way, which was heartbreaking all on its own from any FaZe fans that were watching, but they're used to it by now. Elige snuck on through. He should have the double right here. Look at him stabbing. If he had a bayonet on there, that would have been even better. Brolan and Exertion both go down, but they speed up immediately afterwards onto the B site.
And it's just Karrigan here. Karrigan, if he can hold this space, that would be everything for FaZe. If he could just hold the space, but Spinks with a double, and out of nothing, FaZe lose all of their position. Spinks jumping on them, might be another one, but the team flash comes in, and that protects, I feel like, the oncoming Brokey.
Yeah, that team flash probably went a bit deep. I think they had coordinated it, but I don't think Spink was ready for that. Torshi goes down, so the retake is back on. No question FaZe are going to go for this. Jimfat gets 1 here in Elige, trying to make a bit of a jump. He's got the Molotov. That's a nice tool. Putting some pressure on the finish. Oh, Rifler down below. A headshot as well. Taking a kill. He's looking for the ace, and it's so close. He's almost got it against Jimfat, but 20 kills instead on the finish Rifler, and 9 rounds for MOUZ.
Oh, that was so desperately close. That's got to feel like a gut punch for Elige. Especially after the flick onto the 4th player. That was unbelievably quick.
Yeah.
And that kill was out to space. It's
so
like
violent.
He knows.
I can't believe it.
Oh. That kill from Spinks is really crazy, honestly, because if Karrigan can even hold on for just a couple seconds longer, or just... I mean, they just have such a good presence of mind to understand what is being cleared, what is possible, and every peek you take at this level, the players are so good. Every peek is with murderous intent.
There's Jimfat's flirting with us a little bit too. That's, you know, like you said, murderous intent, and then he gives you like a little wink and a smile. Don't know, getting some mixed signals here. Rain is 1 and 11, and again, it's not really to try and highlight any one play, but sometimes, you know, it's just try and think about the hardship of he was so good on the first map, Rain, so we know what he could do, but right now they need him, maybe now more than ever. 9-2, Dan, leading into round number 12. Last round of the half coming up, and that bomb being dropped over the B hole is such a clear sign they want to go B again already.
And it's an interesting setup from the FaZe team. We haven't seen this one before. Obviously, the weaponry is a little bit wonky. We've got 3 MP9s, a limited util. Completely giving up window, completely giving up connector.
Yes.
That mid space fully available for MOUZ. As MOUZ, you know, just default, they test the grounds. They see no one's in ladder room either. And they start to investigate. They be apartments as well. And it's gonna all be on Karrigan and Frozen. This is gonna be very tough. 2 MP9s.
And it's the mind game, right? Frozen is really trying to get himself spotted here. It's almost to the point where I might actually be suspicious for Jimfat, because normally people don't sort of jump back and forth that much. Once you see somebody, you're just typically going to fall back. I would not be surprised if they have a suspicion. And the fact is, they don't even have to think about it. They can Molotov Carrigan out of here.
There is an interesting conundrum for MOUZ. They are actually pretty committed into B. Right now, they have to assume that there's a flank. They have to assume that there's everything because they've given up their position everywhere. Yeah. They are mega committed into the speed push.
There's the Molotov. You're right, though. They can't really fall back. They blow open the smoke, trying to get out. Carrigan, he should have won the fight, but Brolan, what a headshot. That opens everything up, and Frozen finding himself on the site with no backup yet. Rain is trying to get there, but he's smoked out of the market. He has to go the long way around, and Exertion's already holding it. Straight executes him. Elige and Brokey, no chance to get back into it because, once again, GymFat has taken over the entire first half here. Exertion with the last shot, 10-2 in their favor, and Jimmy ending up with 21 kills. A 10-2 first half in favor of MOUZ Sports. Second map in the quarterfinals here at Blast Rivals 2025. And Jimmy lands with 21-2 as a scoreline. It is ridiculous what he's been able to do. Obviously, FaZe, they did a comeback on the first map from an 8-4 scoreline down, and they actually got into all 24 rounds. This would be even more impressive. This would actually be completely unheard of. So I doubt it's going to happen, but we'll give them the opportunity to prove it right now. It's already running into GymFat here, and he's going to back out of that one.
Yeah, Frozen set up in the Palace, whilst the rest of the team is in the B apartments here. Looking for a potential information play. And it obviously also has the smoke and flash here as well, Anders. So,
oh, that could mean so many things. And they could also mean that they actually just will make up their minds a little bit later. Because they can run through underpass over to A, obviously.
Does Frozen hear Exertion on this push?
Maybe. Certainly looking for it. I think you might have been onto something there. Exertion is incredibly lucky to be alive.
And how does this change the plan here for FaZe? Because it does look like Frozen's trying to take the opportunity there. I can get a kill, I can get an opening, but now also giving up the game doesn't get the kill. So now FaZe recommitting, it looks like, into the B site.
And they threw down that smoke pretty early on, just sort of almost on a random timing. I don't hate it, but it might also actually lure FaZe into this, and there's already 3 people at the site, so they don't probably mind. They say, that's fine, we don't have any more utility, but what we do have is a really stacked site. Look at Spink's position. It's so hard to clear when you're already fighting JimFat on this side here. Broland, though, he does go straight down. Very nice shot from Rain. They needed him. He wasn't doing anything in the first half. The crossfire is there, though. And JimFat, he can't get more than the kill. Torshi and Exertion trying to rotate in. That's a sickeningly quick kill. I don't know how he did it, but he deleted Brokey. Frozen dies, and Carrigan on his own. His troops are gone. And MOUZ pick up the round, 11 to their name.
11 to, oh, it's the hardest possible route back here for FaZe. Great pistol. There was a lot of opportunities there, of course, for FaZe to find a way to turn that one around, but MOUZ just really make everything as difficult as possible. Great delay here on the side as well for MOUZ as they hold off this push so that Exertion can get there in time for a timely kill onto Frozen. mousesports just, we talk about, championship winning teams, trophy lifting teams are peaking into a tournament. And we really have seen a story of MOUZ getting better every single series so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's nice. You don't want to peak early in a tournament. You want to build up into it. And that does seem to be the case at the moment. FaZe, still big things to be solved for them. And the problem is we are now, living in the shadow of the major that's in front of us. So how do you solve those problems now? How do you get the team back online? It seems like they are having some problems that continue to play themselves out. Nice shot from Frozen, but might not make a difference. JimFat's already up close, finding 25 now. Triple in this one and 12 on mousesports.
12 to 2. It just feels so oppressive here from mousesports. And something I've loved, MOUZ that is, and something I've loved to see from them as well is just an unshakable level of confidence. Obviously, it's always going to play into these results, but I mean, we talked about it with JimFat, the fact that he didn't die. He's always doing the right thing with maximum confidence. No matter what the situation is, they are so decisive as a team. And will this be a decisive finish here? MOUZ, 2 players on the A site, and FaZe need to make this a quick one with the Tech-9s.
I think that there are no wrong calls for FaZe any longer. Such a long road back. You might as well give it a shot here. The Tech-9s running up the A ramp. Exertion put under a lot of pressure. I like those early Molotovs to try and see if they could slow them down, but the counter grenades are coming in, and they are doing heavy damage to the FaZe side of things too. Flashes are everywhere. No one can see anything of what's going on. Broland trying his best, and it's really good. A couple of kills. USP comes out. He gets the headshot to take down Brokey, and JimFat adding to the tally, trying to build that legacy for himself. Carrigan up on high. JimFat with the final kill, just like it was always meant to be. 27-3, and the total destruction of FaZe Clan.
This series was in like a lion and out like a mouse. Domination coming through on Mirage, start to finish. No comebacks allowed, no wavering, not even a thought that FaZe might have something here.
MOUZ is an organization in Germany based out of Hamburg, and there's a German expression, and translated into English, it roughly means that hope dies last.
Okay.
And I think that FaZe's hopes died in the last map, if we're honest. I feel like 80% of the victory was already accomplished before we even stepped into the server on Mirage. Just the way things played out, you could tell FaZe were just so deflated after kind of the high of almost making the comeback on D2, not being able to close, and we just didn't really see any life left in them coming into this game.
And whether it was mousesports just doing everything correct or just FaZe making it look very easy, that is the great question, and as you mentioned, they lost the game before even entering the server. Like, this is the kind of situation where when you just fall flat on a map that you should have won, and you go for the break and you want to talk about things that went wrong. Everyone's saying, let's move on, guys, like we still have this, we just gotta keep going, but everyone's thinking, oh goddamn, that was horrible. And that is actually very hard to turn around from. Like, yeah, you say something else than what you actually need to keep like this fake belief going into the next map.
It feels like this has been a problem for FaZe, but they've talked about bringing problems from one round into the next. This time they brought them from one map into the next.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair way to put it. I think that's kind of what we're kind of getting at here, and I just don't know where they go from here. I mean, that's going to be a really deep conversation they're going to have to think about with only just, you know, a few weeks left of the major, which is the main goal they were trying to like get ready for, and they're running out of time.
And Jimmy, you've joined us on stage. How does it feel to win this comfortable?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I had a decent individual game as well.
That we definitely saw. How did it feel going to the game? Like, did you feel like you had any like specific moves, or did you just feel like everything you did just worked out? Because that is just what happens sometimes as a player. You know, everything you do just feels good. You get the right timing. How did it go?
I'm not exactly sure. It just felt like a perfect game, and also before we went to the game, when we were talking outside, I just thought to myself that I really want to play confident this map, and that's what I did.
That's great to hear.
Did you guys realize that 3 of your players hadn't died yet 8 rounds deep into the game?
No idea. We just played with that flow and played the game.
So let's go back to the first map really quick, if you don't mind. Obviously, you guys got off to a roaring start, you know, very dominant, very similar to what we saw in Mirage, but FaZe certainly made a very good comeback. It looked like there was an opportunity for them to close out the game. What do you feel like happened to where you were able to shut that down and take Mirage, or D2 for yourself, excuse me?
Yeah, as you said, I think like we had a really good start. Like we played with a lot of confidence after we went like 7-0, 8-0, and then they got some rounds back in the end of the T side, which is fair. Like you cannot always have a perfect score. And then we went T side. We still had 8-4, I think it was, and yeah, we lost the pistol, and we lost a couple more rounds, and then it was quickly 8-8. And then they just got the ball rolling in a little bit. They pushed us top mid, and we lost the round, which was really crucial, I think, which we shouldn't have lost, of course. And then after that, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but overall it was just really tight game, but I am sure that we should have closed it more smoothly.
And for you guys as a team, you are, so to speak, chasing Vitality. You know, you've lost to them multiple times now, and you feel like you are constantly maybe a little bit behind. It seems like every time you go up against them, it just seems like Sawood just decisively decides to step out. There's something that goes wrong inside the game. But do you still feel like you are progressively coming closer to beating them? Do you feel like you're still getting the read and getting the confidence? And do you actually believe that there's a possibility that you can actually make it to the grand final if they make it there? Because let's be honest, Vitality is, you know, they are the grand final favorite here. So do you think if you actually get to face them again in the grand final, that there's a case you can actually take them down this time?
Yeah, for sure. Like every time we played against them, it has been pretty close, I would say. And every time we play, we have always improved a lot. For me, the biggest thing is that we just need to get 5 guys on the server at the same time. I think that's something Vitality is really good at. Like they are everyone playing really greatly. And for us, we sometimes might have these days where I'm not playing well and some other is playing well. And if we just get the 5 guys on the server, I think, to be honest, we'll win them. And that's what we need.
I mean, if you play like you did on Mirage, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I do have to ask before we let you go. When someone wins a round like Xerxan did at the end of Dust 2, to make it so you don't have to go to overtime, he just pops off, kills everybody, completely unexpected. Does he like trigger a bonus there? Do you all have to buy him dinner or something?
Yeah. For sure. After that, I think we do, yeah.
I think he might need to add that into his contract, you know, the teammate contract going through. Congratulations on that win. Masterclass on Mirage. Strong series throughout. Excited to see you guys go forward.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, congrats.
Now you can rip that headset off. Get out of here. Get on. Go buy Xerxan that dinner. Because he was eating himself.
What do you think
Jimmy was eating?
What do you think they're eating for dinner? Cheese.
Hotel catering. You know, I've seen them in there a few times.
Maybe
but they'll probably wait for the celebratory dinner when the tournament's over. You know what I mean? The job's not done yet. You know what I mean? You got to still have some hunger left over for the next day. You know what I mean?
That is true. That is true.
I mean, Xerxan really did steal the lunch of FaZe, so maybe he's feeling a little bit full. And the man who had his lunch stolen, I'm sorry to introduce you like that, Neo, but that was a tough one. Let's start on Dust 2. That one gets away from you guys. So close. Felt like the FaZe magic is back. The comeback is real, and then it's not. How do you reset the team after that?
I mean, at this point, it's really difficult to reset. It's not the first time we've been losing like that. It's been a couple of games recently. We've had exactly the same situation, ending with a 3-on-1 or even 4-on-1. It's a tough one. It's almost impossible to reset, especially after the streak of having that kind of situations and those games.
I think from the outside perspective, whenever I watch you play, I see you guys do so many things right. I think the community is probably quick to overlook those things because of just seeing the end result. But like I see the way that you guys prepare. I see how you open rounds. What do you feel is that final missing piece you need to close out these rounds? Like, is there a particular thing or is it a mentality? Like, what do you think it is?
I think it's a mix. It's always a mix of a lot of things, right? But just like you said, I believe we're doing a lot of right things. We've had a good streak of winning rounds in this map, in particular. But I think it's a mix of everything. Just probably mental in the end. Yeah. It's hard to say.
And you're a legend of the game. You know, you've been inside this game for many years also as a player, obviously, but now you stepped into a coaching role. How do you see yourself in this role now that things are going downhill? What do you do and what do you say to us? What are you trying to bring inside to the engine room when you need to have these talks? Because I can guarantee there's going to be tough talks when you're going to go back to the hotel.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's actually I've been there as a player in those slumps, I guess, and this is the first time as I'm in a coach role that we have such slump. It's something I'm still developing and learning how to deal with that. It's not easy talks, but in the end, it's part of the job. It's everybody has to, open up and just discuss and share their point of view on why we've lost and all those things. So it's a process. It's not an easy moment.
And do you think it's a little bit about also the expectations? Because I recently saw an interview that you were asked about the results of FaZe were actually up to par right now, and obviously you said that no, it's not. And do you think there's also some kind of expectation on the FaZe brand itself? You know, that it's a team and that has had a lot of legacy of always competing for titles and being a top contender and also making both major grand finals. Do you think it also chimes in that you guys are just expecting it, like it's like too much of each other?
Yeah, I think that's for sure. That's always been a case with those big orgs that get a new lineup and people expect them to just be on the same level. And then it's a new team, new lineup, and I mean it's not that new anymore, but still the expectations from the community and from the players itself is pretty high, and this is what's not helping, that's for sure. And it's a whole mental game, and sometimes people struggle with that. It's a human factor and Counter-Strike, so that's part of the game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now, I do have to ask one more question before we send you off. It's not an easy one. We were talking to Kerrigan in the pregame. He used the analogy of a new car where constantly something else just seems to be breaking down and it's so tough to diagnose the issue. At some point, you take that thing back to the lot. Are we reaching that point with FaZe?
Again and again, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to do. We have to go back to the, place and see what's up again. I mean, we have some ideas. We've been trying to work on these things. They keep coming back. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Time to go back again and see what happens.
Well, commiserations. We appreciate you coming on the desk. We'll let you get to it at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on again.
Thanks, guys.
A tough one there. And a really tough one, it's got to be said for FaZe. The sparks were starting to fly once more. You start to believe, I mean, I know it's FlyQuest, but that was quintessential FaZe. And then Dust 2, they're so close to getting it into OT. It would have been magic.
Oh, it was.
Magic is a myth sometimes.
It was horrible, and I kind of felt bad for Neo standing here. Like, you could feel that he is in a position that is just really hard to him to do something. He's still sort of new in the whole coaching environment. He comes from a past in 1.6 and also Global Offensive, where, he's been putting in tons of hours and also is a legend of the game. Even if a guy like this with that much experience, is having a hard time figuring out what to do with the team right now. And it just seems like they're so directionless, and it just seems flat from time. It just feels like also watching the player camps in the agreement, like the players just seems to have given up in some sense. Like, it looks like they are. It takes like just a brief mistake or a brief kind of fumbles, and then they just start losing their faith in the project, and even on themselves and also their teammates. And that's not how Counter-Strike works.
It's one of those situations where I think we've kind of talked through, this particular situation multiple times where we see FaZe, as we talked about with Neo, do many things correctly, but it's just that one little hitch, that last little hurdle that they can't get their legs over to actually cross a finish line. And obviously, if it was something simple, if it was like one little tweak you could make, or maybe it's one little edge that you gain from a little bit more preparation, or whether it's having, a sit down with someone on understanding, hey, let that one go, let's move on. That's so much harder to do when you just keep stacking up the L's over and over and over again. I think eventually you kind of run out of bandwidth, and I think we're kind of at a point now where you can tell with Neo where I don't think they know what the solution is. I think the only solution at this point, and I know this sounds crazy, but I think the only solution at this point is they just have to hope that they can force a win. Just one, just a little bit of confidence, something to get the gears turned that says, hey, we can do this. I think that is the only solution at this point.
The only solution, indeed. It's a sad state, because this is a team that used to never know how to say quit, and now it seems like quit is all that's on the menu for them. We still have a lot more Counter-Strike to come, though. FaZe may be out, but there are so many teams that do remain. MOUZ move on strong for a matchup against the Falcons. And meanwhile, we swap to the other side of the bracket as Spirit gets ready to take on Wildcard.
would be the Katowice qualifier, I think. This was back in my playing days, Vox Eminor. We played in 4 majors, 3 of them as Vox, I think just 1 of them as Renegades. But this is one of the early majors, either 2014 or 2015, where my hair was still much fuller. That's one key thing there. Good memories. I really enjoyed the Vox Eminor days because it was my countrymen banding together to try and beat European opponents. And as far as Australian Counter-Strike was concerned, that was something that wasn't or was rarely done. So to be able to break through, play at the top events, play against the best teams in the world. The results weren't the best in the beginning, but we got some that we could be proud of, and I think we kind of paved the way for Australian Counter-Strike to become a little bit more imposing down the path. It's not anymore, but it was for a glimmer of time. This would have been when I was an analyst. I believe this was the Star Ladder Major, potentially, in Berlin, which was a pretty fun desk at the time. I think Thorin was there, Sean Gers was there. Doing desk work back in the day was a whole lot different to what it has become today. Yeah, that's what I started doing in terms of broadcast work. And getting to work majors as an analyst was a lot of fun, right? Getting to see and talk about the absolute best teams in the world, be in the arenas, enjoy the environment. If it is a Star Ladder Major, I did a shoey. Yeah, doing a shoey on the desk, just being an absolute clown. You know, that's it. We had some fun things though. There was a moment in time where there were these banners up during an earlier stage and we were putting them in the bin as a bit, and it kind of blew up and some teams got unhappy about it. But yeah, it's just about, you know, talking about the Counter-Strike while also trying to be a little bit entertaining. But the Star Ladder one was a good time. There was a good mix of talent on the desk there. Pretty sure that was Antwerp. Yeah, that was Alex and I got to cast the grand final. My history's blurry, but the crowd was awesome in Antwerp. The setup was really cool too. Yeah, and I remember I spent like half a day in a suit store making sure I had some nice looking suits for that one. And I ended up looking like I was from like Miami Vice or something, with high-waisted trousers and whatnot. I've been to the States a couple times for events before, and one of the keys there is the crowd is, well, the people who come up and talk to you, the fans, they're always super lovely, right? I think that's one of the things that makes these events. We're still, even though it's a large thing, it still has the community vibe, and the Americans are very good at kind of bringing that. The American crowd always turns out. They're always there for a good time. They enjoy the moment, but the key to making the tournament itself good is the good teams playing well. You want the best teams in the playoffs to deliver the most entertaining Counter-Strike, and that's why you want names like Vitality, Spirit, FaZe. You need those names in the arena to deliver the best event.
Here we go. Oh, Counter-Strike. We're gonna play it, and we're gonna be focused for that.
It's time for some Counter-Strike, yeah?
I think I'm gonna try with. Sorry, it's not someone who's older, a lot of major. This guy, okay, a lot of information now.
Okay, I will start with Mr. Ilya Monesi. Major appearances more, not the same nationality, not the same team.
I don't know why. I will try Plovsky. I'm stupid because he's not from Europe.
Let's do Fallen then. I mean, I shouldn't do Opera because there is no Op. Okay.
Let's try with Twist. Okay, it's close to 25, so it could be 26, 27.
Let's see, Bialy. Oh, closer, okay.
Yeah, maybe Summer. Or just Summer. I don't know how old he is. He's 27 for major. So he's between 5, 6, 7 major. Maybe. I don't know how old is he. Okay. Exit. He's Brazil, 28.
Strike beat. Okay, Navi, Rifler.
FNX. I don't know how old is he. There's only 4 major?
Who's in the Navi, not the Ukrainian flag?
It was Hearts. Obviously, it was Hearts. No, it's fucking obvious, but it's fine. I will go for my second chance because I need to get better for this one.
Ah, maybe it's the new Navi actually. Okay, I got it.
And let's start with Dunk. So, Rifle, close to 1 major, is not Russian.
Different player, yeah, okay, this time I start with Snags. Okay, close to Polish again.
Major? Maybe it will be better. Major. Let's try major. Okay, 3 major, rifle.
Maybe Oscar.
I'm gonna try this. Isaac. Okay, it's from Europe.
Maybe Mones actually. Wait. No.
And it's rifle. Daisha? What old is it, Daisha? It's 27, okay.
Maybe Torsi. Broki. But I was going there. Broki actually.
Is that Messi? He's 26, obviously, is my team. Actually, Quinix could be great. I am. Let me see. Lost in both. Oh my god, I'm so bad.
I'm surprised that he only had 5 major appearances.
Perhaps a mismatch here in the server, but Wildcard might just be able to find the spirit of the underdog here, and it might just be enough to see them through. You never know what's gonna happen when you hit the server, and these boys from NA, they came to play. Also the ones from Sweden.
I know what's
and
gonna
South
happen.
Africa. Speaking of two boys who came from NA to play, they had a day over on the coast stream with Jacob, but now they get to come play with me here on the desk. We got Boo. We got Maui Snake. How was the coast stream?
Take me back. Take me back.
It was great. It was great, but you know, Pimp's no Mike.
That's true.
You're great.
His name's Jacob.
I feel like actually it could work if Mike, you were over there and you interacted with the chat. You'd be great.
It might even be better.
Pimp just gets mad at the chat a little too quickly. That's the problem.
Pimp was yelling at me for the entire time because I said Brokey isn't top 20.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We had some.
That was
really
all time, right? I saw that poll go up.
I said top 25. Is that far off?
I'd have to start doing lists to know, but we are going to move on. We're going to leave Brokey because he's left the tournament. We're going to focus in on this matchup we have in front of us, and I want to start out talking about Wildcard. They are perhaps their name.
Wildcard? Yeah, I mean, it's not that they don't have a chance, Mike, but they don't have a chance, Maui.
Wildcard have already come to this tournament and accomplished what few would expect them to. Yesterday in the game that they played versus Pain, Dupree and Dust both said that it was likely a Pain victory. They both actually had it out as a 2-1. I didn't have an official prediction, so I can't be wrong here. So I'm just taking the other analysts and saying that they were wrong. But in reality, Wildcard are not having the best season for themselves. They qualified for the major recently. Maybe they're going to be on the uptick at this point. Taking a scalp like Spirit, likely too much to ask for.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great upset team, but this is a bit of a bigger upset than we're expecting. I think the game against Pain is one they can feel proud of already.
Can we talk about how much JBA is mogging in his team photo? He's got the chin up. He's been watching the TikToks, I think. He's got something going on there. So we've got some jerseys here on the table. I think you've kind of already made your decision here, Vu, but which way is this one going?
We're going with Spirit. Spirit, yeah.
Open it up.
Feels like it?
Oh, yeah.
What do you got?
Oh, yeah.
Flex? Turn around, maybe? What's on the back?
Team Spirit. No specific player. I'm here for the team. I'm here for the team.
He's just a real team enjoyer. What about you, Maui?
I think I too am a team enjoyer. I have a Team Spirit. I have actually alternate text. I think we mixed the jersey sizes though, because this
Look, they can't even put their name on the right line.
This one's huge, Vu.
Look, all I'm saying is...
Okay, either way.
I think you guys lack a little imagination. You're picking the favorite. You're picking the team everyone expects to win. But I'm telling you that right now, rarely does competition go to expectation. Rarely are things so clean, boys. I think Wildcard are doing this. I think they're taking it.
Wrong.
I love it. I love the fandom, Mike. And I love that you chose a Swedish player to represent today. FaZe.
They can't see the back.
No, it does
God, it says it on the front. I've been set up for failure. We love our imports in North America. We love our Swedes.
We love immigrant culture.
Look, if someone's going to save Swedish CS, it might as well be North America.
Yeah, exactly. We're giving them a handout, actually. So maybe we'll get their country next.
I mean, you got to share some of your storied legacy with a region that's just down bad. So why not?
We are saving one country, though, Mike. We are absolutely saving. I know MOUZ got the jersey for it. We've been helping this country out like nobody else has. Like, look at
nobody else, except for now Bait. Bait are also contributing to the glory of South African Counter-Strike. TC's over there coaching.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true.
All right, let's focus in here. Let's get in the server. We got Sonic here. We had a tremendous game from Sonic yesterday. He's actually one of the highest rated players at the tournament yesterday, I think.
He had a wonderful game. I think it was above a 1.4 rating for the series versus Pain. And Sonic has, to me, shown a new leaf, okay? Before, when he was on some of the rosters of the past, Bravado, the old Cloud9 roster, you see a hot-headed player, one that wants to take a lot of different duels. To me, Sonic has calmed his game down. He waits for his opponents to make more mistakes. He is not the one that's making those mistakes. And I'm just gonna say, the mechanics are really smooth. When you watch him get a couple targets on his screen, the selection is very swift. He doesn't have many wasted crosshair movements. And yesterday, he had some X-Factor moments against Pain. Gotta remember the 5-7 1v3 that he had as they were coming up the porch side. Yeah, he's been fantastic for them. So it's a name that we don't say quite enough, but in terms of his efforts with this team, very balanced in terms of role. Like, he throws some good nades for this team too. I think people just think he's the same kind of run-in first entry fragger that he was 4 years ago, but he's got some more elements to it.
Yeah, Sonic is a name that was kind of easily forgotten after that Cloud9 stint. I think people kind of forgot that he even existed for a little while, but here on Wildcard, he's actually proving himself. I think he's done a really good job. He's calling him an X-Factor, I think, is exactly right. He's a player that doesn't necessarily show up every game, but when you have him show up, he can absolutely take over a match. He can take over a series. That's what they need today as well.
To be honest, I think one of the things that he brings to a matchup like this, where everyone's looking at it on paper and saying, this should be pretty one-sided, brings a certain mentality, a certain not giving a, how you say, a fuck on the server sometimes, not really worried about who's necessarily in the server against him. He plays like Sonic, no matter who it is.
Yeah, I mean, confidence is something we talked about a lot in CS recently. He plays with an extreme amount of confidence. Hopefully that can rub off on some of his teammates.
I think he takes the name from his former team Bravado a little bit too literally. He just always has the chest puffed out, always ready to take down anybody else in the server. I don't know if Sonic is necessarily going to get the better of Donk, but Sonic's not going to act like Donk is getting the better of him.
That's true. There's another guy as well. There are several other guys, 4 of them to be exact. And I may have finished off last night saying something like, maybe I would humble Donk. Do we think that might happen?
All I want from the players from Wildcard, like JBA, and even to an extent FaZe and CEST, is to show that they can contest with them a couple of rounds, okay? I'm not going and swinging for the fences like you, Mike, and saying they're gonna win this game, but I want them to prove to themselves when we load up into the server against a formidable spirit, a major winning spirit, that there are particular rounds that we can put together with our own individual play and with listening to the calls of Stan that can show, yeah, we deserve to be here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this team, I think if you can get a really close map, we saw the MOUZ versus FaZe where it's a 13-11, a 13-2. I think, you know, Wildcard might be happy with the 13-11. That might be acceptable. I'd accept that. I'd be happy with that.
So you're saying we're going back to the FlyQuest playbook of quality loss?
I think FlyQuest could have beat FaZe. They're probably unhappy with the way that one went. With how close that got, they absolutely could have pushed it over the line. I think Wildcard, I don't think we're going 3 OTs.
So 4 OTs is what I'm hearing.
It's rather unlikely that this is like
5 OTs?
To bring some realism into this segment, it's extremely unlikely that Wildcard get double digits on both of these maps, okay? If they have one good map, I'm already impressed and I'm happy for them.
But Maui, they did do it before.
Yeah.
They brought two close maps against Spirit. Donk had to pull off a 2.4 rating. It was like
70 plus kills across 2 maps. I asked him earlier, he said like, I think it was like 36 and 37 on the 2 maps.
I think he doubled the frag count of anyone else on his team. That was required to beat Wildcard, like 6 months ago or something, not that long ago.
That's true.
Give me a counterpoint, Maui.
What do you got, Maui?
What do you got?
That he was still able to beat them at the end. Okay, that's the counterpoint is that he pulled that off against them and that they still were able to get it over the line. Also, the counterpoint is that, to me, wildcard season has been less fruitful than the signs we saw in Shanghai, where they were able to beat teams like Passion UA, like Fnatic, like Virtus Pro. This season, we're not really seeing them taking down anybody that's too close to the top 10. It's been much more trepidation, early sign. Like, they were passed up in this season, in my eyes, by teams like M80, like Complexity, who have played themselves into shapes that I didn't necessarily expect, like Complexity especially. Whereas Wildcard, where I hoped they would build off of that confidence that they got from Shanghai, it feels like they sputtered out.
But honestly, you tell me, Maui, where are Pain ranked?
I think they're like 12th. Maybe 14th.
That's pretty close to the top 10, I'm just saying.
But it's not the top 10, Mike, okay? It's not.
Those are some pretty good counterpoints. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. You got me on that one. But what about Stan?
What about Stan?
I mean, hey, if we want to do legacy conversations right now, Stan versus Chopper. Stan beat a Prime Astralis at E-League Season 2. Chopper beat a FaZe clan who fluked their way to a grand final, okay? I'm just saying these are the facts, okay? So we'll see how history actually looks at these guys years from now. But in reality, I think Stan's a big X factor. I think the calling and the recognition of what's going on and around for opponents has given them win conditions when otherwise the players aren't necessarily carving out a way to get in the round. But Stan says, okay, I recognize that there's probably 3 guys on that bomb site. We're gonna just group up, move as a blob to the other one, and then we hit the weak side. So he is a reason that this team has found success in the past.
You know, when it comes to Stan, I'm not usually a huge fan of the style he calls, but I think it's actually perfect for this type of matchup. I mean, Mezzi said they knew it was coming. We had after their game against Big Uzera actually, said they don't play European CS. They play North American, South American CS, and that's kind of gambly. You're playing some 4-1s, you're doing some kind of gamble plays. That's exactly what worked for them the last time they played against Pain. Didn't get them a win is the problem, Mike. It got them a close game, a couple of close games, and I think that's what Stan's gonna bring. He's gonna bring some good calling. It's not gonna be enough.
I almost managed to psyop this desk into actually painting a picture for Wildcard here, but then their logical brains kicked in. I want your lizard brains. I want your lizard brains right now. Speaking of a guy who can kill a lot with his lizard brain, let's shift the conversation over to Spirit, because Donk, I think he could be asleep, be fully like at a subconscious level and probably still drop 20.
I mean, there's 5 reasons that Spirit are gonna win this. It's Donk, Magic, Shiro, and Chopper.
All right, he changed the script. He
had us there.
I was worried. You had me going for a second there. Yeah. Flip the script. I like it.
I mean, Donk is kind of the anti-lose condition is the problem. It's that no matter how good Wildcard play, Donk will show up.
You know what? No matter how good FlyQuest are, Donk will show up in this game.
No matter how good they play, it's just he's going to show up. He's going to shoot them off the server. They can have their finesse. They can have some cool strat. Oh, that's a cute little flash you threw there. Shame if you had no head left over. That's Donk.
Donk makes good setups look bad. He makes players that are in the right position playing against him look like they made a mistake. If you take purely results-oriented thinking, everybody that plays against Donk is bad, actually. So if they die, you know, then they have to be bad. That's how you have to think about this game sometimes. In reality, Wildcard have no true answer for him, okay? There is no Nico on the server. There is a handful of players that we like their stories of right now for Wildcard, but getting down to brass tacks, like nobody can hold a candle to the consistency that Donk can find in the entry portions of rounds. Like CEST is good, okay? I think CEST is, you know, a great import. It was a fun kind of frugal signing to get him from Metasport, but at the same time, Donk is competing for the best player in all of the game. CEST is just competing to be the best player from a country that has fallen way off.
But what about JBA?
I love that. I love that we have to just go from positive to positive there, Mike. I mean,
highs to highs.
Highs to highs, yeah. JBA is a bright spot for this team's future. He's a bright spot for North America's future. He's a guy that has shown a lot of promise at this tournament. The clutches that he's won, we have a couple of them. We can see the fact that versus Pain, he was able to humble them. You know, he had multiple situations where it's a man down. They're trying to bring things back. He's got a 1v2. I think in this one, as this whole A site hold falls apart, JBA plays this in a really unique and fun way. He takes down the first as he's trying to cross to the bomb site, and I like how he just keeps this guy, like Snow is in the hurt locker right here. Like Snow should probably just back up past Cake right there, but JBA is like, I'm not even gonna let you get past that angle, and he also closes the whole game out. So JBA, he is still finding his place on this wildcard team in like entry early round, but his late round genes are built for this game.
Yeah, he understands when to take the space, when to play a little more safe, when to wait some time. And JBA, he's not the most consistent player we've seen, but as you mentioned in the previous test, sometimes the problem is that his team doesn't set him up in those positions where they just die in the early round. They can't put him in a position where it's a winnable late round scenario. We're hoping we get at least a little bit, a glimpse at that if Wildcard can set him up well in this one.
But those late round genes, salvage. Real high quality.
That's nice. Yeah, Japanese actually. Yeah.
The good stuff.
21
Coming
ounce
on
Iron Hearts, yeah. Okay.
Pure American-made JBA. Actually, flipping the script over. I'll let you talk about Spirit, right? They've been good. They've been good. Let's talk about Shiro. He was looking pretty spicy last night. Obviously, they didn't eventually edge out the win against Falcons, but getting aggressive, asserting himself in the server against tough competition, that's nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro is someone, he's been criticized for being low impact, low cultural impact, you might even say. No, I mean, he had a really good third map especially. First two maps were one-sided for both teams. Third map, he comes in, he has the rifle, he has the op, and he's, I mean, contrast to JBA, he's the clutcher for Spirit, but Donk is gonna put Shiro in some winnable clutches.
Yeah.
And whether or not they're winnable, he's gonna make them winnable.
Yesterday in the game that he was able to just find so much, I mean, the late round impact from Shiro is just absurd, okay? To me, he was the best clutcher of last year. In the game versus Falcons, he had one round where he was actually able to pull off the unthinkable. This round right here, he almost pulls off the unthinkable, but he had a couple cracks at it. He had a couple more opportunities. This is one where, in a way, I kind of wish it happened for him, but all in all, Shiro, in late round situations, he becomes a different player, okay? When he's following the Spirit system in a 3v3, 4v4, 5v5 especially, he's very passive. He lets utility push him around. But when he knows that he has to be the only and sole win condition, it's like you're unlocking a guy that it's just polar opposite from what you're getting for the first 45 seconds of a round, and I love it.
If you had a textbook of CS, I think Shiro would be in there in the Opera category just because he holds the angles effectively, he supports his teammates, he doesn't put them in bad spots, and he hits the shots every single time. He's not one of those Operas that's gonna miss one of those easy shots. Then you put him in the clutches, and he's gonna win those with the op, with the rifle. But not only that, he just makes so many good decisions in these clutches that as they're happening, I'm going, wow, I didn't even think of that, but that's a genius play to win a clutch, to put Spirit in a good position to win the game.
We were talking about strength under strength yesterday, right? And then we got strong maps from Zontix as well, from Magix as well. It does feel like there are just so many layers to the Spirit team where for a long time the conversation was Donk and who?
Yep.
And then who started to emerge from the backdrop and step into the forefront here.
To me, it's been Magix lately, which has been surprising. I've wanted Zontix to pop off, but to me, at this tournament, like, Magix is occasionally hitting flow state. He's just going for plays that I wouldn't necessarily expect him to, the way that he's fighting down in post-plant situations, just taking fights that are, in my eyes, kind of ill-advised, but almost surprising to opponents. And on the other hand, Zontix is kind of the guy where he was always supposed to be the third man, and I'm losing a little bit of faith if he has it in him.
Yeah, Zontix early last year was the third guy. We're looking at that. We're going, he's a passive player. Donk's aggressive. He can make it work. Then he kind of fell off a little bit as we went later and later into the year. And then Magic's at the major, and now we've got Magix kind of coming up. And the thing is, Magic plays really terrible roles. They have pistols. Sometimes they go 5 Glocks, but they have one player drop a deagle to Donk. Guess who it is? It's Magix.
Yep.
Magix is dropping a deagle to Donk. And to keep confidence, to play an aggressive style, play that entry, and it's Donk taking map control when you want to be aggressive, and then they go for a say hit and they go, by the way, Donk, you hold it back a little bit. Magic's go in, and somehow he's found some level of consistency actually doing that, which is just a hyper inconsistent role.
If you look at Magic's stats for, I think it was 2023, 2022, 2021, and you just look at pistol stats across top 20 teams, Magix was always in the top 7 players in the world. So he is insanely skilled. It's just that because he got such a great player next to him in Donk, he's had to take some sacrifices. He has to be the guy on those pistol rounds now that has to buy the utility. He never has armor anymore. And so he's fitting as a cog in the machine because he recognizes, rightfully so, that he's next to a transcendent talent. Even though Magix himself is a world talent, he knows that now he's got arguably the best player in the world. So yes, you're gonna have to take some concessions in your own game, but he's actually been fitting the role incredibly well.
I mean, personality-wise, I think the hardest thing to do as an interviewer in Counter-Strike is to get Magix to say something nice about himself. So he's definitely willing to sacrifice for the teammates. One of those teammates, who you mentioned earlier, took a step back towards the end of the year in Zontix, but yesterday we saw it, particularly on that first map of the best of 3 against Falcons. Zontix was right there, right in the pocket of Donk. It was 1 and 2. It was the 2 Musketeers rocketing through.
The problem is, there is Mirage.
Yeah.
Zontix is far better on Mirage than other maps. They kind of pioneered that Donk swings out connector, Zontix swing off short. It's just something they're incredibly good at. They've been good at it for a long time, and it's not surprising to see Zontix do well there. Problem is, he didn't really show up for the rest of the series. Where was he on map 2? Where was he on map 3? That's where we needed him, and he wasn't there.
He does seem a little bit too careful at times, where if the play isn't completely ironed out, that, yes, I'm going to swing with Donk. Zontix has hesitations, and I feel like the whole headshot, I mean, the body shot merchant conversation is weirdly applicable here, where on the CT sides, still, he is very good at locking down positions because he'll play an off angle and be able to get a 4-shot body shot into anybody that's approaching him. But on T side, even though he's gotten a little bit better, he doesn't have those kind of blistering moments like, say, a bit where he can just crack open sights because he just full relies on his mechanics. Like, he wants it to be a little bit more procedural, and I just wish there was a little bit more of an X-factor element to his gameplay.
Yeah, Zontix is the ultimate punish player, but when you're playing a team like Falcons, it's hard to find much to punish, and that's the problem he was having.
What about when you're playing a team like Wildcard? Is he going to find some stuff to punish here?
I think he's going to find a whole lot to punish. I think there's going to be many opportunities.
Yeah, surely. I mean, there's going to be just advantage situations for Spirit in this game. Wildcard are going to have to re-aggress on the side of the map where Zontix is likely playing, and that's where the Body Shot King is best, when they just have their belly sticking out as they try to just mosey on into whatever space he's holding, and then he just shoots him right in the tummy.
Body shot King right in the tummy. Look, I know a guy who's going to be keeping his tummy tucked. I want to flip the script again. It's the only man we didn't mention on Wildcard, and he's one of the strongest performers more often than not. I'm wearing his jersey right now. I'm talking about FaZe.
FaZe is probably one of the main people that I'm thinking will show up against this team and could humble Donk. Could he? I don't know if he's going to humble Donk, but he could absolutely.
He said it. He said it. Clip it, ship it, rip it.
He
post it on Twitter. Post it everywhere you can. I'm sorry, X.
If Wildcard are going to win, that's what they need. They need FaZe in the right angles, holding a line. Donk swings into it. He gets the kill, and then his team can do something after that. Is Spirit going to use their utility to correctly prevent that from happening, to not let him get put in those situations? I think they are.
I liked what he was able to do versus Pain yesterday, especially on Anubis. Felt like he was moving into the bomb site hits in a very coordinated fashion. But the rounds, again, were almost set up because people like Susp and Sonic would take good space before him. Then he can kind of lock in to train himself on these angles where the Pain players kind of they feel like they have to swing. I don't know about creation. Like, creation is so difficult at the highest level when your entry dies. Like, how are you going to actually be the second wave of offense, especially if you're in the backline with an AWP? So I would love for FaZe to pop off here. Like, I think his journey is hilarious and kind of crazy. Like, Young Ninja's promoted to NIP. Then he goes to China to Rare Atom for a while. Then he comes back after being airbrushed in every single photo that they release of him for.
You know something about that.
Yeah, of course. The AI skin smoothing and everything like that. And now he's found his home. I like that. I like what he's brought here to Wildcard. I hope people aren't confused by the whole like Stewie in for him out situation. That was more of like a MRQ kind of Valve rule set thing. Like, don't worry about that. Like, he's still on this team. He's still a really solid opera for them. I don't think he's going to get it over the line for Wildcard, but he's got to watch out for.
Yeah, I think you got it right. Can he create something on T side? Maybe not, but I think if they walk into him, if they make the mistake, especially on CT, he's gonna hit the shots.
If he plays for a South African team, he truly will become Mr. Worldwide. But for now, it's time to see where Mr. Worldwide's journey is going to take him, because it is time for the veto. What do we get?
A really awkward veto for Wildcard here, because
I don't like those.
Nah, Spirit love to ban their favorite map, so it's kind of up to them to find an answer for it.
Yeah, the unfortunate bit is that Wildcard like to their only map where they've really gotten upsets this year is Inferno. That's Spirit's permaban, and then after that, I mean, you're really as Wildcard. They've picked Ancient in the past, but they're not looking too great on Ancient recently. So there's really no great place for them to go.
Wildcard play a lot of Anubis, don't they?
I mean, they beat Pain on it yesterday, and it was actually incredibly convincing, but it was off of a T-side 12-0, okay? They're going to be starting on the CT side here, not the same kind of...
13-0 this time?
When they have to start CT, Mike, I don't know if it's that easy, okay? Spirit going for Dust 2 is a little bit of a surprise for me. I mean, Wildcard kind of liked the nuke, which is another pick that Spirit would go for there. So I feel like Spirit, in a weird way, by picking Dust 2, are showing respect. They usually only pick Dust 2 versus the best teams in the world. And it looks like for the final map of the series, we will get nuke. So Spirit feel incredibly comfortable with this. Maybe Anubis falls more in the middle of their map pool, but the other two maps, they love them.
Yeah, Anubis is the map that Donk said did he say should be removed? He said he hates that map, but unfortunately, because he hates it and everyone knows it, well, they had to play it quite a bit, and he's gotten pretty damn good on it. So for Spirit, this is not really anything they're uncomfortable with.
The secret is he was always good on it, it turns out. But I will say, I think Spirit might be one of the few teams in the world that has more respect for Wildcard coming into this event than the general consensus, just because of that weird, bizarre Donk needs to drop 70 game, where Stanislaw and Wildcard actually really did bring it to them. So if you were thinking that maybe Spirit would be asleep, maybe they would underestimate them, unfortunately, if you're a Wildcard fan, I don't think that's going to be happening.
That's probably, it's a great narrative point there. Just like, there is familiarity between these teams. They also played in a BO1 at Shanghai in the second stage of the major, and Spirit was able to win that one. So like, they know that Wildcard are a real team. They're not just like showing up today, what the hell is this mix that we're playing against? No, they've actually been pushed by them before. And if anything, that's the worst thing that hurts Wildcard.
Yeah, this is a Wildcard team where, again, previous to their game against Pain, Big Azar says, we know what we're expecting. We know what they're going to bring. They didn't bring anything unexpected. And Spirit's probably thinking the same thing. We know what they're going to bring. We've seen it before. Let's do it again.
But can they stop it, gentlemen? Has my insane psyop managed to sway either of you?
Mike, reality check, okay? If Wildcard win double-digit rounds in either of these maps, I'm happy. They're going to go home happy. The chance that they win, it's nil.
Nil?
Nil.
Nil?
I won't give them 0. I'm going to give them 0.1% chance.
Bold.
You're a hater for that 0%.
A bold take,
realism.
a bold take.
Realism right here.
If that's reality, I reject your reality, gentlemen, and I would like to substitute my own. I think it's one that might bring some cashes along with me. Scrawny and Launders, are you living in the real world?
I thought so.
0% chance, Mike. 0% chance.
0, not even 0.1, like Vu says. Maui Snake said nil. I mean, zilch, 0, nothing, nada.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. We could be proven wrong. We like was brought up by Maui. Spirit pick Dust 2 versus teams they respect, the best teams in the world. Wildcard have shown improved versus them, made it difficult. But
that doesn't sound like 0.
That's kind of like the first round of games, and the reason why I feel like this one's not going to be is because now they're a known quantity to Spirit. I think they know to respect them. I don't think that would have happened if this was their first time meeting Wildcard. The one thing we could say that's good about Wildcard though is, on day 1 versus Vitality, they only got so many rounds. They got 7 rounds on the first map, a better map in the second map, and that was versus Vitality, who looked really good. So we could tell already that Wildcard had a lot to prove, and they had a good game plan. But a few days in, I just don't think anybody's sleeping on them right now. So this is the point in the event. I think it's going to be the hardest for Wildcard, the best chance for Spirit. If this was day 1, I might feel a little bit more different.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of this event is there are 4 teams that are considered the top 4, and then you've got the 4 that are taking a chance at a swing. You know, the Rivals is meant to be painted as the top teams getting a chance to really duke it out amongst themselves. If you are not one of those 4 based on VRS invites and you are just coming through the, the top of your region, you're just kind of meant to be the punching bag to get the event going.
Sure.
And, you know, Wildcard did beat up their brothers in Pain from the same region, and now it feels like it's kind of their turn to leave. As sad as that may sound. But again, the fact that they've pushed it in the past is really the only reason that I think we have to kind of consider that 0.1% that Vu is trying to sell you like a bottle of snake oil.
Most positive Vu statement right there.
I mean,
there isn't really a reason to doubt Wildcard playing well today based on what they've shown us so far at the event.
Correct, yeah.
There is that. But But I think if we saw a different game from Spirit yesterday, I'd be a little more concerned about them. But like them and Falcons are just like playing up here, you know, like in the tier 0 sort of level where it's like, who's going to beat them ever?
As far as my expectations and their abilities, I almost have more belief in Wildcard than FaZe. You know, they showed us a solid game. So let's see if they can replicate it against another top opposition. That Vitality game on Inferno specifically, right? There were reasons to kind of root for Wildcard if you wanted a level of competition worth watching. I just hope that's at least what they do. Push Spirit a little bit, kind of gear up as the season looks to finish off. But that's an interesting turn of events. FaZe has just upended man advantage from 3v4 to 3v2. Now suddenly Wildcard poised to take a pistol if they can piece together what's left of it. And that open A site leads me to believe it could be likely.
Yeah, man. Zontic's going to walk back, but he'll be here a little bit slowly. I guess, actually, they move with good time, even though they're walking. Chopper's now coming in through camera. Soon they'll get vision, but as soon as Wildcard start running, that's actually the best time to do so. Looks like bomb will get planted. Let's see if there's any interruption. Oh, no, not watching the plant.
No way.
You got to cover that.
Now Chopper's able to slide up. That's going to go unnoticed, but they both swing and they almost gave him a chance. No coverage on the bomb is a reason to be concerned.
What a round out of FaZe.
Delicious round, Mohan, but I'm not forgetting about the fact that nobody covered that bomb.
Yeah. Actually, it was supposed to be FaZe as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I said nobody as if it wasn't his job. Mind you, he did also reopen this one, but that's kind of a bit of a gift. Yeah. Spirit smelled blood in the water, thought they could just force the issue, and, well, paid the price.
They could have also planted more towards camera, and FaZe could have watched that more. Well, I guess either way, he'd be exposed along. They had 3 players there. They should have had it covered. But they win the rounds.
There we go.
And they wanted Anubis. And yes, it's true. Dog thinks this map should be removed. A lot of people are having trouble with it, especially on CT side. But it only gives him more credit because he's still the best player in the world on it. Was like best from the beginning of the, you know, when the map came into the pool. Spirit have been playing it the entire time. I think he's just tired of playing on it. And the fashion in which you lose sometimes, it feels a little bit, I think the map is just too C-sided in a game that's a little bit T-sided. So
yes,
again, I've said this before, but the really, you know, the reason that hurts more than when a map is CT-sided is because it's more important to streak on CT side. And it's harder to keep an economy together on Anubis on CT side.
No, they didn't want to wait around in pistol when they took that fight outside of E-Box. Now they've got to wait around to get the guns going. So we get the Desert Eagle on Donk. Can we take a second to just remind everybody that yesterday versus Falcons, we saw Donk opping?
Yeah, man.
Anything is possible.
He got like a kill.
I think a real testament to the failures of their B-site defense on Dust 2 versus Falcons. We'll see if Zontix is able to improve compared to last night.
Yeah, that part of the game plan looked a little weird, I guess.
Yeah.
It was weird because you got like Donk would start B-site with an Oplin round, then he'd start Goose run round, but there wasn't a lot of mid-round movement from him. They just committed him to positions over and over again, which was very gambly out of Spirit, and to their credit, when he was on the right side at the right time, that was good for the team, but you know, he wasn't useful in all parts of the round, which I think was missing. We also had a game where they ran out of timeouts, like at like round 18 or something like that. So might have been out of ideas. Clean one.
Couldn't have expected too much with just that Donk Deagle out there. Immediate rifle buy here in round 3. So no op on Shiro, but that's okay. Saw a rifle clip from him as of late. My confidence in Shiro unwavering. Mac 10s though, Wildcard. Will they play a faster tempo? Doesn't look like it. Not out of the gate anyways, but Bridge first and foremost. Chopper, classic mid player on Anubis for Spirit. Gonna get pressured here by the SMGs. Shiro tried to cover it, doesn't kill Sus fast enough. Confirming more bodies inbound with the double Molotov, cuts off the support systems here for Zontix. He pushes forward beyond Fountain. So while this hit does come quickly down into the A site, at least he's not compromised yet. He wants to play that fight into Stanislaw up close. Oh, but the smoke fades, and JBA wastes no time to come and help Stan, ensuring that bomb goes down, man advantage is created, and Wildcard now looking to stave off a retake attempt. There's the test from Donk. He finds a little pocket behind that fire to fight down FaZe, and so 3v3. Sonic first, right behind that box, busted up by Magix, as now they come in from multiple angles, but no long control. That is still in Stan's hand, or so it was. Shiro with kill 2 and 3 on the round. Easy stuff for him out from heaven. Spirit's first rifles, their first round win.
Still a great attack from Wildcard, getting mid-control, taking out Chopper in a really key spot, knowing how Zontix would play that, trying to push out a main instead of towards the site. And they were smart about like prioritizing all of those fights instead of just getting the bomb down right away, which some worse teams might try. But like this approach is absolutely beautiful. And I think one mistake is obviously FaZe fighting with his low HP up there. They could have maybe delayed a little longer. But he was down to like 18. Gotta call a spade a spade. That was a very promising round from Wildcard. It just has Stan written all over it, man. Even when he called for EG back in 2019, you know, no matter what, there was always a chance he could beat that team, right? Like he could beat Astralis before Liquid could. And yeah, just special when it comes to his prep. Canadian too, by the way. Extra bonus.
No bias. Ouch, 40 damage on that one. Sus just kind of lets them know he's there. Perfect bank grenade for him to have to deal with. He tries to keep that pressure up, but a lot of utility usage coming out of Spirit here as we hit that 35-second mark. Jaba, he opens up the smoke, finds Chopper on it. Suddenly, Donk feels a little more compromised, but he's still working with Magic, so having two defenders in position looks good. Stan's gonna trade places here with Zontix, so it seemed, but look at that, the push comes through. Stan steps into the smoke at the moment Zontix comes out.
And then he comes back.
Not the fact that he pushes forward. He's not able to double down on it, but it served up a distraction for a second. Shiro controls both sides of the site.
He was already thinking about camera, though.
Was the target they wanted. Down to 8 seconds, he'll play behind Cake. Shiro, it is perfection. On his own, just 3 kills, no teammates to help out. An anchor on the A site.
He brought it up, the rifle clips that he can get. And I think Stan was, I mean, I wouldn't say he was lucky to come back out because he walked in at the right time, but he actually heard Zontix running afterwards. So him peeling back was just really, just made this play really, really cool. But honestly, Shiro was not caught off guard by a camera walkout at all. He was thinking, that's going to be my first fight after Zontix pushes out a main. When that happened, I think he had the sequence all lined up in his head, like Rain Man.
I mean, that's why he is so good with the late round impacts.
Yeah.
That game sense. Oh, okay. Almost enough to catch Donk off, but he'll still put 2 players down. Bomb doesn't even get across, and so Spirit versus the Pistols, all too easy. Pick Donk 8K's back up, give that over. You know, he'll be calling for it. And then his Spirit starting to control the situation here. Pistol, first conversion. Spirit wasted no time, made sure they save in the second round to get that early gun round, and since they bought rifles, it's all Spirit since.
Who do you think makes it farther in Austin? Wildcard or Complexity?
Oh, that's a good question, but I'll say Complexity. And I say Complexity with still having high hopes on the Wildcard side.
Given our luck, it'll probably be them in some head-to-head for elimination.
Right. Yeah, classic.
The grand finals.
Yeah, okay. Don't get ahead of yourself. Shiro trying. Oh, yes! Love that. Love that. Woo! Every single time.
Nearly off his scope entirely, man.
Give me the fork and knife. I'll eat that up. Ooh, Shiro's on one, huh? I thought it was just a rifle thing, but he's already inside of his B site. We'll give him that one miss. The other two so clean. And Zontic's gonna lock down A on his own.
Cue it up. Cue it up. I suppose the round is still live. Technically speaking.
Okay, I got another question for you.
Ooh.
Do either Complexity or Wildcard make it further than Liquid?
Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Do both?
No.
Okay.
It is probably going to be Wildcard.
Really? You have more faith in Wildcard than Complexity?
They are the team where I think like head-to-head, less faith, but it's more like a Cloud9 versus iBuyPower. Like iBuyPower better at home, Cloud9 better internationally. I feel like Wildcard internationally, I'm like more convinced they're going to pull off some upsets again because Stan's that shot so nice, man. That was a great play, like in terms of how wide he went to take that fight and everything. But yeah,
you know, here's the kicker, Launders.
I don't think Shanghai was a fluke.
Liquid, because they are at the top of the VRS Americas, get a stage 3 invite straight up, which means guaranteed top 16.
Yeah, but we all know that's a curse.
Fair?
Yeah, sometimes those warm-up stages.
Fair. And we haven't even said
I've already
M80.
mentally done my pick'em. Wildcard have made it past stage 2.
Okay. This guy's done a pick'em challenge with the likes
I had a lot of caffeine today, man. I'm thinking.
Yeah, we've been waiting to get going from 4 best of 3s today to just 2. Sitting around.
Yeah, that's true about M80 as well. Yeah, low-key, we've got a pretty promising region. I mean, even NRG squeezed in their biggest result so far.
Honestly, thank you to Brazil.
Yeah.
Because of their performance at the Copenhagen Major and all the extra slots we've earned.
They're also the most represented team in Austin.
Tech9's on the push. Nice. Ooh, yes, Chopper, triple kill. Tracks him nicely. You know, that's Tech9's, but hey, it's clean.
His withdrawal from that first fight was so perfect, too. Probably would have only got a single kill if he didn't walk back.
Oh, yes, indeed. Nice shot, Stan. Wow. Still a chance at this one because the B rotate being slow, but the fact that Wildcard also don't pounce on that means there's a chance for Spirit to come plug any holes in the defense. I have to say thank you to Brazil because they earned a few spots, but then also thank you to Europe for dropping the ball in Shanghai because we earned more slots then too.
Yes. I mean, we got to give ourselves some credit, and by us, I mean Brazil. We took it from them. We took it from them, you know? They didn't want to give it to us.
Ooh, just missed timing here. Stan, you got a little more left in the tank? There's a timing chance on Zontix, but nah, Zontix keeps himself well aware.
That was a good setup for a chance.
And Sonic's going to have to come sprinting in. Unfortunately for him, Zontic's going to keep the pressure up, make the bomb plant less likely, and you know Donk's not waiting for anybody else. He'll come sprinting down camera to put Spirit on fire 5 in a row since winning in their first gun round.
Not looking back.
So you said no double digits today.
Yeah.
For Wildcard.
Yeah.
Is that accumulative across both maps?
Oh. I mean, no. I was just thinking they wouldn't get double digits on either map. Live co-streamer reaction. I think, again, with the veto the way it is and how Spirit played yesterday, even though they lost to Falcons, I was properly convinced they're going to be on their A game. So I just don't think it's going to be. It's not even a revenge match because they won both times, but it is just they know this team now. So I think there is just going to be less surprises. See, the Magic's second op is actually, it's superior to the Dog second op. He does it more often. He's good at it on Anubis. It's not a gimmick setup when Spirit do this.
I guess just not a feature on Dust 2 because Magix is such a dedicated long player.
Yeah, exactly.
Donk just got pieced up by CEST. That is a clean entry for his second kill of the map. Still though, an additional 2 defenders inside this B site, Magic's op included. A little awkward now with the smokes popping around him. He can just fixate over towards JBA.
Ooh, he has a second where he can come around to E-Box, but there's still the fresh smoke in there. Utility, interesting. We've got 1 molly here for Chopper. And a smoke. Uh-oh, that's a big problem. They're going to want to go through this.
Smoke down at 35 seconds.
I guess I mean, in this site, you can come out like 18 or so seconds and still have time. Spirit know they're going to play it down to the wire, but
that helps.
Now they've got to go.
Yeah, right. The alternative on the other side of the map has gone down first. That's presence confirmed towards long. Chopper looks to come bolster the numbers. Fire in front of him, can't force the fight. Magic's just looking to cut off the cross. Bomb is one of those players. They just chuck it over to FaZe, and he's going to get that down. Not planting behind the wall means safe plant.
There's 2 offs on this retake, man. It's not going to be easy.
Very awkward. Fire at the feet first. And of course, this smoke that goes down in front of Temple. Flash to try to take the long fight. Sonic looking to just shave off numbers before the retake actually comes out. But what that does is gives man advantage back over to Spirit. And 3 players still working up from long. Shiro hits it out from Temple. FaZe wants into the action. Zontix is low, so is FaZe now. He's gonna connect not just the 1 kill, but further damage too. And time's ticking quickly. Sus, nade onto the bomb. That's gonna just not stop him. Shiro with just enough time. Barely gets it through, but piece by piece, the retake comes together.
Yeah, it's a really great effort there. Shiro's so critical at every moment. Each opportunity doesn't miss his shot. That's belief in the retake, man, out of Spirit. They didn't even have a huge numbers advantage or anything, but you can see from Magic's rotate all the way back around through spawn that they're playing to set up for that retake. They don't want to worry about the site hold as much. They know that that's actually pretty low percentage when all the nades run out. It still surprises me to see, but again, they're playing with a lot of respect here for Wildcard. They're not just risking these fights. That's unfortunate. Definitely not a map that you want to just give up an extra smoke.
Oh, saw ya. Chopper doesn't stick around. Oh, nice shots from Sonic there.
Let's go.
A couple headshots through the edge of the wall will put down Spirit's op. And the only one in this round, a little deviation as Magic's returns to the Colt.
They'll finally re-smoke main. Oh, some nade damage too.
Clean donk, finds timing, down canal. Poor Stan. You know, I think he's been taking up a responsibility of being the alternative. We saw him get opt over on that A site 1 round prior, this time as well, just kind of gets picked off. And every time that gets picked off, there's just more pressure on the actual wildcard pack.
It's like playing versus Donk. It's like playing Metal Gear Solid if all the police officers ran instead of walked around on the patrol. You know, he's just gonna wide swing an angle that you could be holding, walking, crouching in. He just doesn't care.
Donk up close as well. The back's turn he gets to. Unreal headshot there on Sonic. I say unreal, but you've come to expect it when it boils down to Donk. And Magic's looking to support with what remains at 10 seconds. FaZe almost getting the tempo kill, but even then, still an anchor behind the obelisk. So another triple kill moment here from Donk to just keep these rounds rolling.
That's another moment where you see him in E-Box, peeking canal. Suddenly he's jailed, you know, and he rotates right away. It's just like a hard position to read in this position. You're like looking for him on his pillar where he's always standing.
For the people who haven't played Metal Gear Solid, could we do another analogy? Would it be like Walking Dead zombies versus 28 Days Later zombies?
It's like Running Dead zombies.
Yeah. Because, you know, walkers, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, my cardio's all right. Runners?
Runners.
I'm done.
Everyone hates the zombies who run.
If Pimp ever turns into a zombie, we're doomed.
My God, yeah.
I bet you that's the one zombie that would know how to ride a bike.
Because they don't get stamina bars, do they?
No. No, they don't. And all the stamina in the world here for Spirit as well, apparently. 7 rounds straight. Wildcard chance at a solid T side is dwindling. Their map pick for the record. And Chopper finds first blood already. Again, just this constant poke and prod that's coming out of a confident Spirit CT side.
I just love when the nades land. Doesn't matter who's throwing them. This one comes out early though, and Stan will see that as an invitation. There's still one more though.
Shiro keeps his head down. Back to the rifle, how fun.
Oh, great
Zontix,
flash.
he'll get the double. Desert Eagle connects for Sonic, sure enough. They're not able to follow up immediately, but FaZe kills the rotator. Low health as well there for Zontix, so we've got an opening. They're not able to grab guns just yet. We'll see if the Heaven push catches them off. So quickly, down from camera, it does catch them off guard, but the damage isn't fully there. Donk survives with 13.
Of course, he got them both.
An 8th round consecutive.
Of course, he got them both, man. That was actually a smooth move out from FaZe. He got up there so quick. They barely had taken the site. Probably would have been trying to scour A main for a second after that. Bomb went down if he didn't show himself. But just like that, it's 8-2. It's feeling like the Vitality game in a lot of senses. Two rounds wildcard, one, pretty damn solid.
I will respectfully disagree a little bit.
Yeah?
I thought there was far more competitive rounds versus Vitality.
Okay.
And this one, I just feel like I'm watching a wildcard player die before rounds even start.
True.
You know? But the ideas are there. In that, I see the comparison.
Yeah, this is definitely it's a little faster. It's a
Yeah,
little faster
definitely.
for sure.
You know, it felt like Wildcard at least had Vitality thinking, whereas Spirit are just doing. Whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want. No
Just
way.
gonna block it.
Love it.
I was like, when's he gonna throw the nade?
There we go.
Nope.
Zontix asleep at the wheel.
That's kind of a wild push, though.
It is.
That is a ridiculous push. to be
Can't say
honest.
I've ever seen it.
I don't know who told him that was a timing, but man, did he know something?
I think at 8-2, you can just do what you want. And now
great.
Sus gets a 2-man advantage. Make it 3. FaZe with the cover. There we go. The streak seems to have come to an end. And it banks off of what? Sonic just walking through smoke. Hey.
Just walking through the fattest side of a smoke right there. Just had a exactly correct read. I mean, there had to be something to it, right? Zontix sitting there, minding his own business with a nade out. You don't just try that in a 5v5, right? That has to, I mean, on a team with Stan on it, there's got to be some.
Because Stan's in the server, I have more belief that it wasn't just random.
Oof.
See how many Shiro drops on the way out.
He's gonna get a damn exit ace right here. Oh, never mind. Clean one, Susp.
It's that Swedish impact that Wildcard brings to the server.
Hey, that's 3 good rounds.
Yes, very true. That's, well, 8 rounds in between them, but 3 good rounds in this half, no doubt. Hallie instantly wants in on the action. He said, I said 2 maximum.
I have to pee. We know, like, Donk's like a low-key joker.
Yeah.
So you see him sometimes that you see it. Like when he won Shanghai, and the first thing he said is, someone give me McDonald's. You know?
I mean, you saw it, body language says everything. That swagger across the stage.
Yeah, yeah. I remember going back to the hotel and he just had his arm around Shiro. Walk into the elevator.
Just a few rock stars. My favorite thing is this recent Spirit vlog that came out in Lisbon, where he's like, guys, I won all of my Face-It games today while you were going to look at some stupid ocean. Management's like, dude, it's the edge. I loved how poetic they were. They're like, it was the edge of the old world.
Yes, it literally, like.
And I thought to myself, like, wow, you're right. That is beautiful. Like a Shiro op shot.
That's actually hilarious.
Didn't give a damn.
It's the most western point of Europe.
Yeah. The edge of the old world.
The closest point to Canada. Our shortest flight to Europe.
Donk just said, I can see it in pictures. Why would I go?
Yeah, I Googled it before you left, losers. You don't know what it smells like in the Sistine Chapel.
What do you think about this? A little cross from Wildcard, 2 players into Temple to try to compromise the defense.
Looks like 4 good rounds to me, my friend. How are the A players gonna help out with this?
Well, they get a little frisky outside B site first. Chopper now starting to double back. Donk's considering it. Sus is gonna jump him. And so Donk goes down empty-handed here in the final round of a half. FaZe then strikes out from Temple. And you see the timing of that flank really messing with Spirit. Man advantage, but that magic's off. We said it's not a joke. And with this strong positioning inside E-Box, he will be a nuisance for what's left of this 30 seconds for Wildcard. Now, smoked off for the moment, frag grenade to try to test it, down to only 11 HP. Not very comfortable for Magix, but he's at least bolstered by Zontix on that rotate, and eventually Shiro comes in from long. Shiro misses a shot here, but will find the headshot right thereafter. Man advantage goes back into Spirit's hand. And so the retake's on. The half ends here. And FaZe, full focus, just locks in long, trying to bait out Shiro, going for the reload first. That is critical. Smoke down on the other side makes it awkward now for Spirit. Java able to get the first one out from the 2, ends it basically on his own here because time's going to expire, and Wildcard, you said it, 4 good rounds.
So yelling at them?
So we get it. A strong start from Wildcard, a strong close from Wildcard, but a whole lot of ass whooping there in the middle. Spirit go 8 rounds straight on the CT side. You know, they figured it out with a bit of mid-control and those nice backline lurks, but barring that, it's come up all Spirit on a strong CT Anubis showing.
At the end of the day, it's just very difficult with the quality of teams here and the level that Spirit are showing to do any more. 2 kills go Spirit's way. They answer 1 back.
Catching off the mid plays too. Stanislaw trying to throw himself into this pack as they're going to continue the charge forward. Stan holding his ground. Puts it back into an even 2 versus 2. Slows the bomb down for a second. And T's separate for a moment.
Spotted. Oh, could have got spotted. So close. Both CTs come back up into mid. They don't see anything here. A-site would be a bit faster, but right now you've got the defense split. And CEST is going to play actively. Can definitely be a great spot. Here's a timing for him if he's going to look for it, but he's holding. He's waiting.
What's the cover look like? They even check it. Okay. Ugly fight. He's got to give up his position. Chopper goes chasing. Sniffs him out in that cubby and follows him all the way to the storage entrance where now FaZe will come through with the approach. Now he can take his extra bit of time because he's got that kid. Oh my
he
God.
still dies.
Chopper survives on 2 health. Magix.
He's laughing.
Magix laughing him off. And Spirit take pistol. Uh-oh.
That one comes down to kills.
That was a rough fight from heaven.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was rough from Chopper too. He was just slightly less rough. That was like 3 years in Counter-Strike time. I could do that standing on my head.
One flash for Stan. There it is, and they find nothing. And if Donk sees somebody, he's going to chase them. That's how this works. If you haven't been watching Counter-Strike for the last 12 months, that's how this works.
Yeah, like look at them. They're all going towards the A site.
Big reposition, though. Whole pack of wildcard players coming out from middle. Shiro going to commit to the spray, and Chopper dies to nothing but USBs. But that's all right. Shiro's going to burn him out of the cubby. All while that bomb runs to an open B bomb site. And so I'll call it Spirit 10-4.
Roger that.
Magic's inbound. Over.
Gooners rise.
Yeah, Stock's at an all-time high. What an incredible... I mean, it's a completely different game, but wow.
18-0.
Jimmy, you're a sick man. And I'm all for it.
I need to know everything.
I know. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's on me for not being able to speak Russian, but...
If you see Magix in person, how you doing? Gooning.
Yes. Yeah.
Gooning you.
Right? How was travel day? Oh,
Logging.
you know. You having a good day? No. Good luck today. Don't need it. And well, today it seems like he's not wrong about it. Here we go, though. Wild card. Chance with the guns in round 15. Is there a charm on the end of that thing? Yeah, there is. Okay.
Yeah. Ah, that was a big chance.
Good flash from Zontix. Helps out for the first one. Sonic under pressure. And he's still holding the line. Oh, nice. Triple kill is huge considering everything else was falling down around him. Fresh AK as well and support right behind. Still Shiro to activate late. It's him versus Stan first. And he gets dinked as Sonic goes on. No way, an ace.
And it's class, man. Pure class from Sonic. That is amazing. There was so many ways in which Wildcard could have won this round, but as soon as FaZe missed his spray and they came through camera, it was the worst possible situation for him. He eats the flash, and then he gets the first 2 kills. You think that's quality. He's done almost enough here for a retake, and then this third, with very few bullets remaining. The fact that he even survived to get the last 2 is remarkable. That's a beautiful ace from Sonic. That was Sonic's dad celebrating for the ace.
Clean as need be. Extra impressive considering, you know, you just look back at the kills, mechanically nice, but the fact he lost his 2 teammates before he gets the first frag, there's a moment there where he feels alone in this universe. Still stands up. Also, if we're checking in with the co-streams, let me see that clown pimp one time, would we? Come on. What's that goofball doing? I know he can hear me.
Yeah, he's angry. He probably wants to respond right now. Careful, he might throw some gooch cream at the camera.
Some what?
You know.
Okay.
The cream he puts on his gooch.
Oh, right, for cycling.
Before he goes for cycles.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Before he gets on his stationary bike and doesn't move.
Yep.
In his pink latex suit.
Chopper trying to get this one going, but it's all really a ruse for the A play where Zontix has found an opening kill. And you don't have Sonic in sight this time, so CEST is going to have to step up and is again bringing this back. 2.5 kills to his name already. Fast camera push. Multiple players coming down.
Huge.
JBA senses the opening to help out, and he goes swinging in. Multi-kills starting to come out now for Wildcard.
Let's go. JBA gonna give it to you. That's awesome, man. Man, he channeled his inner spirit for that one. We do have a WWE thing going on at this event.
That's
so
true.
It's perfect.
Yep, that's what Rivals is supposed to be all about.
JBA 316 right there, baby.
That's got to be a first, man. All right, that tops Hexed and the Dystopian Future line.
Yeah, that's the new good one.
It honestly Impact, because not only is it a triple, but it sends Spirit back to the pistols. At times, that T side looked flat for 8 consecutive rounds. Wildcard were getting laughed out of the server. Spirit gonna have to sit up a little more straight once the guns come back in hand. Starting to watch the individuals on the Wildcard side power up in this series. And these pistols aren't going to find any kind of an opening here towards A. Bomb in the dirt. Mid control still held back. FaZe going to play it cautious just to make sure there's no cost at all. No casualties so far, and that doesn't seem to be changing.
It's awesome because these last 2 rounds, the time to kill was super low for Wildcard. They really had just excellent setups and players in good positions, and they just all multi-killed from those good spots. It didn't even really look like there was much of a way for Spirit to respond, so might be time for a pause.
There we go. Magic's doing some real damage here. Ships that off to Poseidon. And they won't be finding it anytime soon.
What's the Australian water god?
I don't...
Or not, sorry, Australian, Egyptian. Ah, there he is. Oh, he's doing the Bernie. I don't think he knows...
I don't think he knows we're watching.
I don't think he knows the move.
No, it's not quite there either.
Yeah, that's the Bernie that Steel did in the 2v4 retake with Dazed.
Yep. Gone but not forgotten.
Another NA classic.
That is, of course, the co-stream going down at twitch.tv/blast. If you'd like to hear the rumblings of Pimp, Dust, and Dupree, get on over there. Spirit are going down the same road Wildcard did throughout that T side. Wind pistol, convert for the first, and then a dry spell after the 2. The utility is low here for Wildcard. For 50 seconds, not one smoke, not one molly.
That's a great point. And the split's coming in. They don't find Chopper as well. They would have loved to have this timing, and FaZe left a gap before Sonic rotated over, so now this is just wide open for now. Sus was watching it from camera, at least. But the shot's a little too hard.
Yeah, big spot now for Sus, also drop. Pressure's on. In these moments, though, individual heroics have come through. It's one of the elements of the Wildcard.CEST side so far. Lose a player, and someone up steps up. But it feels like Sonic, having gotten that kill with a bit of extra labor.
I mean, Shiro's all the way out still in main. They have a really strong post plant, so no tempt right now. I think you made the most salient observation, and that's the lack of specifically mollies and smokes to block. And then you had FaZe make a last-second adjustment to go to main. If he had gone in full cleared mid, he could have actually got the Chopper kill. That was the only player coming in from camera, and then both of them could have fought towards main, and that I think would have been a better hold. But they didn't know exactly what was going on. Spirit were just wasting some time outside of A main, trying to draw out utility, and they did a good job of that. But it's nothing more than a standard attack at just a later timing than the other rounds. Unfortunately, it's just not much give left in this game. Wildcard have to tighten up. They're going to close this out, make some comeback happen.
Great observing, catching that flashbang coming through as well. It's one thing for the op to drop with nothing. It's another for your next layer of defense to be full white. Final timeout here for Wildcard. Shiro checking his notes, like, what do we do after a teenager hip thrusts us? Actually, not a teenager. I take that back. I'm pretty sure Jabe was 20. Dead on.
Happy birthday, JBA.
Yeah, sure. Four rounds the gap. No denying in these last few rounds, Wildcard have done enough to pique our interest on an individual level. They've just shown us the multi-kills, those heroic moments at least coming out of them. There's clearly fight left in them for this second half, but not enough fight to run the risk of hitting outside A.
Wildcard are keeping the ideas flowing, but so are Spirit right now. Unfortunately, there's a lot of vision that they're lacking, even though they made a little aggressive move towards A. It's B site that's going to get taken. I think this is worst case for Wildcard. 2 semi-retake spots, and they're low on utility. I think they might have to fight a little bit. They've only got 2 mollies to come in from behind this.
They're not fighting yet, nothing at all. Not a spam until now. Stanislaw had really kind of minimized his threat. They don't find timing on the cross. There's the wide swing out from Platt, held back by JBA. Safe plant confirmed. And there's now just down to that one incendiary for the retake. Donk's looking for a chance to swing out into long. He'll go off the Shiro shot, but dropped empty-handed. 3v3.
That molly's too small.
Yeah, incendiary doesn't even burn Zontix out, so Susp hoping it had been cleared by the flames, not the case, and it's done. Magix gets the timing around Obelisk, and Spirit secure a 12th. 5 map points off that post plant.
Yeah, that was like low utility. I think Wildcard were really well prepared for the A site, and they were going to trying to be dynamic in that round, but they were just, I think in the back of their heads, just really hoping it wasn't a B finish. So it's a nice call here for Chopper. Also, Sus doesn't use this molly correctly. Even though it's too small, he could have used that to zone somebody who was standing in the doorway. Hard cleared this close angle and actually had a pretty good fight. Instead, he's looking across the flame that he can't even run through without clearing something first. So, yeah, hard to be efficient in moments like that, but that's a round that now gives Spirit 12. Did that smoke go through the floor a little bit?
I didn't see which one, sorry.
The one in main? No, am I crazy?
Some days.
Low from, yeah,
Some
true.
days,
Is it a
yeah.
Wednesday?
I've spent enough time with you to know.
That's a crazy day.
Ooh, pistol's gonna prevail here. Careful, Shiro. Okay, covered by Zontix. So that threat put down. Donk just waiting out the smoke as the op recovers from what was looking like a slightly panicked position, but no panic at all. Spirit short. Win the pistol, let Wildcard come through with a few rounds. But that 8-round streak from the favorites in this series really set a tone in this opening map. Anubis, not enough for the Wildcard camp.
Not enough indeed. Some moments, some sparks, but ultimately a big wet blanket that was Spirit dominance to snuff out any fire that Wildcard brought into the server. A tough one for them for sure, but perhaps the expected result here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it dominance. They definitely, I mean, they showed up, they played like Spirit, but I think the more interesting part of this is that I think Wildcard kind of did their darndest. They had quite a few good rounds. They had really good ideas. They understood the concept of how we can find some upsets, and they took risks. They did a good job, but yeah, it's Spirit. It's Spirit. What are you going to say?
Too good of a start for Spirit on their defensive side of things. Players like Shiro, actually kind of everybody chimed in, really. I feel like I saw moments or multi-frags from practically everybody on the Spirit roster, whereas on the Wildcard side, just took a little bit too long to get it all in motion. And when they try to go for those pinch plays onto bomb sites, it always feels like one side is just defanged because Spirit are doing something or somebody is getting a multi-frag to just quell one threat.
We did see some moments. There was at least some smiles, some pop-offs, some stand-ups, but it did feel like a little bit of futility here. There was one round in particular you wanted to look at here, Vu?
Yeah, I've got round 11 because this is the kind of thing that I like to see about from an underdog. They take a little bit of a risk. They actually have Sonic walk up mid before that smoke pops. So the smoke is already here on the screen, but it popped just a second before. So Zontix pulls out a nade, Sonic walks through, they get the initial entry, they get the opening, which thins out the defense so they can find these openings, and then they group up, they go together, 3 through E-box, straight into the B site, and they've got a great round to close out. And then they close out the next round right afterwards as well. They get a little momentum, but that's a few rounds too late because they started out 2-0, and then it's 8-2 when we show that round before they have a successful play that it can actually set up a round win.
Speaking of a successful play, before we just get away from the nice wildcard things, the good fuzzies.
Yeah.
We had an ace. Let's watch the ace. Let's watch the ace for a treat. As a treat for me.
Thanks, Mike. I'm glad that you conjured this one up. This was a fantastic moment for Sonic where he was able to just single-handedly defend the entire bomb site. This is kind of what I mean with his mechanics. Like, it's just so smooth in the micro corrections every time. I feel like there's no wasted efforts in his crosshair as it just swings from one target to the next. Really, really good tracking ability in those moments too, and just never overstepping either. Like, he's taking the right amount of fights, kind of hesitating, understands where the next fight's coming from. He's not just wildly swinging left, right, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, Sonic, we highlighted him before the game for this exact reason. He has a game once in a while, he pops off, and he's been doing that more and more and more often as things go on, and that is perfect gameplay from him. But the problem I have with that round is that the rest of the Wildcard team kind of just fell, and it feels like when Wildcard won a round, it was a fight. They're fighting to the death to win these rounds, and when Spirit won rounds, it was kind of like, oh, the round's over. Spirit won this round.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's a little bit of the expectation, but that's good to see for Spirit, right? Again, we did have some questions. They've mostly been answered at this point. Coming off of a break, is there some ring rust? Are there some ideas? And then, yes, it's an absolute banger, an absolute heater. There is a little bit of a fall off. They don't lose, or they don't win, rather, against Falcons. There's maybe just a little bit of concern. And I think at this point, we're not too concerned.
I feel like Spirit are in a position where they spent that whole month off. They definitely are looking at new plays that they want to improve their strat book with, and they don't always know when the best time to always use them is. I feel like they're kind of almost spoiled by a wealth of options right now with everything that they've been trialing. So to see them lose to Falcons, but then kind of easily bounce back in this game, I feel like is par for course for what we would have expected, whether there was a break or not.
It was actually funny talking to them. They were pretty happy with how that Falcons game went. Like, they thought they put themselves in position to win it. And considering it was an opponent that they think is playing well.
That's kind of disappointing. I don't like that they're happy.
It was a little weird.
I want them to be really just thinking they should be able to beat everybody. Like, you won the last major. Like, why is that seemingly, that expectation shifted so drastically?
I think that's a hater moment. That's a hater moment. I like it. Okay, I'll give him some credit. I'm going to give him some credit because that's an amazing game. You can't get
It was a good game.
Yeah, it was an amazing game. And they're playing against Nico and Monacy. They're playing against that core. They lost to 7 times in a row now.
Yes.
You get a game that close, 1 round away from victory. You don't feel, you're not.
I'm not happy though. I'm not happy. I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know. I don't know
fair
the character.
enough. Yeah,
the character
maybe
I think you're a
maybe
little
happy
too
is too much.
results-oriented here. They were saying that the vibe was right, and the server, you know, maybe the result.
I can never tell what the vibe is with Spirit. They got the same
very hard to
monotone.
read.
Yeah, they got the same deadpan expression almost every time I see them or hear them.
Magic's when he wins a major. Magic's when he wakes up in the morning. Magic's when he takes a nice bite of a burger.
Yes, it's all the same.
Pretty much how it goes. But
all the same.
Shiro, maybe a little bit more vocal, maybe a little louder, maybe a bit more of a pop-off. He's also still here.
I think he just came back.
Getting ready, getting prepped. He's hungry, he's ready. He's on Dust 2. He's locked in.
Dust 2, also the map against Falcons where he kind of popped off himself. I think at some point he was top fragging like 20-7 or something at some point on that map. He was dominant, and this is a map where ops tend to do quite well. So seeing Shiro comfortable, practicing, happy, maybe too happy.
What's great is that one of his highlights in the last map was a rifle highlight, and that is something that he was able to bring against Falcons yesterday as well. It's something where he is definitely underrated by the community because in terms of impact, people just think that he's a very steady, slow opper, and he is, but his rifle is crazy. Like if tomorrow the op was wiped away from CS2, Shiro would still be one of the 15 best players in the world pretty easily for my money.
Yeah, one of the things that does separate different oppers is that some oppers are too reliant on the op. You have a bad game and you can't get anything going. I think in CS2, MR12, you need to be able to compete with the rifle as well, and Shiro can compete at a very high level with the rifle, clutches, early round, and he does actually get impact with them, which might be surprising, but he gets some impact.
It does feel like in MR12, those pure oppers are a dying breed. They're an endangered species. Do we think there's still a place for them?
No.
I mean,
we're starting a dialogue here.
It's just kind of what kind of usage rate do you want for a guy to say he's a pure opper? Like 50% of his kills, because m0NESY's sort of around those numbers usually. It's not, but like ZywOo, for example, sort of paved the way for a lot of oppers to start LARPing and saying like, I'm a rifler too, you know, I'm a hybrid now. And it's just like, that's cope. You're just not a good opper right now.
Well, we might need some cope for the Wildcard fans because that was a tough one to swallow. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's on to Dust 2. the deck, their motto goes, but it seems like this time it might be just a touch stacked against them. Wildcard searching for answers after stumbling on Anubis, and now we head to Dust 2. Hostile territory here as Spirit look to turn the screws in this matchup and push Wildcard right out of the ring.
The thing is, this is a map where Spirit brought Falcons to overtime. They couldn't win. Maybe they shouldn't have been happy about it, but the problem is, this is a map where BetBoom 13-0'd Wildcard very recently.
I was online.
Stan
Didn't
got
count.
50, I don't say ADR, he got 50 damage. 4 ADR,
Online.
50 damage.
Stan doesn't get up except for land.
50 damage. He hit 2 bullets with the rifle. He hit 2 rifle bullets that entire game, Mike. It's not pretty for Wildcard here. It's hard to imagine that the road goes anywhere other than to the airport for them on this one. And I'm not trying to bag on Wildcard. I already feel like this is a good story for them. They were able to beat Pain in an upset. But again, just the realism check in here. This is a, like, let's be worried about this being a humiliating loss on the way out.
Yeah, the biggest problem is gonna go back to Inferno. Inferno is the map where I would say Wildcard have a chance to pull off an upset. Spirit ban Inferno. So you end up on Dust 2, and they looked good on Anubis, but Dust 2, it's Spirit's pick. They're better on this map, and they should comfortably take this one.
Comfortably? So you're telling me there's a chance that's uncomfortable in how they take this one? What do you want me to do, guys? We got to watch a map of Counter-Strike here. No one wants a blowout.
Yes, we do. I mean, I think that the best story for the Blast rivals for Wildcard, beyond them just getting the 1 upset victory, has been Sonic. I feel like everything that he's shown me at this tournament shows he can fight with every team he's played against. Like that, to me, he's established himself in a vein that is going to build so much confidence going into their upcoming events, including the major. And if he's kind of outlined as the star player, it's kind of up to everybody else to play catch up. So I'd like to see anybody else actually put in a real good shift versus Spirit here.
Yeah, I think one of the problems that FaZe has had is that we've talked about it. They haven't had the openings. JBA's had the same problem. You have Sonic find some consistency, and then you make it easier for FaZe and JBA to finish off the rounds afterwards. And that can make it easier for Wildcard to pick up a few upsets against these top 10 teams that they've struggled against all year.
All right, so let's set some qualifiers for the other side. We've painted a picture. It is unlikely that Wildcard are going to get it here. It hasn't been a great map for them. It's strong for Spirit. So if you're looking at this from the Spirit perspective of looking to the future, what scoreline do you consider success? And if they let this slip a little bit, when do you get nervous?
I want to see them experiment with strats, personally. I want to see some crazy drop strats. I want to see them actually take cat control as they always do, but then drop into CT spawn, do the B split like that. I want to see them test the playbook a little bit more because there is a luxury right now.
That is actually something they were doing against FlyQuest in the previous series. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here.
Well, we'll see if they can bring it out in time, but I know 2 guys who are prone to a little bit of experimentation. Scrawny and Launders!
Hey, you keep that to yourself, right, Mike. Okay? Right. You keep that to yourself, bro. We had a secret, and, well, feeling exposed myself at the moment, and probably also Wildcard after that first map, Mohan. They tried to get the game going off of some individual heroics, some fireworks popped off at times, but like Mike's saying, maybe add a little extra more experimentation. Maybe we start playing around with the strats. Let's see what Wildcard can really do about it, because I think Spirit have already convinced themselves this one's in the bag.
Yeah, I think so too. The respect pick of Dust 2. It's not even fertile grounds for experimentation on this map, man. What the heck is someone going to come up with now?
That was a great high five.
That was pretty solid contact.
Sold.
I mean, Dust 2 is nice and dynamic right now, but like, sure, I haven't seen anything new on it in like a year or something. It's just the meta going through a rock, paper, scissors of who likes long control more, who likes cat, who likes mid Bs. And there's a nice balance. That's what makes the map fun to watch right now. It's not just long every round, but here's one example of it.
Does he hit it?
He's running, right?
Little clay pigeon. Ooh, never mind. Ah, Shiro and Zaiwu. P250 sides. Shiro was playing some lights out CS back on Anubis. Doesn't look like that's going to slow down as Donk gets the additional follow-up kill towards the A. Commitment. Bomb inbound. A little late to the party, but that just gives Wildcard a bit of a chance to climb these boxes. Flash to the sky. Nothing really to get going here. Wildcard, now you're just going to get executed, stomped on by Shiro as he climbs over top of the ledge, and Spirit don't lose a body in map 2's pistol.
I saw JBA when I was at the bathroom in between the maps, and I was like, nice one, man. And like, in my head, it wasn't even about, like, I forgot that they lost. And I was just thinking, like, he had the funniest clip of the day.
Yeah.
But he was like, thanks. And I wonder if he was like, why do you say nice one?
Right. Exactement. It's our French co-stream going down, hosted by KRL and friends. We got P2 on the Spanish-speaking stream, and Pimp, who's trying his best at English.
Nice one, man. Should put me on the Spanish-speaking stream.
Oh, yeah? No, you're doing Italian next week.
Man, I gotta be careful. Whenever I think of words to say, it's like some of them are just not good words.
Right.
So not good slang.
Would you like to share with the class, or?
I would share some gabagool if I had it.
Okay. Sold. This is a big pack outside of the doorway. There's a world where Magix takes a bit of a peek with Chopper, and these 5-7s pop off. 4 players here to hold it back. Chopper gives him the drive-by treatment. Now come the others. It's well-timed peeked out of the pistols. Pit players still full health. The one in front low, but they hold. And they get a man advantage off of that. FaZe doing a great job of getting damage out with the Deagle and also dodging all the shots that came back the other way. Now Donk is low to a quarter health. Shiro working with 60.
But they know there's 2 long, so
yes, sir.
They'll run away from this. Donk can camp the door if he wants to, but he's low HP. Let's see how he plays it. The smoke to make that sort of confusing. Is he going to stick around? 1 HE makes this a 2v1. Not an easy one to land, but... Nah.
Easy one for Donk with the head turn. Gets the gush onto FaZe right thereafter, and they'll close it. Little recovery. Again, you know, as far as the desk saying, like, we want to see him play with experimentation, some new strats and ideas. There it is. Nice little long stack, works out, well timed.
Yeah, I mean, that's so thoughtful, and like that's like a moment where, you know, Stanislaw, just like their team prepping this, I'm just like, they put a lot of thought in how they were going to do it, not just have a bunch of guys explode on someone peeking out. I mean, they had one guy playing in a close, normal position. Once he dies, that's Stanislaw. Like, you'd still want to go and take long and commit to it fully, and everyone has really good spots to fight from. Here's some experimentation.
Yeah, why not? Let's get weird, man. What?
Oh. Was the peak that nice?
Yeah, it was. I saw the... What do you call those?
Zeus's.
No, but what does the Zeus shoot? It's not a bullet.
Lightning.
No, it's a...
Lasers.
Prong?
Oh, nice. Oh, like the part that touches you?
Yeah, the pins, the needles, the prong, the...
Yeah. I like prong there.
Prong? Yeah, okay.
There's probably a word for it. But in CS, it's just lightning.
I don't think that's how that goes.
It does look like it's cables that are falling.
Right.
But, you don't see them. You only see lightning.
And also, what's at the end of the cable? What is that piece called, you know? Like it's like the ends of shoelaces. I used to know what those were called.
Okay.
I looked down and I forgot.
They're called fingernails.
Ew. Missed op shot from Shiro. Well, not really a missed op shot, just pressured off the angle. An op shot that goes askew.
Wait, what?
Where'd that nade go?
It just didn't... What?
It's like it cleared the bottom half of it. Maybe a little too deep, but that was weird.
That smoke just hella optimized. Like, it was so fat on the other side that...
See, that's why you got to throw it on the Dormo.
Yeah, but normally it's less puffy.
So that smoke just like hella optimized?
Yeah, bruh.
As is this wall. Damage into hold here for Sonic, despite the flash pressure.
They can't actually run over top of this just yet. Still a fresh smoke on Cat. Okay, now they can come through.
Turning from the flashes.
Good dodge.
FaZe gets back into the action. Now 5v3 looking good here for Wildcard. Oh, but he emerges out with double headshots. Comes Zontix through mid. And they're able to push it. Zontix again. Oh, man. 3v5.
What a godlike round out of Zontix.
And he doesn't even give a damn.
They come in and blow that smoke up as well as they're running towards mid. He's just meant to get a kill or something, so maybe stay alive. He's not expecting to see 2 here. That's so clean on the adjustment to the second sus. No chance to shoot back. No chance to miss, at least.
Damn, felt like a great chance there for Wildcard. They were playing it nicely. 2 pressured situations, dodging utility well between FaZe and Sus, but guess not. Push up on Magix. He reels back, and Chopper's coming over to make sure neither of them go down. This is already long control. You know Donk won't wait too long before actually sussing out an opening on site.
Yeah, it's going to be wrapping Cat in about 10 seconds. They keep hanging out over here.
He's just waiting for the green light, but as he waits a little longer, that does allow them to just scramble back. Still so ahead of the pack that they get caught off by his timing, and so clean with it. Just tapping 3 players out of the round like it's nothing. They scrambled back in time to put up some sort of a fight, and if he doesn't get that instant second headshot, then maybe, just maybe, they find a little more, but an easy triple for Donk as far as he's concerned. And the beating continues.
Even more clean than Anubis so far. Yeah, that's why Donk was sitting there like, all right, time to come and throw some utility for me so I can win this round for us.
Can I go yet?
If you guys are done watching the flank.
And he gets it going all right. FaZe looking for a parting gift.
Go for it.
Get a little cost racked up, but no sir. 4 strong survive here for Spirit as the round wins just keep coming.
I always like to say go for it as if it makes like any economic sense or there's like, you know, like I have skin in the game.
Yeah, you're a great cheerleader, man.
But like, yeah, just want to see people swinging, man. Swinging for it. It's more just an analogy for life.
Take the chance. What is the evil lighting here on Alley?
Yeah, he's the wrong guy for evil lighting, man. He already looks so focused all the time.
It's a scary formula already. 9-2 is Donk, 9-0 is Shiro.
Wow, maybe Jimmy's record's up for grabs in the same day. Jimmy, in the last match, went 18-0 before he died.
Well, Nico put in his best map in a Falcons jersey. That was last night. Jimmy goes best map ever today. So personal records are very much being set at the moment. And that's all good because we're gearing up for Austin. The last few events before the coveted US Major. Be there or be square. And by square, I mean European.
No, they should come.
They should come, yep. Come get a taste of jet lag. FaZe tries to play aggressively here. It's going to pay the cost somewhat. 1/3 of his health taken down as we get this clump of Spirit players. Bottom middle.
There's still 3 here, but so early in the round, A-splits like getting going. This will come down to the last bits of utility. Sonic's got, Sonic dumps his grenades because he's going to sit over at Goose. That makes more sense. This is way more value for Susp on the ramp when he can use it. They've actually got great utility for Cat, to be honest. So let's see if Stanislaw gets a kill. Then they're in a great spot.
Down to 30 seconds as well. Stan blasted.
Oh, now the ramp is in question.
He hit his dink,
Only
but
run down.
Chopper tests this by dropping downwards. JBA gets it through the smoke. That's huge. That kind of makes up for the fact Stan goes down with nothing. Sonic then connects to his, and here's that response out of Donk. Zontic's able to handle the pressure. 15 to the clock. Bomb chucked over. Donk's trying to give space for Zontix to scoop up Bomb, and he will have the time to do it, but they barely have any health here. We've got a nade chucked out towards site, but it doesn't find the actual mark to stop that plant. Very low health and no chance. He jumps up, struck from the sky. Wildcard hang on with numbers on that A site to get their first round win.
That got hella messy, but it just shows you how stacked that setup was in terms of the utility with the time left over, that they could even lose Stanislaw and still have a decent spot because of their fresh grenades up on Cat, and they were covering each other quite well. I mean, this is all even with a whiff in the end from Sussman. He got a kill before that spray. It honestly looked worse not watching it from his POV, so very formidable defense here between the two of them on site. Couldn't believe seeing that setup get untangled in the way that it did by Spirit. Happy for Wildcard that they figured out how to finally win that round. Not a point of damage off of getting Zontix out of that corner. When you see someone there, you can really feel the late B split coming in, so at least it's some information, but it's so early on in the round that Spirit can still do anything.
Nice nade. Chopper takes that one right to the top of the head. A very threatening Spirit setup right now. Everybody ready to pounce on one avenue all at the same time.
It's gonna be a mid-B fake here.
And so FaZe could damn well get a chance to shine. Stan is still very much committed to long, so it's gonna have to be the Opera and the Opera alone with that mid to B smoke coming down. Sus preoccupied in CT.
Haven't done a setup smoke here yet on Cat either. Playing on default will work. Nice shot, FaZe.
Oh, nice response from Donk, as you can generally expect. And Shiro's gonna get the difference maker, trying to keep it alive on his own. He'll do so. And Zontix has slipped into spawn. He hears them running down. All the spray connects in the end, but he goes deep. Shiro doesn't want the plant. No retake attempt at all when he just strikes them down.
It's been a fiery game out of Zontix, and I can't believe Shiro dips into CT like that in the one-on-one. But it's the correct play to end early right there. No chance to go in for a slow retake. That was a nice shot from FaZe, but the punishments here from Shiro, like, look at that.
I mean, more of the same already. Love this angle to see him just drop down for the last one.
Yeah, it's an instant decision, man. They're really kind of trusting each other.
And he still has time to climb back up if, in fact, that last player is a little further back, you know, covered by the corner.
It does feel like Spirit are reaching a next level in terms of taking rounds out of prep in certain situations, and Zontix being so aggressive.
I mean, Mohan, they're winning 6-1. Chopper and Magix both have 1 kill each. This is the Donk and Shiro show. You've got this world-class opener, this world-class closer, and they come together to dominate Wildcard so far. And unfortunately, can't really say there's any signs of slowing down, especially versus a purchase like this one from Wildcard. We saw that fake come out from Zontix last round, just throwing the smoke and really having nothing behind it. This time with a change up in the pace, striking with commitment to the B site at a minute, and it comes in from both ends. Chopper out through mid like it's nothing. Bomb a guarantee. And so racking it up, a 7th round for this T side already.
So funny how long Donk's strafes are. There's still nobody that really swings like him. A lot of people have tried to emulate his game in general, but here we are, sort of year 2 of Donk, and he's still the same guy.
No.
Fresh blood. Fresh meat.
It's never a good day when you find yourself on the chopping block. And quite literally as well, by the way. Elimination here, folks.
Oh, I thought you meant they're getting Stewie back.
No. Still surprised nobody did pick him up for Austin. It feels like, you know, if you're a team that's like looking for an edge, you know, there's a little Hail Mary.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that time of year, man, that's when he wins CS2 events.
Yeah. You could even get him for the back-to-back Dallas-Austin combo.
I mean, that was actually the plan, though, for Wildcard.
True. Oh, yeah, that's right.
And I mean, generally, there's no one else that would have had the crowd on his side, especially after what happened at Dallas last year. It was a genuine advantage.
Yeah. NA buff. Donk will not slow down. You can ask him to, but he's not. He's not going to do it. He's got blood in the water. And that's when he does his best. Shiro with the bomb has at least been found out. FaZe a little more cautious. This was a gun round for the record, folks. I know that Spirit are running through this defense like it's not, but quick reality check. CEST still well armed, and we go back even 3v3. Now again, you know bomb is outside long. Or at least at once it was. Zontix, though, such a smooth operator. He sees backs turn to him and spawn.
They didn't even know where it's coming from.
Pepper's sus down to 12.
Wait, the bomb's still in pit, though.
Yeah, they're smoking it off as if the bomb's going to come to be, because when you find the free site and there's nobody here to stop it, that's what you're going to anticipate they do. In reality, Spirit just take their time, and they're going to walk Magix into the A site while Zontix tries to fool them, but he gets found out.
At least the cross takes place, so some part of that job done.
Sus flow, so an easy finish for Magix. And just enough of a fake there from Zontix to have gotten these CTs out of position. They were a little off kilter. Smoke to put out that exact incendiary. Shiro's going for the kills.
13 damage.
Unbelievable stuff there. Sends one through off the chance and gives himself a right amount of cover so that he can get off the plant, come at this as he pleases. Magix has gone all the way back, though, towards pit.
Got one molly here for FaZe. I don't know if he can use it.
Magic's very much removed from this. Feels like Shiro, if they don't want it to get sketchy, could do it on his own. Nice snapshot upwards. And FaZe to Gandalf tries to burn his counterpart into the open. Misses the one chance at toppling him. And because he has no kit, although there is one right there front sight, he's got a small chance on this. He's going to have to defuse right then and there. And he gets the kill to Magix. Doesn't have the time. He gets everything he wants in that clutch, except for Father Time.
Could he have just turned around? Would he have had it? It was very, very close, obviously. Didn't feel like it. That's why he ran away at first, but I'm not even sure he realized he ran over that kid. That was a nice try, but in the end, Zontix's little bait and a little bit of extra damage, I think, is all that is needed to make the main difference. And that great shot out of Shiro, of course.
Giving it another listen. That would have been close.
So close, yeah.
But he also did that stutter to like run away and then went back. If he went instantly on defuse, yeah, maybe. But still a maybe. And instead, they'll have an op here in round 10. So not dying to the bomb.
Yeah.
Double MP9, double 5-7. Let's see if FaZe can be the hero of the 10th. All right. Stan figuring this one out. You know, usually Magic's little rascal sitting outside those long doors, but this is the round to flank. And FaZe moving that all-powerful op back onto the site in time.
They don't think it's an A play because they don't see anyone at long. That's the irony of it.
Smokes come up.
Yes, that saved gun.
Oh, eats the flash. Now it's going to get awkward. Could still do it. Could still pull this off. Gives himself a smoke to work around. It's a good chance to section off fights. At least he hits the leg shot onto Shiro. All that pressure, and then a missed shot. CEST will finish off the damage that FaZe was able to do with the very limited positioning and vision that he was given. And then Donk and Chopper just cut down that rotate through middle. So back 2 domination. Spirit just skating through map 2.
It feels like there's like a big chance for the CT side, and then all of a sudden, like 4 players die in a row. Yeah. That's been a lot of these rounds here for Spirit. This round, not the most to work with, but FaZe on his own with that up. He had to eat every flash, stood outside of a molly. I mean, really had to hit a couple of hard ones to get out of that and couldn't find the frags.
Three rounds, best case Ontario.
Donk adding to his unbelievable scores at this tournament.
There we go. Double up attempt from Spirit. One goes down, one succeeds, and now Sonic's under a world of pressure because not only do you have Shiro getting opening kills, but then you know that when Donk is given a chance to charge you down, he'll take it. So second player is caught throwing a grenade. You know, that's that like unexpected Donk timing.
Yeah.
Because not everybody rushes that fast.
He's the only one who runs that pathing for that kill in that moment.
And then sets himself up to try to run out. Watch him test this Molotov. You know he wants to. Ooh, he wants to take this swing.
So disciplined these days.
Right? What happened to the kid?
He's like, I got away with Katowice and then I cooled off. That's why he kept winning.
Quick reminder before this game comes to an end, you can play on Underdog. It's real easy. You choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players, and you can win real money. Simple as that.
Real money?
Real money. You can get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog if you use the code BLAST. And you better do it quick, because I sense the quarterfinals are gonna finish soon.
Yeah. If you go to bet on Wildcard, place it now. But if you are, you might have a little extra time because it'll be a long comeback before we see them win this map. It's a 9-round gap here as we go into the final round of the first half. And I honestly haven't seen sort of the tools that show me Wildcard are going to win this next one. Not like Anubis.
No, I mean, there's just so much conviction in the killers that are Donk and Shiro at the moment. There's just nobody in the server that's keeping up to them. Double op setup for Wildcard here, getting a little desperate in the final chance to win a round on CT side. And both of them positioned here on middle, so if they are given a challenge, which looks like it's coming, it could have been a chance, but leave it to Donk to survive on 18 health. And Donk on 18 HP is like anybody else on 80.
Yeah. Yeah, he very often doesn't take any damage on a swing, so. Well, 3 CTs floating around. Have a bit more confidence towards the A side of the map. We've seen some good stuff. And maybe it won't be a cat play. Zontic's getting back up into upper tunnels. Face is pressed up against the glass. CEST isn't looking to blow this open, it seems like. Oh, they have, okay.
Challenge through the doors right there. CEST just gets rocked by Chopper. Oh, double kill. All right. Sonic trying to be the hero. Donk off back on the menu. Low HP, so he takes a swing with the sniper. And that is a B site, prime for the taking. It is an 11-1/2 queued up.
Take the swing.
The score at the top of the screen is the same as Stanislaus KD. Tough go of it here on map 2. Spirit absolutely justified map pick. And poor Stan gonna have to walk into his demise. Shiro taps him out of it. And Team Spirit remind us why they are gunning for top 4 here in Copenhagen. Good luck, Wildcard. Feels like you're gonna need it. An important pistol's an understatement, and this one absolutely trounced by the Spirit squad, who are looking to gear up after their spring break in the middle of this season. It's an uncharacteristic break for any team, really, but they're doing their own thing. They're dancing to the beat of their own drum.
And they might be the smartest of all, right?
We'll find out.
It's Apex talking about how he's fried.
Yep.
You know, and they had to go, they just won the Grand Slam. Like, they had to go to all these events, but the fact is, Spirit are fresh. You know, they're hungry. They want to play more than ever, and they look like they've done well with the break. Haven't missed a beat, looking solid.
You know, amazing win streak, Intel Grand Slam. It's all awesome accolades for Vitality, but it's really about hitting the streak into the major. We'll see if Spirit can do that. We'll also see if they just put this question to bed after the Falcons' loss. Zontic's trying to hang on to the B site, goes down, and we've got the Donk dual Berettas now just chomping at the bits to try to get into the action, as always. In this even 3v3, the bomb is yet to cross. So as long as the CTs hold this angle on the doorway, Stan's gonna have a rough go of it, but he jumps over, takes a bit of a chance, and gets that footing on site.
Oh, they're gonna rush him when that bomb gets planted, aren't they?
I think so. Player down beneath window, plus the bomb planter, hands busy. FaZe holds the door for the first one. Now all three players back on the hold, so maybe missing that chance to strike. Shiro and Donk, though, if anybody's gonna pull this out of the hat, should be them, and so Shiro gets his. They gotta pick their entry point. Remember, Donk does have a kid at 21-5, need I remind you, and they shut it out.
Nice.
Wildcard, double the round count, give themselves a little more runway here in Copenhagen with a much-needed pistol.
Conversion's not promised, but it's a start. It's just such a big comeback, unfortunately. We're talking about Spirit's map pick again. The map they only pick versus the best teams they play against. And Spirit, actually, they lose a lot of pistols. They lost a lot of pistols to Falcons. Losing here to Wildcard. I mean, no shame in that, but...
Come on, Wildcard, just don't die to the Force. Oh, no! Not like this.
Moments before a disaster.
90 damage on Chopper, and he did that completely alone. There was no support system. There was no flash to set him up. That's
now
just,
he has tunnels control. It's like the worst possible outcome.
That's just the Chopper sitting in tunnels.
Hey, look at that. It clears all of upper tunnels, and everyone just rotates day. They've just got full security.
Zontic's ahead of the smoke. Eesh. Half-ass clear the corner. Still, though, Magic's dies empty-handed at least, but the Shiro scouts already found it. Now 2 scouts, Donk and Shiro. What's with Donk and scopes as of late? It works. Sets him up. Shiro's gonna shut down with the triple kill, and it's a force buy from Spirit, losing pistol just to play with their food.
I mean, what would Donk have done? Like, he, in some ways, would be more neutered with an op than he would be with a rifle.
Yeah, it doesn't suit his style.
But also, like, he would have probably been great. I mean, say the same thing about Nico, but that's not true. Maybe he just wouldn't be as good. Maybe he just wouldn't be as good.
Despite
He's
how
too
hard
good
he
at
tries.
rifling, yeah.
I still believe in you, Nico. Keep it coming. It's gonna click 1 year.
There's no reason.
1 year, it's gonna click.
You know? What are you gonna tell your mom you're an offer?
Ah, they charge into spraying rifles. Those flashes trying to get him out of that smoke. Not gonna happen. Wildcard's Copenhagen run cut down. I mean, it is tough opposition for the Wildcard camp. An opening game versus Vitality where they showed us some promise on Inferno, a difficult map versus the world's #1. They dispatch of Pain in convincing fashion, and now forced into an elimination game versus Team Spirit, coming hot off of their break. We talked about all the preparation Spirit have brought to the table, and Spirit really now just thrusting themselves into the spotlights amidst the top 4 teams at this event. And it is nothing but greatness in this top 4. Falcons, MOUZ, Vitality, and now Team Spirit. All of them gunning to gear up for Austin. It's a stepping stone towards greatness, and it's one that Spirit continue to tackle.
The hopes of a nation snuffed out here in the arena. That nation, Sweden. It was Sweden. Spirit coming through strong, looking absolutely in control on Dust 2. I mean, no doubt in our minds, right? No hesitation on that map.
Sad day for Swedish Counter-Strike and South African Counter-Strike. Now, all in all, this is kind of as expected. Nice that Wildcard was able to at least get a couple rounds here. I mean, that's sort of the bright side. But really, it's not to me about this map or the result of it. It's more just about the fact that Wildcard showed up to this event, massive underdogs. I would say they were the lowest ranked team coming in. They got a win under their belt. They played some decent CS in particular rounds, and yeah, Spirit doing what they do.
It's going to sound harsh, but they didn't get embarrassed, and I think that's the best you can really ask for, reasonably.
I'll tell you someone who didn't get embarrassed. Spirit, they were looking very nice, weren't they, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, can't say enough well about Spirit, and you know who? Magic's playing amazing. How's it feel?
Amazing.
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 Incredible.
I mean, I'm so tilted after Dust 2 game. I got trolled multiple times. I mean, I was trying to play like some team play, throw some flashes to support them, but everyone was playing just deathmatch without comms, and well, basically, I mean, I was like sometimes killed because people just playing deathmatch.
Who griefed you? Who griefed you?
Everyone.
Would you say that your teammates are baiters?
Well, all of them are baiters. That's like, I mean, that's the truth.
Even Donk on side hits, total baiter.
I mean,
did you see that pistol?
Have you
I
ever
saw that
seen Donk running out short first?
That's true. That's true. Off of Cat, yeah, you know, that doesn't happen often.
Yeah.
It's always you. It's always you.
Yeah.
You ever feel like it's hard to get confidence when you early round they tell you to throw a flash for Donk, and late round they go run out first for Donk?
No, I mean, actually, it's fine. I mean, I'm used to it, but sometimes it's kind of depressing to run out short against op when you don't have an op, and it's not wonderful, so...
It's not wonderful! Okay.
So what you're saying is FaZe definitively better than Wonderful in your estimation?
I mean, he killed me twice.
Wonderful in that overtime didn't kill you at all. You
True.
killed him. You killed him in those shots, yeah. Okay, beyond that, I mean, actually, I want your estimation on this. I mean, you guys played Falcons recently. How would you rank the top 4 teams? You got Vitality, you got yourselves, you got Falcons, you got MOUZ. What's your 1, 2, 3, 4 Magics? Tier list.
A, B, C, D. Or you can put someone in F if you want to.
Yeah, okay, sure. So we have Vitality being the first, pretty obvious.
Okay.
I don't know, in between MOUZ and Falcons, we'll find out tomorrow because they're playing their semifinals. So
yeah,
I'm not ranking them yet. So at the fourth place, I would put FaZe because of Brokey.
So you don't even include.
Is that his aura?
So you don't include yourself. You just put FaZe 4th.
Wonderful.
You know, he doesn't think Brokey was the top 20 opera of all time. That is a take that he made today on the
top
co-stream.
25.
Like Magic's face right now is so funny.
Magic's Wonderful or Brokey? Which one? Who do you choose?
No? You have no CSGO knowledge.
Oh! Streets people are saying.
The people
and
are
the people,
saying.
he's at the desk with us right now.
Oh, God.
I got one
Red
more.
is going to have a field day.
I got
with that
one more
clip.
question. Is Donk going to get #1 again this year?
If I will not troll that hard games for him, he might get it.
Okay, it's up to you for him to get #1.
I mean, the overall Sim Spirit sailing is based on me. If I make it 3 frags, we're probably not making it through. But if I'm carrying it game, we are winning the major.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
That is true. I will ask you one serious question before we let you go. Appreciate all of the less than serious questions going on here. Vitality, next up tomorrow. How you feeling about that matchup?
Oh, we are feeling thank you. I mean, it's cool because, I mean, everyone wants to beat Vitality, and if we can get into the game with the right mood and like good approach to the game plan, we can beat them because we have seen a close match against them in Lisbon. Yeah, that was Lisbon. So we'll find out tomorrow. Hopefully, we will not play like shit.
That's all we can hope for most days. That's how I feel when I wake up every morning. Thanks for joining us. Congrats on the win here.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Excellent work.
Good luck.
Yeah, you got it. Pop those headsets off. Stroll on away. Triumphant, the victor. King of the server, king of the memes as well from Magic's. Always an entertaining interview.
He's got a lot of jokes. I mean, like, he's kind of tapped into the meme culture of this space, so he is just always gonna throw out little one-liners.
Stanislaw, do you think Vu has CS knowledge?
I don't listen that much to the desk casting, unfortunately, so I'm sure you do.
CSGO
Only when
on
he goes
YouTube,
live.
man.
Man, I don't got time.
Oh,
He's clicking mute.
You're
when you
asking
come on the
IGL.
screen.
You're asking IGL if he has time to watch the cast back after. I don't have the time, man.
Understandable. Understandable. After that one, right?
Okay.
After that one, tough Dust 2, obviously. Tough series in general, but you knew it would be a rough day coming in against Spirit. How do you rate your team's showing?
Not good. Not good today. Anubis, it just took us too long to get going. We were just hesitating too much. I don't know why. You know, I'm on one side of the map asking them if we should go, if we should stay, like what's going on. So we weren't kind of on the same page. But once we started flowing, you know, I started to build confidence within our team. And then Dust 2, man, we just get flattened right away. So what can you say? Our Dust 2 has been really shaky for a while. So I'm going home and I'm throwing the whole playbook in the garbage and we're starting over on Dust 2 because it hasn't looked good since.
Nice. How do you want to judge your tournament as a whole? Because the Pain win is probably the one where it felt, I would say, the most realistic, and also in some ways it was convincing that you were able to defeat them. So how do you judge Wildcard at the Rivals?
Not good, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't like with the way, I'm not happy with the way that we're playing. I'm just gonna try to stay positive. I think this is the worst version that I've seen of us in 2025, which is a good thing. I think it's only up from here. We're gonna go home, get to work. Like I said about Dust 2 and a lot of other maps, we're gonna have to rework a lot of things. I know we have the players because we've done this before and we've shown a lot higher of a peak. But yeah, we've all of our weaknesses have been exposed. We've learned a lot about each other, but now it's time to get back to work and just get back to where I know where we belong, because I know like in scrims and stuff we can compete against these teams. It's just about, you know, showing up here.
And what do you think about I mean, your season's been kind of weird because I feel like what I saw at Shanghai was a huge uptick. Like you guys were able to take down some pretty solid teams like Fnatic, VP, Passion UA, and then I feel like this season just so much rockier. Like why does it feel like it's maybe regressed or just kind of stagnated?
I think a lot of problems within our team have arisen at different times. So one player takes a few steps forward, but then, you know, another player starts to have problems. We've also faced a lot of problems from the org side, from traveling side. It's just been a lot of chaos on the back end. So I think now that we have FaZe back after the MRQ debacle, now we can just, you know, settle down on our 5, practice. We have one qualifier, I think, before the major. And once that's out of the way, we can just, you know, fully focus on practice and become the best version of ourselves again.
Looking through your match history, it seems like for most of this year, your upsets are kind of all come from a win on Inferno, but you can't seem to kind of put it together on most other maps. Is there something specific that you work well with on Inferno but can't figure out on other maps?
As an IGL, I've always felt comfortable on Inferno. I think Nuke has also been very strong for us. If you look statistically, we've always been very good on Nuke. But yeah, it's just about taking the time now to expand our map pool, having 3 or 4 really strong maps, and then, you know, a couple of others that you can fall back on. But right now, I think we're just, like I said, at our weakest point as a team. We're gonna go home, get to work, and bounce back.
Sometimes you gotta hit the bottom to bounce back up. Eyes on the major, eyes on the horizon. Thanks for joining us, man, and commiserations on the loss.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck forward.
Thank you.
He's on out. He's on out. Thank you to Stanislaw for joining us. Always tough to talk after a loss, but obviously a mind towards improvement, now ready for Wildcard. Did that sentence make sense? No, it didn't, nor did the loss for Wildcard.
Honestly, I really respect the interview, though, because he could have come out of this one and said, yeah, we beat Pain, you know, we're okay with that. They didn't really embarrass themselves, I think, against any team in this event, but he knows that against Pain, even when they won, they had that 4v2 loss that has confused some people. They've had some rounds that are suspect, and he's owning it. He's willing to say, no, I'm not really happy with that, even with the win. Even with the win, I wasn't happy. We need to be better.
I do like that a lot. I feel like that's the characteristics of a leader that has been to the tip top of this entire space and strives for that again. If he just kind of, you know, let it wash over him like, oh yeah, we were always supposed to lose, then, you know, then we would almost feel like they're destined to just kind of be at this position of being like, you know, a top 25 team in the world, but to still feel like this is the worst version of themselves. But we're watching them play a Spirit that really none of us truly thought. I know, Mike, you take their side on these things, but like really the chance that they were going to beat Spirit was so minuscule. and yet he still feels like there's so much to improve on. That's good. That's a good thing. I would not want my leader to just be like, haha, we got donked.
Yeah, and one of the nice things is we do see some positive signs. We do see they took way too long to start on Anubis, but they did start to get rolling. They did start to get things going their way. And so I can see why it's hard to accept that they just didn't show up, then they showed up and they did really well, and you're a leader. How can we make us, have that confidence, play like that the entire game?
I do think one note from the interview that has me just a little bit concerned is the friction with the organization. I mean, it's pretty clear that the players as a whole did not agree with the decision around, shall we say, VRS gamesmanship around the Astana qualifier. That's the kind of thing that can get under your skin and can cause problems further down the line. I mean, we've certainly seen players on this org maybe have some Twitter beef with their owners before. So hopefully that's not a concerning thing. Hopefully that's just something they can wash away and deal with and settle on down for. But I know we're going to need to wash our way into tomorrow because there is more Counter-Strike to play. There is a bracket that continues on. We're into the semifinals now, folks. The action only gets more intense. We're down to 4 teams: Falcons, MOUZ, Vitality, Spirit. That was your top 4 you set up. And look, he might love Brokey, but Magix has to agree this is a banging 4 to wind up with.
We got the best 4 teams in the world right there. Okay, I mean, this is shaped up exactly how you want the Blast Rivals event to play out. That you've got world #1 in Vitality, you've got the race to basically second, or maybe someone can actually unseat Vitality as that world #1, as there will be multiple opportunities. You got a streak on the line for Vitality as they try to surpass Team Liquid for the match win streak that they're potentially about to win. Like, if they beat Spirit, they got it. They're second place.
Yeah, as much as it would have been nice to see a FaZe upset or a Wildcard upset, you see these underdog teams. The reality is you want to see the best teams in the semifinals. That's exactly what we have. So we have banger matchups in the semis and then a guaranteed banger in the finals too.
We do. Is that actually perfect VRS seating? 1 playing 4, 2 playing 3?
VRS? I don't know where Falcons is right now. They moved up a lot. I don't know if they're...
That thing's always shifting. It's always shifting, but we are going to need to shift gears. It's time to shift into the end of the night. Look, in a true fight night, the undercards, they can be fun. The warm-up matches, they can be enjoyable. But at the end of the day, you book your ticket to come watch the heavyweights battle it out. You come watch the title bout to see who's going to be champion of the world. We've got the 4 best teams in the world going head-to-head over the next 2 days to decide who reigns supreme. Are Vitality going to continue their historic streak, or will one of these contenders be able to upset, be able to dethrone before they make history? That's the question that we need to answer right now, folks. And to do so, we need to wrap up this show. Blast Rivals continues tomorrow. Be there, or you don't care about Counter-Strike at all.